Alright fam, meet our main dude, Liam. Back in his last life, dude was stuck in bed, cause of some nasty sickness, just wishing for a bit more time to hustle in his next round. But get this, the writer flipped the script and brought him back as a dragon, with a lifespan that's gonna stretch at least 10,000 years, yeah. 10,000, no cap. And hold up, his whole crew is mega important too. His Pops, oh, just a tier 0 dragon, the absolute top dog on this continent. Pops just flexes a little, and boom, entire kingdoms go down like dominoes. Grandpa, he's one of the legendary 12 elders at the Dragon God's temple. Talk about family goals. When Liam woke up, the elders were shook because he had these 4 attributes popping off first time anyone's ever pulled that stunt. Even the ancient Dragon King only rocked 3 attributes, so this kid's basically on another level. His very existence freaked out the big shots above so much, they were ready to take him out by any means. But hey, enough chit-chat, let's jump into this. Season 1 of this wild ride just wrapped. Hope you're vibing with this recap. The opener? A sky dripping blood red, and a massive beast mode dragon looking like it just ran through a whole squad. Down below, a horde of fighters was locking horns with this savage dragon. And there's Jason, a dude with hair fire engine red grimacing like he's in beast mode, yelling, "That's Kevin. Squad, get ready, Kylie. I'm shutting down this empire's attack right here, right now." And guess what? The dragon was rolling his eyes, this guy was just too annoying. You pests won't quit yapping, huh? Even though the dragon was swarmed, Jason wasn't scared. Nah, he was ready to send these fools 6 feet under. Half this empire? Not nearly enough for my kid's death. I'm dragging y'all to hell, then crushing that weak empire for good. Boom. Both crews sprinted at each other, kicking off an epic showdown. The tension was tight, like a bowstring ready to snap. Suddenly, everything switched up like it wasn't real, just a replay. I'm coming for you. Heartbeats pounding. Hold up. This was just a scene ripped from some fantasy comic. I'm coming for you. The whole act, just Liam zoning out, daydreaming over comic panels on his screen. He was locked in, eyes glued to the comic, but you could see the exhaustion buried deep inside. The screen showed that fiery deadlock fight, still blazing between the dragon and the warriors. The guy with the gaunt face, looking like he's about to tap out, lying stiff on this hospital bed, that's Liam. And the brutal curse messing him up, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, aka Lou Gehrig's disease, yeah, that's the scary one. This ain't your average sickness, it makes your nerve cells slowly die, your muscles lock up, and eventually it shuts you down completely. Liam remembered the moment he froze, when the doc dropped that nightmare diagnosis. Got the news when I was 25. Straight up felt like a death sentence. So young, with no fam around, and all the cash I busted my butt to save it just hit me like a freight train. Totally crushed, cause my whole bright future and healthy body were snatched away in a snap. Still had so much life to live, and bam, done. 4 years later, now 29, and all that's left is this frail, broke-down body. At this point, Liam looked like an old dried-up leaf, barely holding onto the branch, ready to drop any second. But yo, he still had one last thing going on this amateur webtoon playing. That steady beep from the heart monitor, still alive and kicking. Sounds kinda tragic, right? But hey, maybe that story was the only homie keeping him company during his final ride. This is literally all I got. Liam zoned out, eyes blank, like his soul already checked out, knowing the Reaper was coming for him real soon. Heartbeat was chillin' normal. Then out of nowhere, the monitor started beeping like crazy. No stop. It was flashing weird, his heartbeat going all messed up, and in his deep eyes, all that showed was that fading heartbeat line, dropping slowly. Man, seemed like Liam was done battling this sickness. His eyelids got heavy, like he was ready to clock out of youth forever. So yeah, this was the moment. The last thing he peeped was a doctor sprinting over like it was a Vegas emergency. Liam's world went dark real quick, like someone flipped the switch pitch black, same as his unlucky streak in life. At the end of the day, I didn't even catch the finale. Liam kinda saw this coming from a mile away. No doubt, this is the end. That heart rate line, it switched from green to silver, like the party was over. Then bam. Out of nowhere, a light hit him like the freaking sun itself. Liam cracked open his eyes, slow-mo, blinking at the flash. And get this, the first thing he sees, Jason, the main dude from his fave webtoon. Liam looked like he just won a lottery jackpot, grinning hard. Dude was clueless about the chaos going down. Wait, what is this? Next thing, he's lifted up like magic. Weird part, he glanced in a mirror and boom, he's a tiny freaking dragon. Seeing himself as a mini dragon, bro, he couldn't even believe his eyes. What? I thought I was toast for sure. Now, Liam's face turned white as a ghost at this wild twist. He just couldn't roll with this crazy comeback from the dead vibe. So, yeah, he let out a scream that would have shook the whole damn castle. Yo, what the heck is happening here? And that, my friends, is how this whole dragon tale kicked off. After cooling off, he put his hands on his hips all annoyed. No joke, I thought I was out cold for good. Even though this whole thing threw him for a loop, Liam finally pulled himself together. Denial's over, y'all. Now, Liam's pacing the room like he owns it, soaking up this new world. After he chilled out, he tried to crack the mystery of what the heck was going on. Before long, Liam got the hang of his new draconic vibe. Once he accepted the reality check, he realized, yeah, he's been reborn as a dragon. Not gonna lie, that was dope as hell. In all the stories and webtoons he'd binged, dragons were always beasts, never weak sauce. How could he even complain about getting the ultimate power-up? He's basically leveled up to the strongest creature on the planet, no cap. But wait, it gets better. The big deal was that dragons live like 10,000 years on average. Like, life goals right there. With that kind of power and mad longevity, dude was definitely not about to forget his rough past. Man, I had to hustle since I was barely out of diapers. And it wasn't just that. Liam caught some deadly sickness too. And in the end, Liam's old life shut down full of regrets, with a lot left undone. Got sick and peaced out right when things should have been lit. But this time, it's a whole different story. He's a dragon now, reborn with a fresh start and a long, healthy grind ahead. Life just leveled up big time. And just thinking about it had him grinning like he won the lottery. But bam! In a flash, his vibe shifted. Am I hyped up too much? Man, at this pace, nothing's gonna stand in my way. He couldn't stop wagging his tail like a total goof, showing off just how pumped he was about his fresh new dragon life. I'm legit a dragon now. Right then, Jason rolled up and scooped him up. My dude Liam, he said all soft, cradling him like a baby. Why the big smile? Huh. Then Jason took him over to chow down. All right, time to grub. In this little room lit by a single candle, it was super chill and cozy. Liam got this cute yellow bib slapped on him, but out of nowhere, his face went totally dead serious. His eyes popped wide open as he scoped out the food, breaking into a cold sweat, completely lost. Of course, a dragon's meal isn't your average snack. Nah, it was straight up weird. Just a big old plate piled with this red mush. Seeing Liam freeze, Jason asked, sounding all worried. Yo, what's up? Not hungry? This is prime, fresh stuff. Dig in. One moment, he was all pumped about being a dragon. Next thing, his face looked all gloomy and meh. Man, why didn't I think this through? But hey, he was already in, so he had to roll with it. When in Rome, or should I say, when a dragon do dragon things. Rules of the game, you know. Liam took a deep breath, grabbed a piece, shut his eyes tight, and chomped down. Talk about a 180. One sec he was grossed out. Next he was hooked like it was his new fave snack. Yo, this slaps, he said, not feeling it at first, but after one bite, he was all in and grabbing more. The more he ate, the more he was loving it. Jason, watching him munch like that, was definitely smiling hard. You like that, bud? There's plenty more. Go get it. Liam's face made it clear he was all about judging the flavor. Bro's eyes legit sparkled. But then out of nowhere, Liam dropped a bomb that shocked the old dragon. I'm done eating, Dad. Hearing that, Jason was shook. Dad. But what you'd expect to be all feels turned into total meh. Yo, what's your deal? Ain't it supposed to be father or something? Jason wasn't about to let Liam run wild, so he had to school him. Say it right, father, right now. But Liam hit him with this awkward stare that said, nah, not doing that. Dude thought this whole vibe was kinda weird for a dragon. Oh my god, I'm a dragon for real, but still. Then Liam caught himself. Wait, I don't even know your name, right? While Jason was getting all emotional over nicknames, Liam finally piped up. Hey, what's your name anyway? Jason didn't answer straight off, fired back. Is that the only thing you want to know? Your dad's name is Liam, held his food tight, just waiting to hear. But when the name dropped, he froze hard for like 5 whole seconds in total shock. Jason. The old dragon nodded. Yep, your dad's name is Jason. Right then, a memory flashed. The fierce monster inside him was waking up. I'm gonna destroy everything. He thought he was reborn as a dragon, but nah, turns out he's just some comic book dragon now. Yo, the second he heard that voice, Liam's eyes snapped wide open, staring straight ahead like he couldn't believe what was happening. No way could he wrap his head around the dude actually being his own dad. Meanwhile, those chandeliers up on the ceiling, still chilling there like nothing's up. When Liam caught Gary staring at him with the absolute most confused face ever, he just stood there baffled too. Liam hadn't even done anything wild, but already Gary was plastered against the door with straight-up panic all over his face. Hey Liam, he called, but man, Liam couldn't handle the shock. He busted right out of that door, bolting outside, tears just streaming down his face. Nah, this can't be real. Liam knew Kyle better than anyone, so he took off like lightning, his brain a mess of crazy thoughts. No way, no way, no way. As Liam sprinted, he kept telling himself this just isn't happening. Then bam. He stormed into a room and slammed that door open. Inside, a huge, fancy room packed wall to wall with books. Liam bounced over to the shelves, snagged a book real quick like. He flipped through those pages faster than you can say, oh my god, full-on scanning with mad focus. After a minute or two, he finally hit the jackpot and locked eyes on the page. What Liam was hunting for? The epic history of the land. The HW Empire, that's the kingdom from some amateur webtoon I skimmed before, well you know. I dipped. Man, life loves throwing curveballs. Liam dropped the book like it was hot, eyes up, feeling his heart hit the floor. I wasn't reborn as a dragon, huh? I'm stuck in that dumb webtoon instead. Then out of nowhere, Liam had a brain flash. Suddenly, Jason showed up at the library and hollered at Liam, totally freaking him out big time. Jason rolled up, saw Liam acting all sus, and gently threw a plate of fruit his way like, son, ya hurt or what? Liam was shook. Jason's chill vibes didn't match the terrifying brute he remembered from back in the day. This dude was kinda sweet and caring, but then also, I'm gonna kill every last one of you. Yo, is he really about to turn into some kind of mass killer? What even is this? Liam's chest just hurt thinking about it. He couldn't get that mental image out of his head, Jason just going berserk all over the place. No way I'm living calm ever again. Your dumb pride's got me ready to flood this whole continent in blood. But hold up. Right then, Liam's face lit up because he remembered something super important. That's right. Jason only goes berserk if his son gets killed by a human. But then Liam froze, feeling strange. Wait a sec. Could he times be that unlucky son? Panicking, he blurted, Dad, do I have any older brothers? But nah, the bad vibes were real as soon as his dad shot back, older brother. Nope, Liam, you're the oldest. Hearing that, Liam broke out in a cold sweat, frantically waving his hands like, no, 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 please no. Then quick as a flash he jumped in. So, you planning on having more kids then? But life? It's not some fairy tale, bro. His dad just grinned and totally crushed his last shred of hope. Nah, I promised your mom one kid. That's it. We're all in on raising you right. Things just got heated, the tension spinning so thick you could cut it with a knife. And man, realizing what's coming next, Liam felt that weight hit him harder than anything like, dang, my fate's looking hella rough. So, hold up, does that mean no one else popped out before or after me? Like, his life, just starting to glow up, suddenly felt like it was crashing down. World-ending vibes for real. And the kid getting wiped out? Yeah, that's me. Just thinking about it made his head spin like a roller coaster on overdrive. In this wild story, Jason totally lost his kid and went full-on revenge mode, aiming at the whole empire. Then bam! When this earth-shattering truth hit him, he was shook so bad he just straight up passed out right there. Grandpa Liam was totally lost in his head. Realized he was just some minor background dude, nothing more. Just the spark to kick things off, that's all. Born a villain's dragon kid who's just gonna poof, vanish without a trace before the story even starts. Liam's tear game was strong, silent sobbing over a life cut short before it even got real. I'm a dragon just born to bounce early. Outside, dead quiet, dark as night. Not a single soul in sight. Only one room throughout this mellow, warm, golden glow. Real talk, money doesn't always mean happy vibes. Even though Grandpa Liam was chilling on a mountain of gold coins, joy was MIA knowing his time was up soon. There he was, sprawled out, stuck in that endless loop of heavy sighs and deep, exhausting thoughts. Same old story dies young, again and again, even when surrounded by crazy wealth and a family loaded with cash. When he clocked that he was about to be 6 feet under, suddenly, all those coins felt like pointless clutter. Like, how the heck am I even supposed to spend all this bling? Die? For real? Did I trade it all just to hit the dirt? But listen, with his savage survival vibes on full blast, he wasn't about to just accept this doom. He knew he had to flip the script. Nope, no way was he dying some lame, meaningless death. This time, Grandpa Liam wasn't just chilling, waiting for the Grim Reaper's call. He decided to make a move. Changing fate was the plan, so he swooped up to a tall bookshelf and snagged a book. Out of all the dusty books, he picked one with this brown cover, flipped it open, and bam, pages packed with words like a boss. To remix his fate, he had to lock down the story's plot, get the tea to stop the drama before it even starts. The year she lost it. Gotta remember that, he mumbled, brain firing on all cylinders, plotting his game plan. Jason only flipped out after losing his kid, right? If I can just crack when that happened, boom. I know when I'm supposed to kick the bucket. After hours of stressing, he finally pulled the key piece from his brain vault. The year was 3589 AD. Liam's face went from chill to major panic mode, eyes huge like saucers. This was it. Grabbed an ink pen and started scribbling lines on a blank page like a mad genius. Jotted down some future-predicting magic. The clock says it's year 390 AD right now, so that means by then, I'll be around 498 or 499 years old. Oof, the regret hit hard as he wrote. Gonna die just 1 year shy of hitting adult status? Dead while still a kid? No way, man. But this round, it's a whole new game. No more waiting for the end. Hell nah, not dying like this. Made a rock-solid promise gotta survive the next 499 years no matter what. No quitting allowed. Fire blazing in Liam's heart, a savage will to live like no other. Watch this space. Cut to another room, where things are buzzing. It was chow time, y'all. Liam was rocking a bib, sitting at the table, slurping down that bowl of soup like a champ. Just yesterday, Jason saw him nibble like a bird, so seeing Liam munch like a ravenous wolf caught him totally off guard. When Liam licked the bowl clean, he slapped it down and grinned, all cheerful. Yo, can I snag another bowl, please? Watching Liam chow like that made Jason buzz with happiness. He scooped up a huge ladle for him real quick. You got it, fam. Jason plopped a full bowl right in front of Liam like boom, dinner served. Liam eyeballed the bowl, all fired up to finish every bite. Here you go. Tons more where that came from. Eat up, no limits. Out of nowhere, while they were vibing, a bug started buzzing right above their heads, creeping in. But nah, this little bug didn't seem chill at all, heading straight for Liam's food like it was on a mission. It could have landed anywhere, but nope, it dropped right on the spoon Liam was about to shove in his mouth. Jason flipped wild panic mode activated. Dad reflexes kicked in hardcore. He swatted that spoon away like a boss, not letting Liam eat that bug for nada. Liam was so bummed, ruined mood right in the middle of the meal, annoyed big time. What's the problem, dude? Jason asked, but once he made sure the bug was toast, he finally chilled out. You were this close to major trouble, bro. Next thing, Jason held up that bug, breaking it down for Liam real slow. It's some kind of fake bug I'm studying, but don't freak, the dragon crew ain't in danger from it. But since you're still a youngster, better safe than sorry, man. This thing's got venom for days. Hearing that, Liam jumped like he got shocked, eyes wide as saucers. Poisonous? Man, his face turned all pale, straight up scared. Jason calmed him down quick. Chill, you didn't eat it yet, so you're good. While Jason was still tripping on how that bug even got there, Liam was sitting there still shook from that almost disaster. Whoa, that was way too close. Gotta watch my back better. Then Liam stepped into this huge room, a fancy red carpet laid out. Suits of armor stood like legit guards on both sides of the entrance. Seeing this epic scene got him hyped AF, eyes lit like headlights. Liam had zero clue the nightmare that was his 80-second trial was about to smack him upside the head. Suddenly, those armor eyes glowed red, and bam, the suit stopped standing still and started moving, swinging its weapon from behind ready to pounce on Liam. Liam's senses kicked in blazing. He noticed something was way off instantly. But too bad, the axe came down lightning quick. He turned just in time, and seeing disaster close, he broke into freak-out mode, wailing like a kid. Can I get a shout-out to Jason, though? Dude came out of nowhere like some kind of superhero, blocking the axe with his bare hand and saving Liam big time. Try touching his kid and you're donezo, no joke. Jason charged forward, shoving Liam aside. His eyes blazed red, exuding some serious murder vibes. He gripped the axe, and the whole room lit up with this purple power aura around him. Boom! Next thing, Jason obliterated that creepy suit of armor in a giant explosion. Seeing Liam looking pale and scared, he bent down real fast to check on him. Liam, you good, bro? Facing this wild new threat, even Jason was kinda stumped, no clue what just went down. Yo, this is hella weird. I totally set things up so nobody could throw shade your way. His fresh start barely kicked off a few days ago, but bam, disaster kept crashing the party. Dude, did I just almost bite the dust twice in one day? No way, man. The next few days were chill. No drama, so I thought we were clear. Then Jason took Liam to this dope, green field covered in flowers. Liam was bouncing around, full of life and energy. Yo, this place is lit. He glanced ahead and was blown away by some massive, epic mountain. Seeing Liam totally hooked, Jason dropped some knowledge. That's the left fang of the earth, fam, one of two giant mountains holding it down at the edge of the continent. Folks call it the God's Crib, this mystical spot. Liam peeped at himself and thought, dang, this place is next level. Way more jaw-dropping than any book pick. While he was vibing, a blue butterfly swooped by like, and Liam got hyped chasing that little beauty nonstop. So dope, I'm obsessed. But hold up, fun got interrupted. Sky started rumbling, thunder flexed, and dark clouds rolled in like a bad mood. Colors dropped out, everything turned pitch black, mad, sketchy vibes all around. Then out of nowhere, bam, lightning struck right where he was standing, crazy fierce. Almost turned Liam into a crispy dragon snack. Dude hit hard, went totally limp, straight up tragic. What the heck? Jason freaked seeing this wild attack, all pale as a ghost, sprinting to check on Liam. But yo, way too late. Before he could do anything, boom, another lightning blast smacked down, this one even crazier. After getting hit twice back to back, Liam's body was basically crackling with electric vibes. Dude was shaking, about to fold like a paper crane. This gotta be scripted, right? But the sky wasn't done throwing shade at Liam. More lightning bolts lined up like an unfair boss battle, ready to strike again. This ain't a dream, this is fate, slamming down, no way out. A mega, hella destructive lightning strike hit Liam one last time, sending him straight to meet the ancestors. You want me dead that bad? Liam kept catching hits, no chance for a comeback. Jason was helpless. All he could do was run up and hold Liam's icy body, crying his heart out. Cut to Liam's bedroom. Just when it looked like Liam was toast, his ancestors had his back, and somehow he pulled through. Almost kicked the bucket, no cap. But Liam wasn't buying, it was just dumb luck. Something shady was lurking beneath all this. Getting smacked by lightning 3 times in the same spot, those scary flashbacks played nonstop in his head. He couldn't shake the vibes that this was super sus. What are the odds? The more he thought about it, the more Liam knew he was stuck in this predetermined mess. Honestly, the script's got a kill order on me. But still, he didn't expect this showdown to pop off so soon. And right now, after all that, Liam, man, he was shook, didn't see this coming so fast. But yeah, here we are, things unfolding quicker than he thought. What's gonna happen next? Stay tuned, fam. So, Liam started piecing the plot together and was like, hold up, something's totally off. He's not supposed to kick the bucket for another 498 years, and get this, he's meant to die by a human's hands. Wild, right? Say what? The idea of him, a total boss-level being, going down just like that? Man, that was kinda hard for him to swallow. Nah, there's no way it's just cause I don't want to meet my maker yet. Even now, Liam still couldn't face the fact that he's basically an extra with 0 spotlight role. Like, dang, the story only kicks off after I'm done for. Come on. But then, he was scratching his head, wondering how that baby dragon in the OG story managed to stick around for 500 years. I mean, the dude just took over the dragon scene and bam, disaster after disaster was raining down on him. So yeah, he couldn't help but wonder what hell he'd have to go through next. Man, his heart was seriously tangled up with all kinds of mixed feelings about what's coming. After stiffly sitting on the bed for a hot minute, Grandpa Liam slowly got his butt up. Even with fate throwing punches like a heavyweight champ, Liam's will to live was on freaking fire. No time to waste chewing on it. I gotta do something, pronto. You could totally feel his hardcore survival vibes from outside his room. He needed a lifeline to dodge the Grim Reaper. Gut steeled, he walked over to Jason's room and just flung that door open like surprise. Jason's face lit up big time when Liam finally called him dad. Dude looked like he just won the lottery. Jason leaned down and was all soft like, "What's up, son?" No beating around the bush. Liam shot his question straight. "Dad, do you have any gadgets at home that can keep someone safe?" This weird request totally threw Jason for a loop, but he gave a chill nod. "Safe gadgets? Yeah, I got one. But bro, you're way too young to mess with it." Then Jason broke it down. To rock that device, you gotta have this thing called elemental power and loads of training just to get the hang of it. Seeing Liam's curious look, he gave him a gentle head pat. "Chill, you're still a rookie. Give it a few hundred years. Just wait your turn." But Liam knew if he waited that long, he'd be 6 feet under already. No way he was backing down. "Nah, I'm hopping on the train right now." Facing Liam's hardcore stubbornness, was Jason just gonna fold? Liam heaved a big sigh, eyes locked and ready. "I am not waiting. Teach me today." Jason got all flustered and was like, "Wait, what? Seriously? But you're straight up too young, man." Liam dashed over, grabbed his arm, eyes lit up like stars. "Can I? Just 'cause I'm young doesn't mean I gotta sit this one out." Jason scratched his head, thinking hard. "Well, usually you gotta be past the hatchling stage to start." Liam gave him those puppy eyes with a little sparkle. Jason caved, his heart melting. All right, I'll teach ya." Liam threw his paws up and went wild with excitement. "For real? Teach me now, like right now." Jason smiled and said, "Before that, there's a spot we gotta hit first." Liam was all ears. "What spot?" Jason snapped his fingers like, "It's where young dragons first find their elemental mojo. Gotta meet the elders there." Liam bolted out the door, shouting, "Dad," with all the hype. Jason hugged him back, chuckling. "I'm right here, kiddo." Liam looked up, curious. "So, how do we get to the elder's place?" Suddenly, purple glowing lights popped all around Jason like some magic portal scene. Liam bolted out the door, hollering with pure joy, "Dad." Jason instantly scooped him up in a big ol' hug, chuckling like crazy. "Right here, buddy." Liam looked up curious. "But how we gonna get to Grandpa's spot?" Suddenly, purple glows popped up all around Jason like magic. "Oh, we gotta fly to get there." Jason grinned, full of mischief. Liam raised his tiny arm to block the purple lights. Those lights swirled and glowed, morphing into a massive glowing ring. Liam's eyes went wide, thinking, wait, Is he turning into a freaking dragon? In seconds, Jason had morphed into a colossal black dragon, looking straight out of fantasy. Eyes sparkling with amazement, Liam yelled, "No way! A legit dragon!" The dragon lowered his massive head gently. "Hop on, little dude." Liam carefully climbed onto Jason's giant claws like a nervous pro. Then Jason flapped those huge wings with swagger. "Hold tight, kid." Suddenly, they blasted off into the sky. Liam in the palm, totally freaked but thrilled. "Whoa, we're so high up." The dragon soared smooth and fierce through the clouds. Clinging tight to the claw, Liam yelled out, "Yo, how much higher till we land?" Jason glanced over, chuckling coolly. The ride's still loon. Zoom. They shot up into the bright, endless blue. Liam peered down. "Are we flying past the clouds into space or what?" Jason's voice came through. "Almost there, bud." For real, they were in outer space, and ahead shimmered a massive glowing castle. Liam's jaw dropped, pure shock on his face. "Yo, what in the world?" Jason gave a side glance. "Wild? Huh. They call it the Dragon's Holy Land." Right there floated the Golden Flower Castle, majestic and unreal. Jason touched down smoothly. Liam stared up, all awe and stars in his eyes. "Dang, it's even bigger up close." Jason snapped back into human mode and started walking beside him. "All right, time to roll inside." Stepping inside this ginormous space, a booming voice greeted them. "So, you finally showed up?" It was Gary, head honcho of the 13 Dragon Elders. Jason bowed low, super respectful. "Greetings, sir." "Jason here, son of Pamus." Liam was still shook, stuttering. "Hey, Pamus." One elder chuckled. "Wait, that's your kid. Looks way sharper and nicer than Pamus's grandkid." The dragon beside him scowled hard. "You old geezer," Jason shot back. "It's been a long time, Dad." Pamus, one of the elders, grinned. "Yep, been 623 years. Easy. Last time you visited, you showed off your wife, Valentina, right?" Then his mood got spicy. "But hey, why'd you wait so long to bring your kid? This is my first time meeting my grandson, and now I gotta do it in front of all these old fogies." Jason quickly cleared it up. "Liam's barely 1 month old, man. You really wanted to drag him here so soon?" Pamus gritted his teeth, then eyed Liam. Liam just stared back, innocent as a kitten but laser-focused. Serious eye contact went down between Pamus and Liam when suddenly the kid's eyes started to sparkle bright like crazy. His face was adorbs. Grandpa Pamus was caught off guard, blushing like a schoolboy. He burst out laughing. "Yep, I'm your grandpa. How is my grandson this freaking good-looking?" The 2 dragons standing by whispered among themselves. "Dang, this old dude's totally smitten with his grandson. He's been waiting forever for this moment. Let him soak it all in." Gary piped up. "So, you want to know about Liam's powers already? Ain't it a bit too soon for that?" Gary was like, "Yo, you want to know about Liam's vibe? Ain't it kinda too soon for that?" So, Jason hit back with, "Yeah, I felt the same way. But Liam really wanted this." Meanwhile, Pamus stood nearby, flashing a sly smile. "Nice. This kid's got hunger for knowledge, just like Grandpa," Sanders snapped, annoyed. "Shut it, you old fossil," came the comeback. He shot a sharp look at the cranky old dude mumbling nonstop. "Step into the center, Liam," he snapped. Liam started sweating bullets, but Jason raised a chill hand, like, "Relax, dude. Just walk in." "All you gotta do is stand still," Jason said. Liam stepped into the circle, right in the middle, surrounded by the elders. Liam took a deep breath, his face tightening up like he was about to drop a sick beat. Blake glanced over and went, "Let's kick this off." The elders stretched out their hands, shooting streams of light. Each elder had their own crazy power, and bam, all their powers flew sky high at once. Liam's eyes were wide with awe. "Dude, this is wild." Blake held up a glowing orb. "Hey, kid, shut your eyes and repeat after me, my lifelong homie." Liam shut his eyes tight and focused hard. Above his head, different powers started swirling. "Show yourself," he whispered. Light shot out from around Liam like a spotlight. Blake stared at the orb, shaped like an old-school hourglass. Jason's eyes popped. "Whoa, an abstract vibe. Is it, like, time?" he mused, pride sneaking in. "Abstract attributes pack more punch than natural ones," Gary said, smirking. "My boy's a total prodigy." Elder Muso eyeballed the orb too. Then he burst out laughing, loud and proud. "Strength attribute, just like our fam's style. Grandson's rocking 2 full attributes." Elder Toe locked eyes on the orb, totally awestruck. "Dual attributes these days, rare as heck." "Been a hot minute," Muso said, shocked. "Space attribute 2, 3, no joke. Back in the day, only Kier, the first Dragon King, and some evil Lord Dragon had 3 attributes in all Dragon history." Liam floated among the glowing orbs like a legend in training. This kid was about to flip the script big time. The elders were all losing their minds like, this can't be real. He's got a mental attribute too. All the powers zipped straight to Liam. Jason shielded his eyes from the blinding glow. Liam was grinning ear to ear, jumping around. Hugging the orbs tight, he was like, whoa, whoa. Then suddenly, his eyes went wide, massive stare down from eyes above freaked him out. Shivering while clutching the orbs, Liam blurted, yo, what's with all the stares? Jason dropped his jaw, totally shocked. Liam sat back down, arms crossed, lost deep in thought. He replayed the elders' meeting in his head. Time, space, strength, mental 4, abstract attributes. A freaking talent that shut the elders up, like, no words crazy potential that might totally flip the whole story's balance. Could I actually handle all the wild stuff coming my way myself, he wondered. He slumped forward, hands on the table. Maybe this story's plot twist is gonna flip because of me. Bet they'll be salty, they can't take me down. Liam exhaled, leaning back like he'd just finished a marathon. But what's the point of being a prodigy if I'm toast before I even get to grow up? Arms crossed, deep in thought. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table like, chill, there's still hope. If this gift can shake things up, that means I get another shot. He zoomed over to his bookshelf, yanked out some books. As long as I grind on this talent, my chances of survival shoot way up. The key thing is, I'm not the same Liam from the original story. He held up 2 books, Basic Magic Skills and Martial Arts Foundations. Now that I've got memories from my past life, I can totally spot the disaster coming my way. From now on, I'm going to use this knowledge to level up my skills and boost my chances to survive. Picture this. A dude holding a blazing red flame in one hand, and a block of ice glowing white in the other straight up using magic to control elements. Then there's this tall, jacked guy flexing martial arts moves, controlling not just his body but also those elemental powers. So, what's first? Liam grinned, shrugged off that indecision, and decided to learn both skills at once. Double trouble. Baby, he soared up high, grinning from ear to ear. This body's a dragon's, loaded with a massive mana stash from birth, rocking all 4 elements, no joke. Just gotta hustle a bit, and I'm definitely smashing this fate. Grandpa Liam slammed his hand down with a fierce nod. All right, let's get cracking. Then, something shook behind him so hard he jumped and turned around, eyes wide. A cheeky voice called out, hey, I kept you waiting too long, didn't I, my dude Liam? Jason barged in smiling, carrying a mountain of food. Time to chow down, son. Liam looked up with eyes lit like a Christmas tree and said, yo, ahem, before you flex big moves, you gotta fuel up first. Can't win fights on an empty stomach, you know? Eat first, then train. On the table lay 2 crystal-clear blue stones shaped like icy shards, water element vibes, plus a chewy brown root from the Netto fam holding down the wood element. There was also a colorful round thing full of wind power, a fluffy cloud jellyfish that looked like cotton candy, and a dark blue, slightly fizzy heart from a Thunderbird zap vibes included. Sure, these goodies pack so much energy they could blow someone up if they're not careful, but dragons have this wild organ called the dragon's heart that turns raw mana into their own energy types, so Liam can chow down on these without a sweat. Eating like crazy, he thought. Gotta bulk up and grow fast, no cap. After a while, he started nodding off. Jason chuckled and sighed. Man, the kid's just wiped out. Liam was snoozing soundly in bed, clutching his stuffed bunny tight, when out of nowhere, a purple orb floated up. The orb slowly morphed into a fork, then, like magic, started moving all on its own. Suddenly, it zipped faster and knocked loud against the floor, falling hard. Then a purple creature appeared, floating down gently from the air. A soft sound echoed as the sky brightened, birds tweeting and flying under the bright sunshine. Liam rubbed his sleepy eyes and groaned. Wait, when did I crash? Must have been mid-feast. Outside, a voice called, Liam, get up and eat, son. He hopped out of bed. Yes, sir. Then bam, he slipped. With the he smacked, face first on the floor right in front of that same fork from last night, sticking out of the ground like a trap. Whoa, what's this? Liam grabbed it carefully, shaking his head. Almost got skewered by a freaking fork. For real. Even someone blind could see that's a huge death flag waving in his face. Then he noticed his tail was tied up with string. How am I so unlucky? His beloved stuffed bunny was ripped and lying busted on the floor. Liam yelled, Totu. He scooped up the bunny and carried it out. You're the only one I can throw my frustration at, buddy. Gotta get Dad to fix you later. While Liam ate, Jason was sewing up the bunny. Seeing Toto all broke has got my dude Liam feeling down, he said, stitching with care. Hey, don't be down anymore. Your pops will totally fix Toto, no cap. And OMG, Sue's glow-up is on another level. After who knows how long, Liam suddenly woke up in his bed, all confused like, wait, what? How'd I get here? Outside, someone was yelling, Liam, hurry up and wake your butt. It's chow time, dude. Liam eyed the stuffed bunny on his bed all creepy-like, still looking perfect. Suzu's already fixed, yeah. He shrank back by the door, kinda scared. Dad, something feels totally weird right now. Jason jumped, super shocked. What? Wait, how'd my kid get hurt? Liam just folded his arms like, honestly, dunno if this counts as injury or nah. My memories are all jumbled and I'm hella sleepy too. Jason gave him a puzzled look, then kept cooking like, so yeah, it's that time again, huh? Liam was shook. Nope, no injury here. It's just my sleep cycle coming up, Jason explained. As dragons, we gotta hit 2 sleep cycles before we're grown-ups. If you're feeling tired nonstop, your first sleep cycle's probably creeping up on you. Liam asked, how long am I gonna be out for? Jason hesitated. No exact time, but probably around. His jaw dropped when Jason said, like 100 years. Liam freaked out. Dude, I barely survived that whole Discord disaster a few days ago. And now, I gotta snooze for a whole 100 years. He grabbed his tiny head, totally overwhelmed. This is like a not-so-subtle hint that I should get my affairs in order, huh? He bolted, yelling, no way this is real. Jason called after him all shocked. Liam threw a towel over his head, fire in his eyes, ready for battle. Okay, gotta cook up a plan to stay awake like forever. He mapped it out. First, no pigging out cause full stomach equals nap time, no joke. Next, skip the bath cause that's straight up relaxation fuel. Third, keep movement super low or I'm gonna crash. Fourth, no bed zone, cause just looking at it makes me want to pass out as soon as possible. Liam scribbled, all right, time to hustle and stay woke, fam. Dragging his feet down the hall, Liam sighed. Jason, seriously. Jason waved a bowl, yelling, Liam, eat up for me, trying to shove more food his way. Come on, just one more spoon, buddy. Liam dipped fast, shouting, Jason, no thanks. Then stumbled into the library, totally wiped. Phew, dodged that bullet. Glad I snapped out of it just in time. He grabbed a book, thinking, can't let my guard down till I find a hack to beat this sleep thing. The page said, how to stay awake forever. Step 1. Stand up and pinch your cheeks hard. Eat spicy stuff. Splash cold water on your face. And hey, don't read books. His vision got all shaky. Liam pinched his cheeks hard to snap out it. Whoa, no. But then, bam, he started nodding off again. Nope, no way. He leapt up, slapped his cheeks, yelling, can't do this. His sight blurred, but his brain was fighting hard. No. After who knows how long, someone was calling, Liam. Liam. Again. He woke up jolted in his bed. Jason was there grinning like a champ. Sleep good, Dad. Liam raised a hand. Nah man, didn't really sleep, just kinda passed out for a sec. Jason dropped to one knee. Congrats, my dude. Liam looked up like, say what? What's the celebration for? Then his mouth dropped open. Wait, your 100th birthday, dude. A voice boomed in the room. Liam. Yo, Jason just rolled up. Liam, you craving a snack or what? Nah, dude was knocked out cold on the floor, buried under a mountain of books. Books for days. Jason flashed a grin. Well, looks like you crashed during your reading sesh, huh? Then he scooped Liam up and plopped him on the bed. Jason whispered, a little grub before bed wouldn't hurt, yeah? Watching Liam snooze hardcore, Jason thought. But hey, the kid's out cold. Whatever, no big deal. Hope he wakes up safe and sound. Liam looked ridiculously cute, knocked out like that. Sleep tight, my dude. Tomorrow, I'm swinging by. Jason was scribbling away in a chair when boom, a loud bang snapped him out of his zone. Jason bolted to the door like, what the heck is going on? He found Liam out cold on the floor, dust and smoke all around. Panic mode activated. Ah, Liam. Jason dropped down and shoved some wooden debris aside. You good? Hurt anywhere? Liam stayed sound asleep, all cozy in his arms. Jason peeked around, no signs of any creeper. Out of nowhere, a wooden beam split in half. No way the ceiling just gave up like that. Then bam, the wall and bricks clattered down. Jason mustered every ounce of strength to shield Liam. For decades after, weird stuff kept popping off like clockwork. Felt like someone straight up wanted to off the kid. His room even caught fire, yet Liam slept through it like a champ. The kid's been on death's doorstep way too many times. Jason whipped up a magic circle using his powers. Man, I have zero clue why all this crazy stuff's happening to Liam. So I threw down all sorts of protective shields to keep him safe. Sure, he got hurt, and it shaved some time off his lifespan. But honestly, as long as Liam's chillin' safe, it's whatever. Moon and stars lit up the night sky. 60 years straight with zero solid rest. 4,120, that's the total times Liam's life was in the danger zone. Jason stood on some cliff edge like, is someone seriously out here plotting Liam's downfall? But who? Sun's rays hit the castle, and the world's all but forgotten dragons even exist. Only a few old-timers keep the dragon tails alive. What kind of threat to Liam would fly under my radar? Jason mused. Only dragons pack that kind of firepower, but they guard their own kids fiercely. No joke. After all this, is it just a big fat coincidence? Man, I dunno anymore. The hallway went pitch black. Then kaboom. An explosion so loud, debris flew everywhere. Jason flexed his powers, teeth clenched tight, eyes blazing with pure rage. Why do these cold-hearted fiends even exist? A whole squad of soldiers popped in. Bangs and crashes filled the air as they charged. Jason silently raised his hand, dropping his power like a boss. Dark tendrils swept through the space. The lights dimmed, soldiers froze mid-step. Then boom, the dark strings stabbed right through their chests. Darkness swallowed even more as Jason watched those troops get wrecked, their bodies hitting the floor. He flashed back to a chat with his pops. Being a genius means tough roads ahead, and a whole lot more tests to come. Jason's mind raced with those words. Liam was lost in thought about what lay ahead for him. Blake frowned with a heavy heart, just like the whole mess with the first Dragon King. Back in the moment, Jason was standing right in the middle of those soldier body parts. For real? Could Liam's powers be that crazy that someone wants him dead? He clenched his fists tight. Nah, that's gotta be wrong. Jason's eyes lit up with fierce determination. Whatever fate or whatever cosmic drama's out there, I'm not letting anything touch Liam. The room was all clean now. Liam sat there, staring hard at the wall, deep in thought. He caught his reflection in the mirror, rubbed his face and made some grumbling sounds, then raised his hand to his head, checking if he'd somehow shot up taller. Liam stomped his foot, mad as hell, like seriously. Spending a whole century just to sleep and this is all the growth I got? He shivered at the thought. Didn't really think much of it before, but dang, a huge chunk of my life's already slipped away. A full 100 years, no less. Liam thought to himself, still kicking it alive. He remembered those close calls, nearly crushed by a stone statue, blasted by lightning until he looked like a burnt turkey, almost impaled on sharp spikes jutting out of the ground. Not a single day went by without me almost biting the dust, Liam mused. It's like a miracle, but also totally confusing. How did I stay safe while I was knocked out cold? No clue, man. Liam closed his eyes and stretched his arms wide. Whatever, why stress? I'm alive, that's what counts. Jason called out with some grub in his hands. Liam, dinner's almost ready. Get your butt down here. On it, Dad. Liam glanced at the man and wondered silently. Something up with Dad? Looked different? He thought back to old times. Maybe, just maybe, I've been a total mess for my old man. He squared his shoulders. All right. From now on, I'm gonna be the perfect son and actually listen to him. Dad, wait up. Liam called, and Jason turned his head. Jason laughed. Ha, come on, dude. Let's eat. I'm starving. Liam giggled back. But why do you look so wiped? How do I look so tired, huh? Jason teased. You gotta remember to crash before you grind, Dad. Ha ha, I know. Picture this, a tall mountain standing tall beside a green, grassy field bathed in bright sunshine, with the wind gently shaking those leafy canopies. A boy grabbed a wooden sword, raised that bad boy way up high, and swung it down hard so fast it left smoky trails slicing through the air. The sword's tip hit the grass at his feet. The boy panted, sweat dripping down his cheeks, when suddenly a voice called out, "Hey, young master." He snapped his head around. Young Master Liam. The scene was all blue skies, fluffy clouds, and golden sun rays, just picture-perfect beginnings. Then someone called out again, Liam. A kid with platinum blonde hair and wild violet eyes turned toward that voice, Young Master Liam. Out of nowhere, a white handkerchief floated down, and the voice seemed to come right from that thing. Here's your hanky, sir. Liam snagged the handkerchief, revealing a tiny pair of adorable little feet underneath. Oh my god, I thought the hanky was talking. But nope, there's a tiny fairy chillin' under it the whole time. The fairy finally got some fresh air and let out a big sigh of relief, but then the maid Fiona started roasting the boy about his moves. Looks like you've been vibing in your human form for quite a while now, huh? She teased. Yo, you gotta be straight up from the Divine Dragon crew, like, the legit holy squad. When she peeped at young dude, Liam wasn't saying a word and just stammered while wiping his face with a handkerchief. She's like, what's up, dude? You good? Turns out, he was mad annoyed by Vin's way of talking. It's been like 100 years. Can you stop calling me young Master Vin already? But she wasn't too vibin' with Liam's weird ask. But you times are times, my young master. No cap. Then out of nowhere, she flipped the script and got real passionate about it. Serving the Forest King. Yo, that's the times dream for us fairies. Hearing that, Liam couldn't help but smirk like, dang, big honor. For real though, I never even noticed that before. Suddenly, old memories started playing in his head like a retro movie. This whole drama probably kicked off right after my first hibernation nap. Liam was chillin' in his room, reading, when he suddenly turned his head, like sensing someone around. He spins around and spots this huge white gift box with a red bow just chilling on the table. But as he gets close, he looks around like, yo, where the heck is everyone? 'Cause nobody was there. I swear I just heard something weird. While he's still tripping, the box starts shaking like there's a live thing inside. Boom! A girl pops out of nowhere, face all pale like she just barely caught a breath. I'm alive. I'm alive. That surprise totally freaked Liam out. Like, what in the world? The sudden jump scare got Liam so shook that he smacked her with his tail real hard. Fiona took a crazy blow, spinning her around like she was on a roller coaster, screaming her head off. After getting twirled like a dizzy top, her head was spinning so bad she basically face-planted. Next thing, Liam starts poking and prodding Fiona, checking out her wings like, what kind of giant flying thing are you? Fiona was lying there stiff, so Liam grabbed a brush to poke her and see if she was okay. Then he used the brush to hoist her up. She was barely awake though, still kinda dazed and confused, which got Liam even more puzzled. What is this now? But in a snap, Fiona woke up, whipped her head toward Liam with a fierce look. She finally snapped out of it, especially when she saw herself hanging there like laundry on a rack. She struggled to break free. Even though she crashed the party kinda clumsy, she pulled it together, bowed low, and dropped her intro lines. Super honored to meet you, Holy Dragon. I'm Fiona from the royal fam of the Fairy Light Kingdom. Totally honored to bring you joy down the line. But even with Fiona's nice intro, Liam was eyeing her like she's some alien invader. Seeing his blank, soulless stare, Fiona's shoulders dropped as she quietly said, can you put me down now? Liam kinda snapped out of his trance, sat cross-legged on the floor, and threw out, hold up, what you mean by honor? Hearing him question the thing she worked hard on, she pulled out a crisp white cloth all hyped like she'd been waiting forever for this moment and was like, all right, check this out. Yo, Fiona was ready to flex and show off her goods like it was the biggest day ever. Liam whipped off that white cloth with so much hype, you'd think a straight-up miracle was about to pop for the legendary Holy Dragon. Yo, from the Fairy Kingdom crew, we've hooked up a dope gift. In a snap, bam, a closet bursting with the sickest, top-tier fits just dropped. Our fairy fashionista, Faye, totally vibing, jumped right into her hype speech about her fire dress-up toy set she was on a roll. Since fairies are kind of androgynous, which is pretty cool, this toy set came with threads for dudes, gals, even demons and angels, tons of wild choices, including some ultra-rare limited editions. But hold up, the real headline act was about to make her grand entrance. The clutch part, confidence for days, Faye was the star today. No cap. I'm Faye, your classy starlight fairy, rocking a body that can slay any outfit you throw at me. But man, no matter how much she blabbered, Liam was just zoning out like his brain hit pause for 5 seconds just trying to figure out what the heck was going on. Even though her long-winded pitch kinda annoyed him, he kept his cool and asked, wait, you want me to use you like a living toy? When he finally got it, Faye snapped her fingers like she just won the lottery. Yep, you're a noble, wise, holy dragon, after all. Then out of nowhere, Faye bounced up like she was powered by espresso, yelling, so it's gotta be you. But just when Faye thought Liam was down with it, dude flicked her like a rag doll. In your dreams, girl. Stuck with this wild extra, Liam grabbed her like she was a chicken and sprinted to hit up Jason for backup. Honestly, I had to go straight to my pops like, why'd you even gift me this thing? Turns out, it's actually the hottest item among young dragons. Go figure. Sure, playing with fairy dolls didn't scream epic fairy tale or battle vibes to me. But a living doll? That was kinda creepy. So yeah, I had to send her back. When Faye heard I was gonna trade her back to the factory, girl got stabbed right in the feels and started bawling, clutching onto me like her life depended on it. No, why you do me like that? I'll do anything clean, laundry, whatever you want. I'm your girl. She ditched all pride, grabbed my tail so tight it even gave me a little scare. Please don't toss me away. I'm begging you. Later, I figured out having a dragon's friend badge was like a golden ticket to greatness. The first king who united the fairy tribes. Yeah, he was the childhood toy of the first dragon king. That's some legacy right there. After days of non-stop tears and pleadings, she finally made the cut as my right-hand girl. Faye's been around for 800 years, so she's got way more knowledge than me, and she's mad useful for all the little stuff. Looking up at me with those big, sparkling fairy eyes, Faye asked, hey Master Liam, what's on your mind? I held out my hand and said, it's nothing. Training's wrapped, now let's get back to hitting those books. She lit up with a smile that could brighten the darkest day. Gotcha, just a sec. Turns out she's got some magic skills when it comes to stuffing stuff into small spots. To Liam, Faye isn't just a maid, she's a magic storage bag for real. Like, call her my personal inventory, no joke. From tiny knickknacks to big gear, she keeps everything neat and ready. And when I need something, boom, she pulls it out like it's no big deal. Yo, if you're loving this fairy tea and dragon vibes, smash that like button, Hit subscribe and drop a comment on what you want to see next. Don't forget to share the drip with your squad. Here you go, my dude. And guess what? Fiona's today's teacher for Liam, no cap. Today's lesson? Diving deep into separating and showing off that mana magic level expert stuff, y'all. He grabbed the book, hyped AF. Thanks, Fiona. Then, out of nowhere, she whipped up a candy storm, cakes, teas, treats, the whole snack squad. I'm vibing with her, chill for real. He rolls up to this dessert blast laid out on the table like a food fest. And he's thinking, gotta get used to this life stat. Perfect weather for some sassy outdoor tea sipping here in Brooklyn, New York. Liam's locked in reading, while Fiona's over here pouring tea like a pro. But don't get comfy, cause oh no, blue skies got jealous. They flipped, turning some serious drama with dark clouds creeping in, lightning flashing like party lights gone wild. He was finally ready for that hardcore study grind, but nah, weather threw shade, so he slammed the book shut. Just a few days in. Is this storm tantrum acting up again? Peeped the sky, felt those clouds stacking like a bad Wi-Fi signal. Thunder boomed loud and lightning hit like fireworks on 4th of July in Chicago. Zoom. Lightning smashed the ground right where Liam was chillin'. Fiona freaked out, shouting, "Yo, Liam, heads up." But guess what? Mr. Calm and collected just reached out his hand, totally zen like a storm whisperer. No joke, insta-absorbed all that zap energy into his wrist bracelet like some energy bottle hack. Feeling pumped, Liam flashed the cheekiest grin ever, basically saying, "Bring it on." After getting zapped hundreds of times, Liam's now practically storm-proof. He flexes using lightning for power-ups. I've been hit by lightning hundreds of times, fam. That's like my new normal. Spotting the sparkling green gem on his wrist, Fiona dropped her jaw like, whoa, that's epic. Elemental gem alert, basically. The purer your power, the stronger your gem plays. If you're weak, your energy just leaks out like bad Wi-Fi. This gem's pretty chill, low-key but stable. It sucked up those lightning bolts and started filling up quick. Seeing his bracelet fully charged, Liam's brain kicked into overdrive, cooking up fresh plans like a boss. Done filling up, better swap this out quick. But oh snap. Fiona threw out a big no real quick. Nah, boss. Then Liam looked up all wide-eyed, like, hold up, what's going on? Boss. Before he could blink, more lightning targeted him like a storm sniper. Fiona watched the whole thing like she lost her mind. A spatial field popped off, crazy magic vibes. After a hot minute, chill came back, but Fiona's head was still spinning, all wild with thoughts. Dude's fast AF. That's some next level magic, level 1 almost in the bag. Watching Liam stunt like that, Fiona was shook but totally inspired. Even as a chosen dragon, this guy's leveling up way too fast, for real. Gotta write his name in the elf tribe's history books, as soon as possible. Dreaming big, Fiona's all hopeful, but Liam's eyes are sharp, he's scoping her out hard. Feeling luckier than winning the Powerball. Since getting the spatial field down, those near-death messes, easy peasy, no stress. My space powers, almost at level 1. Watch this space, y'all. Space and time. Level 3. Me? Still stuck at level 5. I got way too caught up grinding my spatial skills just to stay alive, and cause of that, I totally dropped the ball on my other stats. Guess it's gonna take a bit more. Then, pumping his fist with fierce determination, he thought, but whatever. I'm set to live long enough to watch Muse snag that trophy. After wrapping up his plans, Liam clenched his fist, eyes glowing with hope for what's next. All right, let's get this show on the road. He wasn't about to chill and wait for stuff to magically happen. Fiona, fetch me the next book. She zipped over in a flash when she heard that, no hesitation. Boom, cut to a cozy dining room vibe where Liam and Jason are chillin', grabbing some grub. Liam, chomping on a massive chicken leg, turned to him and asked, Yo dad, what's the plan? Where you headed? Jason's face clouded over with a bit of sadness. I'm thinking about heading to Silverflower Castle. Liam, he added, Gary's retiring end of this month. With big puppy eyes, he double-checked. Oh, that's Grandpa. That hit Liam, and he zoned out deep, unsure how to respond. Yeah, Gary's stepping down, but calling him Grandpa felt kinda off. Still, Liam didn't sweat the details and just rolled with it. Whatever, Grandpa's friend is still a grandpa. Jason didn't want to argue anymore after that. Hey, whatever floats your boat, Liam said, grabbing another giant chicken drumstick, eyes wide with curiosity. I get Grandpa's retiring, but why you gotta go, Dad? No point in hiding it anyway. Jason hesitated a sec, then slapped his head, smiling proud. Well, your old man's been nominated to take over Gary's spot. Liam's eyes lit up hearing Dad got that killer honor. He shot a thumbs up. Yo, that's sick. Way to go. You're killing it, Dad. Jason was riding high off the compliment. If you say so, then it's gotta be real. Now Liam saw, it wasn't just him grinding hard every single day. His dad was putting in that work too. It's not just me leveling up all these years. Dad's been crushing it too, topping the charts. Liam hit level 0 with his dark skill. Seeing his dad's epic progress, he felt mad respect. Even regular dragons don't hit that level. My dad nailed it at just 4,000 years old, super young for a dragon. He totally trusts his dad's steady growth, knowing it could make him the ultimate final boss. It threw Liam back to that demon transformation scene in the webtoon he binged. In that OG story, Jason was the wild dude who wrecked the whole continent. His top traits? Darkness and magic, no joke. Those two colors flooded his whole body jet black. He was dubbed the second to turn into a demon, but he snagged the nickname as the second dude to flip into a demon, no cap. With his own fierce determination, Liam finally felt he could chill a bit knowing he was the one set to flip this whole story upside down. But nah, not this time, fam. I've been grinding nonstop for like 150 years straight, just to make sure this drama doesn't replay. Then out of nowhere, Jason got all jittery, stammering, like he was about to spill some seriously awkward tea. Liam caught that vibe and was like, spit it out. But instead of just dropping the bomb, Jason kept tiptoeing around, all hesitant and stuff. After what felt like forever, Liam couldn't hold back anymore and straight up told him, bro, just say what you gotta say already. Say it, dad, he pressed. And boom, Jason hit him with some crazy unexpected news that totally caught him off guard. I didn't think I'd be gone this long. Jason kind of fumbled, awkwardly trying to explain why he'd been MIA so long. Usually, parents with kiddos don't get picked for this stuff, but this round, no one else was up to snuff but him. Normally, this kind of thing drags on forever, but this time, it's just 10 years. That's it. But to Liam, 10 years still felt like way too long. He threw Jason a sad puppy look and asked again, all low-key defeated. A whole freaking 10 years? The room instantly got super heavy, almost suffocating. Seeing his boy so down, Jason leaned in, trying to drop some comfort vibes. He wanted to say something sweet, but was low-key lost for words. But plot twist, instead of breaking down, Liam looked up, all bright-eyed like he just found the sun. Phew, that's a relief. 10 years? That's like a blink, man, he said, all hyped like it was nothing. Liam then spilled why he was so hyped. I thought it was going to be centuries, but 10 years? That's just a quick decade, dude. Then Liam flexed on Jason. Plus, I'm already diving into that whole lawless theory stuff. Gonna speedrun this thing. But honestly, Jason was just sitting there all mopey, and it was clear he wasn't catching a single word Liam was throwing out. Dad, Liam said, eyeing Jason's bummed-out stare, and a wild thought popped in his head. Don't tell me you wanted me to bawl and beg you to stay. Even Jason was shook and couldn't even answer that one. Not even sure what I was hoping for, Jason shrugged. Want anything to eat? Meanwhile, he was crying buckets deep down. On the outside, he kept up the tough act. Hold up, lem grab you some snacks. Seeing his dad get all mama bear over him like that, Liam was speechless. For real? Yo, I'm not a kid anymore. You're the one acting like one. He shot back on a bright morning when Jason finally had to bounce. Couldn't shake the worry about his kid. Jason loaded him with 1,000 last-minute tips before jetting off. Supplements are stashed in the freezer. Don't skip meals training, you hear me? First aid kit's in the third drawer of your room. Sick. Find the meds and take 'em. No excuses. And he just kept going. Watching his dad treat him like a baby for hours, Liam finally snapped. Dad, chill. I got this. You should just go already. You've been on repeat for like 4 hours straight. Liam couldn't deal with being babied anymore and blurted out. I'm not a kid, and I'm only solo for 10 years. Silently, he thought, who's the real baby here? Definitely Dad. Before jetting, Jason handed Liam a little pouch he packed just for him. And take this, too. It's called a communication stone. Inside was a smooth, perfect, sky blue pebble that looked like it came straight out of some fantasy flick. They usually roll deep, right? And even when they're hyped up, distance ain't nothing. They keep the convo flowing like they're right next to each other. Liam snagged that wicked cool stone, eyes shining like a disco ball, all hyped up and glowing with pure joy. Yo, that rock looked fancy AF. With its magical vibes, it seemed like they were just miles apart but still vibing tight. So no worries, we can chat normal, even if you're chillin' way over at Silver Flower Castle, Dad. But then Jason totally froze up when that question popped. Like, 1 minute he was hyping this stone's magic, now he's backtracking. Honestly, I didn't think that magic would work that far, either. Liam just sighed deep when he heard him double back like that. Even the brainiest peeps can trip up like this. Man's an eternal glass, half-full kind of dude. He said that while carefully picking his words to calm Jason down. No news means no drama, so don't stress about me. Just grind on your stuff and kill it. Cool, cool. After hours of pep talks and goodbyes, Jason finally bounced with his last words. All right, I gotta jet now. If you need anything, hit me up in my room. Even as he was floating up, he kept looking back to drop some last-minute orders to his kid. If you get bored, dig into my books, and don't forget to eat no skipping meals, alright? Streets ain't safe, so don't even think about stepping out there. A parent's worry? It's nonstop. FR. Even way up high, Jason was still shouting warnings. Hearing all that extra care, Liam kinda got where his dad's coming from. Dad, chill. You worry way too much. Then bam, pics of Jason shielding him, like, all the time flashed in his mind. Time after time his dad had his back for over a century, but dude can't be a kid forever. Liam decided it's time to stand tall and handle his own biz. But hey, Dad, you won't have to stress anymore. Then Liam smirked like a total troublemaker, thinking, yo, I'm finally free, huh? He stared at the huge castle, buzzing about all the cool stuff he could do, feeling hype AF. Can you believe it? This giant castle is all mine. Reality check's a cruel one, though. He barely skimmed a few pages when his good vibes tanked. Just a quick sec, though. Right then, he caught a bullying scene and guess who? Fiona was the target. Liam, you gotta help. So she's been here the whole time. Fiona was freaked out because two shady dudes with crazy red eyes were closing in. She totally lost color in her face, begging, don't come near me. But it was 2-on-1, and she was outnumbered. No matter how much Fiona fought, those two grabbed her tight. Gotcha now, they said. She was helpless, crying and begging, Master Liam, save me. Like magic, her prayers got answered when Liam swooped in and yanked Fiona out of their grip. He saved her, but wow, it wasn't gentle. His strength felt like she might have gotten sent straight to Afterlife City. Meanwhile, Liam threw down with the attackers. What y'all even doing here? Never judge a book by its cover, am I right? Even though they looked kinda cute, these guys were acting tough, stepping in Liam's face. When Kyle and Kyle saw Liam roll up, they were straight up buzzing as they charged ahead. Liam, even without a cue, had those two yapping over each other nonstop, making the whole scene absolute chaos. Just nonstop chatter and people talking whenever they felt like it. Complete mayhem. No chill whatsoever. I don't know what's up, but if your pop says it, you roll with it. Honestly, I'm clueless and hoping things don't go down like that. Listening to them squabble like it's a sport, no backing down. Man, Liam looks so done, pleading for some sense. One at a time, please. Keep it short and sweet. Kylie, the elder twin sis, was the first to spill. Dad bounced to the Silver Bloom Castle, just left us all hanging. Kyle, the younger twin, cranked up the drama. He promised he'd be back in like 10 years. You know Liam's freaking out just as much as us. With their hype so strong, Liam felt like he was about to lose it. So, here we are, checking if you're bored, dude. Honestly, it's a blast. We're chill, but spot on, feeling Liam's boredom vibes too. Watching them squawk like busy magpies, not giving Liam 1 second's peace, he dropped the hint, yo, can y'all bounce for a bit? That got them fired up quick. Hold up, Liam, don't be all selfish like that, no way you saying that. Then these two turned and pointed fingers at him like a tag team. This wild duo? Your next-door troublemakers. The 1,000-year-old twin dragons. Yo, Karen Locker threw this absolute chaos my way with that. I was kind of bummed about not growing taller, so Pops introduced these two to me. At first, I thought they were cute as heck with their silver hair and those chubby cheeks. Hung out a few times, but that sweetness. Total front. Real talk, soon they just showed up uninvited, causing all kinds of mess whenever. And here I was, thinking I finally got some solid me time to train. Just imagining that disaster of twin sisters made Liam want to pull his hair out. Dad, why would you put me through this kind of torture? The two teamed up to throw shade at him. Can't believe it, Liam. We came to chill because we knew you'd be bored, and you're acting all selfish. Then Kyle whipped out a glowing purple sword like it was a game changer. Look, I even brought a toy. But the second Liam saw that blade, he knew something was up, snatched it out of Kyle's hand, eyeballing it hard. Holding the sword tight, his brain started spinning with a million questions. This thing. He turned to them and demanded, where'd y'all even get this? They paused, thinking back just a sec about where it came from. Then, bam! A purple orb lit up, showing some crazy magic circle carved inside. The truth was way closer than Liam guessed. Kylie and Kyle just straight up told where the sword came from like innocents. Oh, I grabbed it from Dad's storage room. Yeah, they took it right from their dad's stash. But hold up, hearing they just swiped someone else's stuff, Liam couldn't help but call out the rudeness. Did Uncle Kos actually say it was cool? The twins suddenly went all silent. Eyes on the floor, Liam caught the vibe instantly. Y'all only good at stirring up trouble. Holding that sword tight, Liam studied it with laser focus. Yo, check this out, it's a magic sword with a spatial attribute stone, and trust me, it's packing way more firepower than I've got. Just then, this purple magic orb started glowing super bright, catching all their eyes, especially Liam's. He's staring at that orb with all those crazy magic circles inside. He kinda had a rough idea what it might be like. A magic orb? But what the heck would you even do with that? After a minute, Liam was still glued to the sword, eyes locked on it, and even hit up Fiona for her take. So, what do you think, Fi? I'm guessing it's busted and totally lost its mojo. Even though she wasn't the magic expert, she hesitated a bit and said, I'm not totally sure. Seems like some next-level magic, but I peeped a bunch of spatial swords and stuff like this before. Peeping the super fancy magic circles carved inside that orb, she figured this thing's crazy complicated, so the storage space inside must be huge. Hearing that, Liam grinned like he just struck gold with a fresh idea. For real? Yep, idle hands get up to no good, no doubt. Right in front of all those hyped-up eyes, Liam was ready to do some on-the-spot exploring. Getting rich? Easy peasy. With his big brain working, he started plotting and running the numbers. Since this sword came straight out of the dragon's hoard, it's got to be packed with mad valuable stuff. I'm about to swoop all that treasure up. But, yo, they were still fresh rookies. Just a few hours in, and everyone was wiped out and tapping out. When they kicked off, the twin sisters were all hyped and buzzing. Now, though, everybody looked totally drained. This is boring AF. When's this nightmare gonna end? But after what felt like forever, Lucy's voice finally cut in. Boom, it's done. And with all eyes sparkling, admiring the scene, Liam raised up the finished sword. I fixed it, baby. Now, let's see this bad boy in action. But Liam wasn't trying to mess it up, so he chilled and said, hold up, gotta amp up my elemental power first. Then he poured all his juice into waking the sword up. Feeling that insane power inside the blade, Liam was like, okay, there's more energy in here than I thought. What kind of crazy stuff is stashed inside? Suddenly, a glowing orb popped out, and from it, lightning bolts shot out with some seriously deadly vibes. Everything wild was totally out of Liam's hands now. That orb kept swelling up, gulping down everything around. Liam quickly covered his head, totally shook. What even is this? Some kind of subspace thing? Looks like we're toast. One tiny slip, and now the whole thing's a total disaster. The orb hovering weirdly above just kept getting bigger, like it was going to swallow everything nearby. Liam couldn't just stand there like a statue. So, he took a deep breath, trying to keep cool. Nah, we ain't got this. With just the three of us, we won't hold up against that power for long. There's no way we can fix this. And as you'd guess, they got sucked right into that black hole. The library scene was gone, replaced by a chilling, dark place speckled with ice spikes everywhere. After that orb swallowed them up, they ended up in this freaky spot, and none of them knew what the heck had just gone down. Liam slowly opened his eyes and looked around, kinda shocked too. Yo, what? We're stuck in this icy wasteland, me and the kids way up high like this? Liam's eyes went wide, totally shook and puzzled. What in the world is this place? So, the trio took a wild plunge down below, and yep, you guessed it, their landing was anything but chill. Seriously, it was like a pain parade. One dude's clutching his belly, another can't even stand up straight. Is everyone good? Man, my butt feels like it got smashed by a truck. But Liam's main worry? Yo, where the heck are we? Looking around, all they saw was endless ice like a total ghost town, no one in sight. After taking a breath, Liam spotted a cave nearby. Suddenly, the magic orb he was clutching started buzzing with eerie energy. Then bam! It exploded into a million pieces flying everywhere like fireworks gone wrong. That orb crushed their chances of escape, crumbling to dust in front of their shocked faces. And Kyle? Yeah, still just a kid. Trapped, sword broken, the poor dude freaked out and bawled like his world was ending. No way, Liam cracked my sword, he wailed, so Liam tried to calm the kid down, making sure he didn't get the wrong idea. Nah man, that ain't a sword, just some elemental rock thing. But Kyle just kept screaming, blaming Liam, giving him a massive headache. Liam broke my elemental stone, dude. But Liam wasn't sweating Kyle's tears, he turned to Kylie and said, You got any clue whose sword this is? Trying to jog her memory, Kylie piped up, I heard it belonged to my mom's great-great-grandma. So Liam asked, was she, like, a mage or something? Kylie looked all confused, scratching her head. I don't know much about that. Totally clueless, avoiding eye contact. The more Liam dug in, the bigger the mystery got. So many questions, zero answers. I gotta figure out what this thing's for before I even think about using it, he mumbled. But while they argued about the sword's past, Fiona had already wandered off and shouted back, Yo, Liam, come see this. They spotted a sword jammed deep in a giant ice block. Finding a random sword sticking out of nowhere got Liam thinking, wait, what's this all about? He threw out a wild theory. Maybe this isn't some treasure vault, it's a freaking dimensional portal connecting two worlds. Just my guess, Liam shrugged. No point crying over spilled milk now. Sounded like he was giving himself a mental slap. Dang it, I should have been way more careful. This was straight up reckless. Suddenly, as he started moving, Blake and Chloe asked, Liam, where you headed, man? Not about to sit around waiting for a rescue squad, Liam decided, I gotta find out exactly where we are so we can bounce. Of course, the crew wasn't about to get left behind, so they all tagged along as they ventured deeper. So far, things were pretty same old until Liam suddenly stopped dead, freaking out a bit. Why? Because a massive frozen block was straight up blocking their path, major nightmare vibes. But with Liam's fighter spirit, please, this was just a little bump in the road. Let's get out of here, he said, powering up his hand, shaping a block of energy. Then he hurled it full force right into the ice, smashing it head-on, spreading that crazy power all over the glacier's surface. Yo, isn't Liam just straight up legendary? Dude smashed that ice block right in one go, blocking their path no more. Finally, that dark cave was soaking up some sunlight. Fiona and Kyle were hyped to break free at last. Everyone was peeping the massive sea of white snow stretched out ahead. What the heck is this? Man, it's freezing. Snow everywhere. Curious, he clambered over the ice block and pushed forward. Liam, where are you headed? Stepping out of the cave, they caught a jaw-dropping scene that was straight up unreal. What's going on? Why are you frozen there? Fiona zoomed over, alarmed to see Liam just standing stock still. Dude, what's the deal? She asked, eyes locked on the majestic mountain in front of them. Liam's brain instantly lit up. He remembered the mountain Jason had ranted about. Yeah, that's the right fang of the earth, no joke. The squad was totally mind-blown by the epic view. Wait, what? What's the right fang all about? Bro, I thought he said left fang klutz. It looks dope, but trust me, behind the glam is some serious drama. The right fang's this mountain over east on the winter continent, which means Liam froze for like 5 seconds when the brutal truth hit him. We're so screwed. Right in front of them, snow covered everything. The whole scene was just buried in a thick, white, snowy blanket. Crazy, right? So check it. This world's called Eevee, split into 4 continents, each one locked into its own weather vibe all year round. Spring continents chill all year long, with plants always blooming, like an eternal garden party. Summer continent's a total tropical beast, sun blazing like it's trying to cook you alive. That summer sees glowing under the sun, blue waves hitting baking hot sand literal vibes. Autumn's got cool weather and golden sunshine hustling hundreds of years in harvests. And winter, man, it's icy cold. Harsh winds howling nonstop, and snow just doesn't quit. And guess what? Jason's home, the Noxie Mountains, is chillin' on the east side of spring, always sunny, always warm. Now check Liam's face, pure confusion overload. Straight up, they were at winter continent's edge, near the right fang in the east. Then, bam. This sketchy grin popped on Liam's face like a switch got flipped. Suddenly, he went full-on weird excited mode, leaving everyone around him just shook and wondering what's up. Man, it's honestly disaster after disaster around here. He started pulling his hair out, thinking hard about how the heck he's gonna survive this nightmare. Yeah, reincarnation was cool and all, but can I really make it through crazy places like this? I legit thought I'd catch some chill days with Jason out of town, but nah, life keeps throwing wild curveballs. Always on edge, danger lurking everywhere. I never even planned to leave the crib, but then this thought hit Liam like a ton of bricks. Oh snap, what if someone notices I ghosted the castle? He pictured Jason tearing the place apart, searching every nook, like a detective on a manhunt. Yo fam, hit that like button if you're rooting for Liam. Don't forget to share the madness and drop a comment telling us what you'd do in his shoes. Let's get this tea spillin' in the comments. Yo, bring back Liam S. He was pretty sure his dad was about to flip out and go full-on psycho again. But hey, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. That gadget Jason hooked him up with before he bounced. Finally ready for action, baby. Yup, he still had that calm stone. No kidding, Liam was holding on to it the entire time, but right now, it was just chillin', totally dead, no signals, nada. Seeing that stone just sitting there lifeless, Liam's last shred of hope just sank. Man, he was crushed, thinking there was zero chance to fix this mess. Maybe this thing just doesn't work from way out here. But hey, he was already stuck with no backup plan. You gotta roll the dice sometimes, right? So, Liam went all in and asked, Fiona, can we cross the East Sea? No matter how he prayed for a yes, Fiona's answer was solid no. No way, what are you thinking? Fiona shot him down fast, and trust me, her reasons made total sense. That crazy sea is the absolute worst spot for a dragon to try crossing. It's the divider between the winter continent and the spring continent, packed with every kind of monster you don't want to mess with. Even a young adult dragon would give it a hard pass. And Fiona didn't stop there. She broke down all the risks to squash Liam's last tiny spark of hope. Even if you got blessed by all 4 elements, at your age, no way you can make it. After hearing that brutal truth, he just let out this tired sigh. Yeah, I get it. Just had to ask, he said. So how long would it take to cross the continent and get to the left fang? Fiona knew the deal and dropped the estimate. Can't say for sure, but if we hoof it, we're looking at like 10 whole years. Liam thought it over. 10 years? If I hustle, maybe I can make it back before Dad's meltdown. Seems like Liam had no choice but to roll with his crazy plan. Listen up, you little troublemakers. Hearing that, these two got kinda salty. No joke this time, Liam went dead serious. We're in deep, like mega trouble. To make them get it, he laid it all out. The right fangs all the way on the far end of the winter continent, and it's gonna take a whole decade to walk back home. Seeing they still didn't quite get it, she asked, "So we just fly there?" She was clueless, and Liam was straight up speechless. Like seriously, trying to get yourselves nabbed? Huh, their ideas were already nuts, but this? No way. He shut that down quick. We can't fly. We're walking like humans, and it's 10 years or bust. But just then, Kyle raised his hand. Even though they hadn't taken a step yet, he was all, "What if we don't make it in 10 years? No hiding." Liam shot it straight. "If that goes down, and Dad's back in 10, but we're still MIA. He didn't finish the sentence, just left it hanging spooky style, which freaked the other two out big time. To really drive the point home, he even acted it out. "He'll burn the whole continent to the ground trying to find us." Hearing that, they both just froze like statues, totally caught off guard. You get what I'm saying? But honestly, looking at their wide-eyed faces, Liam kind of felt for them. Like, why would he do something so extreme anyway? Oh snap, these fools aren't even human. After mulling it over for a sec, Liam finally cooked up a plan. Sounds legit, though. They'll probably beat us to a pulp. Dude was smart, hitting them right where it hurts. Man, they might legit ghost us on snacks for the next 100 years. They just stood there, mouths wide open like, no way. Watching him break down in tears from his words, Grandpa was left totally speechless. Like, do your toys and snacks really matter more than saving the whole continent? No more messing around. He figured saving time was key and decided to just dive right in. All right, let's bounce back before Dad rolls in. From here on out, I'm calling the shots, so you better listen up. But, with their competitive vibes, both of them started fighting over who gets to lead. Me? I'm the boss. I call dibs. Trying to shut down the bickering, Liam tossed a question at them. Yo, you two, the leader's gotta be the smartest dragon. So, are y'all smarter than me, or what? But no one expected Kyle and Kai to come back with a comeback that totally shut Liam up right away. But he's younger than us. Like, way younger. Liam wasn't about to back down, though. He fired back mad hard. You kids, I'm taller, and she was born just a month before me. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Liam was on a mission to argue until they had nothing left to say. Plus, I gotta be the boss because I spoke up first, duh. Seeing him go all in, they just rolled their eyes silently. So childish. Fiona watched from the sidelines, checking out this whole drama fest, clueless how to jump in. She totally felt like their mom, sighing hard at how childish these three were acting. We still got a mad trek ahead. Liam's crew got ready to cross those icy, snow-patched mountains on their way home over the next 10 years, and the squad was Liam as leader, Fiona holding it down as support, plus the twin burdens. After packing up all the essentials for their mega journey, they finally hit the road. Okay, we're good to go. Let's roll. The twins threw up their hands like, yup, Captain. But they barely started before the sky suddenly flipped to black, dark clouds swirling everywhere. But Liam wasn't sweating it, he had his precious bracelet, after all. Long time no see, huh? When the twins spotted Liam whip out the bracelet, they did a total 180, acting all buddy-buddy and hugging him tight. Liam, you getting zapped by lightning again? Me too. I want to get hit by lightning. But seeing their fake vibes, Liam shot back, wait, seriously. No one ever told you two that getting struck by lightning is actually the worst thing ever. But since they were practically glued to him, there was no way out, he had to roll with it. Fine, just stay close, all right? The two of them hid behind Liam, staring up at the sky all spooked. Does it look bigger than last time? Liam stuck his hand out, ready to catch that lightning blast. The three of them were hyped, waiting for the crazy scene to drop right in front of him. All right, let's see what's about to go down. Next thing, space around them twisted like something just crashed nearby. But seconds later, nada. Not a single lightning bolt hit, left them all stunned, just standing there for a hot minute. Liam was totally shook. This was hands down the weirdest thing he'd ever seen in his life. Wait, what's going on? Did lightning bounce off or something? But then, bam. A weird noise caught his ear. Hold up, what's that sound? Liam whipped his head around, and dang, what he saw straight up dropped his jaw to the floor. Yo, an avalanche was barreling right at them faster than a rocket, and nobody had a sec to even blink. What the heck is this? It was way too close for comfort. Liam had zero time to think or explain, so he grabbed those two like they were squawking chickens and hauled butt. So that's how you planned it, huh? Run, but the twins, totally clueless, still vibing and stoked like it was some kind of snow party. Snow everywhere, look at all that snow. Liam shouted as he booked it, yelling at his little nuisances to transform already. Right behind them, that scary blizzard was breathing down their necks. Talk about disasters lining up like bad dates. Liam peeped how savage this storm was and knew running wasn't gonna cut it no more. When Fiona saw the blizzard about to gobble them whole, she totally freaked out and screamed, "Master Liam." But Liam wasn't about to run. Nah, he stood tall and faced the beast head-on. He summoned every bit of power he had, thinking, "No way I'm letting anything happen to these kids." So Liam whipped up this huge magic coffin cube to shield them all. Split up? Nah, they stuck together for this one. When the blizzard crashed down, they got shook for a sec, but the cube soaked it all up like a boss. Liam and Fiona got tossed around like circus acrobats, flippin' and tumblin'. And yeah, the twins were flying too. But, lol, totally vibing like it was some wild ride at Six Flags instead of life-threatening madness. You'd think this blizzard would scare the heck out of them, but nah, they were grinning like they just won a prize. Eventually, the blizzard dragged them off a cliff. Poof. The snowy mountains disappeared, and suddenly, bam, they landed smack in the middle of a pine forest covered in thick snow. Liam saved their skins, no cap. Big shout out to his magic cube, everyone was safe and sound. But man, after all that chaos, Liam looked wiped out, like he was about to crash hard. I'm beat. Thought we were goners for sure this time. Meanwhile, the twins popped out of the snow with smiles so bright, like they just got back from a concert, no joke. These two really are the kings of being chill, just escaped death but acting like it was a fun game. Liam, that was lit. Let's do it again just one more time. The twins were wild in while Liam was still catching his breath. Watching them treat near death like a joke got Liam all kinds of annoyed. In a serious moment like that, they couldn't even keep it together for a sec, so Liam gave each a playful bop on the head to snap them out of it. He scared they might burst into tears if he said too much, but ignoring it, no way. He straight up told Ka and Khan, "Do me a solid and grow up a little, both of ya." But seriously, Liam's biggest worry now? They'd been teleported to a whole new spot, and he wasn't loving that vibe one bit. Yo, what kind of crazy spot did this avalanche just dump us in? No cap, both places got one thing in common: snow was legit everywhere, making it super tough and sketchy to find an exit. The snow's totally buried the trail. I'm blind here, no clue where we at. No wonder I was clueless about our location. Out of nowhere, someone yells from way off, "Liam." And guess who? The twins. Even after decking their heads, these two still didn't learn and kept wild and everywhere. Peep this, Liam, doesn't that look like a legit pool now? Man, anything the twins saw instantly turned into a hype, crazy adventure. Kyle straight up jumps, arms aiming down like he's about to cannonball into snow instead of water. "Let's swim," he shouts. Then, with those twinkling eyes full of hype, Kyle faceplants into that fluffy white snow like it's a pool. Seeing him buzzin', little Kylie's got that same spark, climbing out with eyes all lit up. I gotta do that too. Next thing you know, she's copying Kyle's moves, launching herself up and diving headfirst into the snow, then totally disappears like a snow ghost, only her arms sticking out. Liam's just standing there, realizing his talk was like throwing water at ducks didn't get through one bit. He's shook, watching him having a blast. No clue what else to say. But hey, mission's to get home, not party. So Liam's like, "Yo, cut it out and come back now." Nada. Silence. Zero reply. And no sign of the twins anywhere. Man, getting straight up ignored like a ghost. Liam stomps the snow like, "Get out here. For real. How long you gonna keep clowning around?" Still pounding the snow, trying to drag these jokers out. Time's ticking. Get up now. But plot twist, they vanished, and now there's this huge hole right in front of him. Liam panics, grabs Fiona tight next to him. These two start slipping into the abyss. All he's got left is hope her wings. Fiona, fly. But girl's mind is all jammed up. Can't even. Liam's like, easy to say, not so easy to do. No magic wing moment happened, and bam, they drop deeper into that dark pit. They yell nonstop, sounding like they're on some roller coaster gone wild. Finally, Liam and Fiona land safe on an ice slide, thank God. When will this madness end? Fiona's head's spinning hardcore, but front of them is this endless, eerie dark path. No rest, just more walking. Still, this time's different. Something sketchy's at the end, and Fiona's radar is going off big time. "Liam, watch yourself," she warns. And no joke, they spot this sharp rock ledge jutting out ahead a cliff, for real. Before Liam can figure out his next move, he's already sliding off that icy path like a leaf on a wind tunnel. Then, they plunge into another pit. But dude knows he can't just keep drifting lost, so it's time to make moves. Transform, as soon as possible, but something feels really off. It hasn't even started doing what it's supposed to yet. Yo, out of nowhere, something grabbed those two by the legs and yanked him up. Turns out it was Kyle and Kyle again, rocking their dragon vibes, pulling off the save. Grandpa totally saved their skins, and now it's payback time, baby. Here we are, Liam's crew. Hey, Grandpa. You'd think he'd be hyped, throwing hugs at the twins for bailing him out. But nah, Liam was just lying there, frozen like a statue, totally checked out. In a blink, those twins flipped back into their human styles, still grinning like they just aced a party. Man, what a blast. Now that Liam was saved by them, Grandpa Liam was starting to see this wild duo in a fresh light. Fiona, I'm thinking it's time we show these troublemakers some mad respect. Totally, boss, Fiona nodded. Then he got up, eyes scanning the scene with caution. Hold up, peeped around and realized this spot looked like it used to be a building, but now it's iced over, like the Arctic chill just dropped in. Yo, where the heck are we? Fiona's eagle eye said no way this is a natural cave. Feels more like someone's super fancy man-made hideout. Grandpa Liam totally vibed with that. You're right, but also felt this weird gut feeling stirring inside. First time here for sure, so why does this spot feel like deja vu? Ever been here before? Fiona was stumped too, no clue what move to make next. What's the plan now? She asked. Not wanting to rush and mess up, Grandpa Liam decided to keep it chill, think first, move slow, cause rushing means getting lost for real. But bam, the twins started bouncing off the walls. Over here, I bet the exit's this way. Yup, I'll go right, you go left. Liam didn't want to, but he had to put his foot down and reel him in. I said, slow down, peeps, chill it. He was about to corral them into line, but then froze when he peeped the scene ahead. If you ignore the captain's orders, seeing those two totally frozen, not a hair out of place, Liam was like, seriously, what y'all standing around for? Then, Chloe peered deep into the dark tunnel ahead and asked, Liam, what's up? With big eyes full of, what the fuck, Kyle pointed into the shadowy abyss. What those things? Grandpa Liam squinted too, couldn't spot anything and asked, what you mean? Chloe pointed again, but wait. The whole space was straight up swallowed by darkness, no ghosts, no nada. Then, out of the mist came a zombie army crawling through. They just dodged one disaster, and now bam, another nightmare knocking. Those zombies, no joke, super hostile vibes. One had eyes burning bright like fire. Grandpa Liam's jaw hit the floor, totally shook. This horde wasn't about to let them chill. They slowly started stirring, creeping closer. Liam was still lost, wondering why the heck there's a zombie mob chilling in the middle of nowhere. Who are these creeps? Fiona slipped behind him, feeling a dark vibe creeping in. It ain't just this one. She nailed it was loads more of these freaks. Against their squad, they were totally outnumbered and about to get wrecked. Out of nowhere, one of the zombies stepped forward, ready to make a move. So, check this out, facing these tiny humans standing right in front of it, the creature stomped down hard on the ground. Then, they all stepped forward, eyes flashing bright red, totally hyped and ready to throw down. Kyle, still kinda young and clueless, pointed and was like, wait, are those actually people? But Chloe, way sharper, called him out, dude, what kind of person's got glowing red eyes? Seriously. Grandpa Liam was straight up shook seeing that sketchy squad of zombies roll up. What the heck is going on here? As they stepped into the light slowly, Liam finally clocked who they were. Winter soldiers, baby. Their story goes way back, like ancient legend before the Optuna saga even kicked off. There was this hero dude, Valencia, who saved the whole crazy world. And guess what? Even after he died, he wasn't done. He wanted to keep saving people from beyond the grave. And bam, that's who these winter soldiers are. Liam finally nailed down where they were at. This spot? Yeah, it's the tomb of the legendary Ice King. Liam cracked a chill smile now that things clicked. Whoa, this place is kind of far from my crib. Huh? Crazy coincidence. But then, a light bulb went off in his head. Hold up, if this is the king's tomb, wouldn't that mean the Optuna set gear is stashed here too? Right then, Fiona caught something too, pointing ahead and hollering, hey, Liam, those winter soldiers were made to protect folks, but right now, they're looking kinda sus and way too aggressive, don't you think? You never know, so better keep your guard up. Liam called over Kyle and Chloe. The twins jumped into combat stance, yelling back, got it. Everyone was buzzing with that fight vibe, no one scared of a single thing. Let's wreck them. Kyle and Chloe, buzzing with mad energy, charged like lightning. Kyle stepped up first to throw hands. He soared high, sword gripped tight, full of pure hype. Seconds later, his blade sparked crackling lightning, flexing power like, get ready to catch these hands. This kid didn't hesitate, he charged hard, making a path for Chloe to roll through behind him. Let me handle this. He was small, but fierce AF. Even though the winter soldier was way bigger, Kyle held his own tight. His lightning sword smashed against the winter soldier's spear, sparks flew so bright it practically turned night into day right there. In a blink, Kyle's unbreakable spirit sliced the winter soldier clean in two like it was nothing. The whole thing lit up like a flare, then exploded into a brilliant blast, making the shadows bounce away. Boom, one down. Talk about kicking off this fight with some serious style from Kyle. Chloe, holding back behind him, felt a bit salty she didn't jump in first, but little did she know danger was sneaking up behind her. Seriously, no fair, I wanted to flex too, she thought, but nah, it wasn't that easy. Chloe felt that vibe lurking behind her, and in just a sec, she dashed forward with her lightning sword blazing like a storm, slashing and dicing that Winter Soldier with straight-up movie-level moves. If Kyle opened the show, Chloe dropped the perfect follow-up. And just like that, in mere seconds, she tore the enemy to pieces, leaving no doubt she's the real deal. Fiona was chillin', just kicking back with some popcorn, soaking up their epic show. Liam, who'd been clocking the scene from jump, dropped his verdict mad props. Seriously top-tier stuff. But hold up, that was just the warm-up act. The real spotlight moment was about to explode on their faces tonight. In a sea of Winter Soldiers, those twins hit different fast as a storm. No joke, they weren't playing games. That kind of power. Straight up next level, like level 2 samurai style, yeah, feel me. After seeing those wild moves, Kyle was low-key impressed, thinking, having these two around ain't so bad after all. No more drama, finally. But Liam? No way he was gonna chill and watch them carry all the heat alone. Nah, dude stepped up. Dude whipped out some magical hourglass action, slowing down the clock to boost the twins' groove. Talk about time magic, baby. Chains spilled out of the hourglass like a boss, snaring up those Winter Soldiers, killing their vibe and speed. Classic Liam move with his backup, the baddies were toast, too broke to attack or defend. The chains clamped tight on their weapons, putting those soldiers in the ultimate sticky sitch. No sneaky moves left. Twins saw the soldiers fading fast, glowing with glee like they'd found the cheat code. Yo, they're slowing down. Liam's gotta be jacking time with that crystal again, Kyle shouted, ready to bury the hatchet. No doubt, time to strike while the iron's hot, the crew yelled, knowing the soldier horde still had some fight left. No time to stall, they charged ahead, out to finish the job, sweeping those bad dudes clean off the map. Meanwhile, one unlucky soldier's axe got all tangled up in chains and dude was freaking out hard. Nowhere to bounce, Kyle swooped in, unleashing slash after slash. No mercy, no chill. To our girl, this fight was just playtime after her epic spirit training days. Kyle was killing it solo too, taking down wave after wave of Winter Soldiers. Straight chaos with explosions lighting up the sky like fireworks. So many soldiers got wrecked, the boy was hyped beyond belief. They're popping off like popcorn, yo, he yelled. Just one last dude left. The twins squared up, ready to send this final soldier straight to Ghost Town with the rest. At first, he looked mean as heck. But now, shaken like a leaf in a hurricane. Mission nearly complete. Threat totally wiped out. With one slick move, the twins took that last soldier down, zero wasted energy, pure style. That final dude started glowing wild. Then boom exploded like a firework, lighting the whole sky up bright white. Teamwork made the DreamWorks soldiers wiped out fast. But man, what a messy scene. Bodies was all over, not the cleanest sweep, but hey, battle's battle. Even after all that, Kyle was still itching for more action. Is that it? Come on. The girl sighed hard, clearly not impressed, needed more hype in her life. Boring as heck, she muttered. Liam, watching from the sidelines, was low-key vibing with their show, totally satisfied. Yo, if you love this chaos, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a comment telling us who you think slayed the hardest tonight. Peace out from sunny Atlanta, Georgia. Catch y'all in the next one. Nice work, you two. Then out of nowhere, Liam shot a sly wink like some wild idea just hit him like a lightning bolt. All right. Liam crossed his arms with that mischievous grin. How about we kick it up a notch with a cooler game since y'all still got that hype energy? Why don't we switch it up and try something way more fun? The twins locked eyes with Liam, all sparkly and buzzing with excitement to see what on earth was coming next. Just moments ago, Liam was eyeballing the deadly Winter Warriors like a boss. Now, he's chillin', sipping tea and munching on pastries like he's at a rooftop cafe in Chicago. Liam was the definition of chill, rocking back slowly and lifting his teacup with the smooth vibe only a tea pro could pull off. Man, it had been forever since he actually enjoyed a good cup like this. He couldn't help but throw some props her way. Yo, this tea is fire. You seriously got skills. When she caught that compliment, her smile was priceless, bouncing with gratitude like she just won the lottery. Thanks, Master Liam. But despite the good vibes, there was some chaos still buzzing that caught Fiona's eagle eye. Liam was all about that tea life now, but those twins? Still going wild, duking it out with Winter Warriors and dodging all the crazy traps in this tomb like it was their playground. Kyle, he lost track of how many times he swung that sword. But guess what? The dude was just getting warmed up. This is lit, he grinned, unleashing that full beast mode with a fresh smile. Hanging with Liam was leagues more fun than anything else. Liam didn't join the brawl directly, just kicked back on one spot, dropping commands like a general. Kyle, arrows coming in hot from the right. Take him out. No hesitation, Kyle sliced through every single arrow like he was cutting pizza at a Chicago party. Meanwhile, Chloe was flexing those dual swords, laying down serious pain on those winter warriors with moves straight out of an action flick. Watch that left blade, someone yelled, hyping up the drama for real. Then bam, a massive round boulder came barreling in like a speeding truck. But of course, the twins didn't even flinch. Swish, slice, it was chopped to bits faster than you can say Los Angeles traffic. Pretty much every obstacle in the tomb was history thanks to those twins. Liam called out, "Y'all done. I see no more obstacles here." Fiona couldn't keep her jaw, those kids were insanely gifted. One slice and all those traps and baddies were toast. Tiny but mighty, dragon blood runs deep in these babies. Liam hadn't even broken a sweat the whole time, just watching everything get handled like a boss. Alright, feeling like we're close to home base now. Fiona was tidying up the tea set, popping it into her magic bag when she tossed out, "Master Liam, where the heck are we exactly?" "No secrets here." Liam laid it out straight. "This spot, the tomb of the legendary hero king." Fiona went from chill to wide-eyed shocked in 2 seconds flat. "Wait, what? The hero king's tomb? Hold up, is this where King Valencia himself is laid to rest?" She blurted out, eyes huge. Without missing a beat, Liam nodded. "Yep, this is the real deal." Backed by his serious street cred from hours of research, like over 3 hours deep, he broke it down for her. This dungeon's stacked with monsters and traps, all designed to keep out anyone messing with the king's eternal nap. Once I get past all these crazy hurdles, get ready for the big showdown, fam. I'm about to hit the heart of this tomb, where, trust me, a sweet prize is waiting just for me. And get this tomb was actually meant to be found right at the start of the adventure to hook them up with some gear for joining the crew. Liam eyed the long path stretching out ahead, hyped and ready for whatever fresh drama was coming his way. This is just the kickoff. Peeping the dark space, spooky and full of danger, he straight up thought, no way anyone's set foot here before. Nah, no chance. Basically, the money-hungry version of Liam was kicking in, ready to take over his brain. All this treasure, yeah, it's coming home with me. Obviously, the massive loot right in front of him wasn't going to let him bounce early, so he greenlit the plan to dig deeper, saying, "Alright fam, we're almost there. Y'all ready?" Once the squad got their heads in the game, they jumped back on the grind to snag that treasure. Let's roll. The deeper they trekked, the thicker that icy ceiling got up above. Liam's steps were slow but steady, zero vibes of fear. Ahead was this dark, chilly cave that seemed to never end. Fiona looked ahead, eyes big with amazement. This place? Massive. But then, with her sharp senses on point, Chloe pointed way out front and said, "Liam, something's coming. It's huge and seriously ugly." And then, those weird things lurking up ahead came into Liam's view. Yeah, I see him. And these monsters, way bigger and way fiercer than those Winter Warrior dudes from before, like 10 Giants-level bosses. And because Liam was already clued in on the script, he cracked the code on handling these beasts, just like the original story said. So, staring down that giant, locked-up door, he figured the treasure was obviously chilling behind it. Target locked, Liam turned to the twins. "Alright squad, time to do this." But at that moment, the twins were straight up radiating murder vibes, eyes shooting daggers into the distance. Watching Kai and Kyle's steel-hard focus, Liam felt seriously lucky to have these two beasts on his squad. No joke, they weren't even phased. Dragons like them, born to rule the skies and everything under it since day one. Right then, these young dragons bared their teeth like they were scoffing at the baddies ahead. After a quick mental pep talk, Liam looked at the twins. "Y'all picking up what I'm dropping, right? You know what they say, tough times spark genius." The twins instantly got the vibe and flashed big smiles like, "Yeah, we're on it." "Sweet, Liam's the GOAT. Nothing can stop us when we squad up like this." The three of them blasted off again to clean house and wreck every monster in their path. Let's get him. Even though these monsters looked like walking nightmares, no one hesitated for a second, just straight charging. "Let's go." The axe-wielding beast raised its weapon, ready to slam down, eyeing its target. But before that dude could even flex, the twins hijacked the spotlight. Kai and Kyle were lightning fast, furious, and totally wrecked his game. But hold up, before Sukuna could even flex, the twins totally upstaged him. Kylie and Kyle were lightning fast and hit him hard. The monster was barely hanging on, sliced up pretty bad after taking the full combo blast from Kylie and Kyle. It was basically on its last breath. And this showdown wouldn't be complete without Grandpa Liam throwing in his 2 cents. He stretched out his hand, gathered up all his energy, then clenched his fist like he was about to drop some insane explosive power. And bam, that monster started twisting in pain as some invisible force crushed its whole body like nothing. A split second later, it blew up like a popped balloon, flashing this crazy white light that lit up that dark space like daylight. The trio was now in full sync, rolling deep to send those baddies straight to the grave, one by one. The twins took the lead attack while Lucy backed them up from behind. "They're mine. Nah, dude, I got first dibs. Time was slowing down big time. Even Fiona, just chillin' on the sidelines, could tell this fight was nothing but a warm-up round for them. They were totally vibing and having a blast. After throwing down hard for a bit, the twins stretched it out, cool as ever. This is fire. I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight, no joke. After wiping the floor with every obstacle, the treasure was now just an arm's reach away from Liam. Time to peep our epic loot, y'all. All of them cracked open the door together and stepped into this massive room packed with treasure. Chloe was buzzing with excitement, totally losing it, urging him nonstop. Come on, Liam, open it already. Kyle was just as hyped, eyes gleaming with pure hype. Open it now. Even though Liam was hyped AF on the inside, he kept his cool and slowly pushed the door open like a boss. Alright, here goes. After beating mad challenges, the door finally swung open to reveal the treasure inside. Everyone peeked in and froze, mouths hanging, couldn't even believe what they were seeing. Straight up mind blown. Just like we thought, inside was stacks on stacks of gold coins. All you could see was that shiny yellow glow everywhere. This loot was probably enough to keep them ballin' in luxury for the rest of their lives, no cap. Kyle's eyes lit up like Christmas as he booked it toward the pile. This stash is way bigger than my dad's vault. Straight up, Kyle got ready to dive in and swim through that mountain of gold like Scrooge McDuck. Even Fiona and Kylie were shook by the endless sea of gold. They plopped down, clutching coins, gasping like they hit the jackpot. Oh my god, first person I thought about, Liam. Bro, you gotta see this madness. But Liam was all about business. He brushed past and kept moving ahead. While everyone else was frozen by bling, he made his way to this block of ice, the eternal ice holding the immortal hero, King Valencia, iced like forever. Dude had been passed out in deep sleep with zero signs of waking up anytime soon. Valencia sat all regal, sword in hand, locked tight inside that eternal ice. Fiona sidled up next to Liam, looking up. She'd heard the legend for years, but this was her first shot at seeing King Valencia up close. She reached out and lightly touched the ice right in front of her, goosebumps flying. Whoa. So many years gone by, and he's still frozen alive. Then out of nowhere, Liam caught a weird detail. Right there on the ice was some crazy ancient lettering carved in letters no one could make out. Liam scanned the mysterious symbols, guessing they were some old-school runes from way back, no clue where they came from. Yo, let me spill the tea on this spot, and these wild characters all kicked off way back in the day with some serious drama. Way back when light and darkness were first whipped up, they were like the OG symbols of good vibes and bad vibes. But hey, nothing's forever, right? When light and dark mashed together, straight-up chaos popped off. A clear line got drawn, splitting good from evil, and that split, it changed everything for good. Then came Earth, and humans were born from that fiery mix. From there, the beef between both sides just kept getting real. Both the good crew and the evil squad thought they were the real MVPs, totally clueless about the mess down below. Still, that back and forth, seeming small, left some mad destruction in its wake. They were all about clapping back at each other, and their fight, it had everyone else on Earth catching the worst end of the stick. The other creatures, suffering hard, cause neither side knew when to chill. Finally, those who couldn't handle the drama no more grabbed their swords and flipped the script. Dragons led the squad. Humans and mixed-up races jumped on that bandwagon, and believe me, when they finally snatched victory, it was straight-up epic. New world, baby. After a crazy long fight, the winning mortals sliced the continent into 4 season zones. And time flew and people just straight-up forgot about good and evil. The dragons, those OG guardians, got ghosted too. But shout out to hero King Valencia, who dropped a warning about those dragons. Those peace-sacrificing dragons, yeah, they'd roll back someday. And along with them, the whole chaos of good and evil would make a comeback too. So as the last homie who knew the deal, Valencia's passing the torch to you. He's hoping you'll keep the story alive. When Liam heard this, his brain went into overdrive with a million questions. A demon war? For real? Did that even go down in the OG universe? Man, having this huge responsibility dumped on him had Liam feeling all kinds of uneasy. Dang, who even leaves that job to us? But real talk, he figured it wasn't the end of the world. Still, that wasn't the main drama right now. Then Liam scoped out his spot and found something insane, the legendary book. This ain't no regular read, it's the lawless grimoire of Hero Valencia. Packed with next-level stuff. Valencia? He's that rebellious genius who hit 0 level in human form. This book? It's basically his life's flex, all sorted. Every crazy win and piece of knowledge from his journey is locked in this grimoire. No cap, the OG main guy, swordsman Kevin, got super powerful cause of this. And believe me, all that shiny gold stacked up ain't worth squat compared to this bad boy. On every page, this book shines way brighter than any of those treasures. With the book in hand, Liam still couldn't peel his eyes off that mountain of gold. Staring at that crazy pile of bling, he was low-key thinking, dude, not taking some would be a total waste. Man, leaving all this good stuff behind? Nah, that gotta change. He thought, I gotta snag at least a little something for the road, right? So he slid closer to the gold mountain, eyeballing exactly how much loot he's gonna haul back to the US. Maybe like some spot in Miami or New Orleans. You feel me? So, there's Liam totally hooked on that mountain of gold sitting right in front of him. Vibe check. Obsessed. But yo, behind him, Blake's starting to stir like, finally waking up from some deep, savage nap or something. That ice block, yeah, it's cracking up, like totally about to explode into a gazillion shards. The crackling noise grabbed Liam's attention, and he whipped his head around to see what was up. At this point, Liam was straight up baffled, trying to process what in the world those cracks meant. The cracks just kept spreading wide, teasing that big shatter moment. And boom, it happened. That ice had been frozen solid for ages, but now, total meltdown, shattered everywhere. Liam's jaw dropped from all the shock hitting him. Dude couldn't believe what was right in front of him. This was nuts. Suddenly, Valencia's sword slammed into the ground like a boss. Freed from his icy prison, he kept his eyes shut, just chillin' like nothing's up. No clue if he was tuned in or totally out, but for now, zero moves, just pure zen mode. Seeing the dude in real life right there, Liam kinda froze for a sec. The Hero King just woke up, baby. Suddenly, those ice-cold eyes popped open, radiating that chilly blue vibe. Liam stared at this new disaster, standing tall, heart racing with pure dread. Everything was spiraling out of control now. This wasn't in the script, no way. He pointed down at the ground, like trying to drop a hint or something. Valencia was sharp AF. The second anyone touched his stash, bam, he woke up like lightning. This ain't your stuff. The twins ran over, faces dripping with panic and fear. What the heck is going on, Liam? No dodging now, they were already knee-deep in this mess. This is the real Valencia, the Hero King, y'all. Hearing that, the twins' jaws legit hit the floor. They couldn't even process. What? That dude. Liam knew the truth, though there was no way, no freaking way with their current power. They couldn't even mess with one strand of his hair. He's a void rank warrior, straight up untouchable. Void rank, human. Then Liam flipped back to the crew with a bright idea. Yo, why don't we just switch back into our dragon forms? While the squad was still throwing ideas around, chaos totally blew up right in front of them. Valencia was seriously fired up now, ready to make them pay for crossing him. Mess with me? Your death sentence. He raised his sword high, gearing up to take them down. This sword, not your average blade. It packed so much power, it could flatten the whole spot. Liam wasn't about to let his epic story end here, no way. But man, that insane power coming off Valencia had his legs shaking. All he wanted was to bolt fast as lightning. I gotta run, but my legs won't listen. That's what wiping the floor with you feels like. Trembling so hard he could barely stand. Liam glanced back at the twins. Fiona, standing in front of Valencia, was like a scared little pup, no confidence or sparkle left. Kyle just dropped his head, shaking all over like he was in a full-on freeze mode. Liam couldn't even bring himself to look straight at the scene. It was so tense, like you could cut the air with a knife. Man, Liam was mad as hell, totally frustrated. He was stuck watching and couldn't do jack. Seriously, what the heck? After grinding so hard, he wasn't about to let things end like this. I didn't train my guts out just to go down like some chump, right? Grandpa was dead set on keeping everyone safe, so he tapped into his full power, unleashing this crazy, intense vibe to stand his ground against the dude. Liam wasn't gonna let Valencia run the show, so he charged forward and threw the first punch like a boss. Boom. Both sides went head to head. Dude, you gotta admit, Liam is straight up insane, rushing Valencia bare knuckle while the guy's swinging a sword. But with that mad survival instinct blazing, no matter how savage the fight, Liam was locked in to come out on top. I gotta live, he thought. And just like that, these two beasts collided, trading blows that blew the roof off, neither backing down. A smug grin crept on Liam's face. He thought he finally had Valencia beat. Heck yeah. But nah, drama never rolls that easy. Out of nowhere, Valencia's sword zoomed through the air like a missile, nearly slicing Liam up, then slammed into the ground, blowing a massive crater. Fiona caught the shockwave and flew back like a human bowling pin, the whole place swallowed in darkness and wreckage. The earth was busted up worse than a busted sidewalk. When Fiona finally came to, she locked eyes on where the crazy power came from. But all she saw was a bottomless pit carving straight through the ground like some kind of death trap. Panicking, Fiona scanned frantically for Liam. When he was nowhere in sight, her face dropped, hands trembling out in front, tears streaming. Among the ruined chaos, Fiona's scream tore right through the night, full of hurt and worry that hit you right in the heart. Master Liam, she wailed. Meanwhile, Liam himself saw that sword lightning fast and quietly said a prayer for his own soul. Well, this might be it. Time slowed like in a movie just before the freezing cold blade touched him. But wait, bam. The sword smashed into times something times solid, shattering everything, rocks and dirt flying like a crazy demolition. And after the dust cleared, Liam blinked open his eyes like, what the heck just happened? He honestly thought he was toast for sure. So being totally fine, dude was shook for real. No way, I'm still breathing, Fiona cried, tears of relief flooding her face as she flew over to hug him like he was the king of the world. Master, thank God you're okay, she sobbed. Liam just gave her a little grin and said, I'm good. As he gently peeled Fiona's arms off, his brain was spinning. This was off, like seriously strange, why the heck was he still alive? But just a second later, it clicked, something he totally missed before. Looking around, he saw Valencia had carved the ground in half with that sword, making this huge-ass trench like a giant crack. What even is this? He thought. But no, that wasn't all. Hold up, the craziness wasn't done yet. The power from Valencia didn't just slice the ground, check this out, the tomb now had a freaking ceiling split open, like a crack in the sky. Liam was dumbfounded, jaw practically hitting the floor, watching this insane power from the dude who looked like some kind of god. Man, just one swish of that sword and at times, literally times, sliced the cave ceiling clean in half. Crazy, right? Facing off against Valencia's raw power? Gotta admit, even Liam was low-key feeling some serious respect, and maybe a little scared. Yo, what the heck just happened? Liam couldn't believe his own eyes, this power, straight up coming from just one regular dude. Can a human really pull off this kind of crazy? Out of nowhere, Valencia started moving again, casually resting his other hand on his right arm like it was nothing. Man, the older you get, the tougher you get. This dude was straight up playing with Liam, messing around with those sword swings like it was a game. No way, he just flipped the direction of his slash at the last freaking second. But after that wild attack, his strikes started slowing down bit by bit. Finally, Valencia just dropped his sword on the ground, calling off the fight just like that. That mid-fight quit totally threw Liam off, left him standing there shook and confused as heck. Then out of nowhere, Valencia whispered some weird words. The young dragons protect. Sounded like he was saying those dragons were here guarding them. Hold up, how did the enemy suddenly flip and become an ally? Valencia stopped attacking, straight up switched sides. Instead, he threw down a serious heads up before bouncing, go and be careful. Liam couldn't even keep up with this sudden mood shift. Wait, what exactly did you just say? But before Liam could get any clarity, Valencia disappeared, and bam. Rocks started raining down from above like a freaking rock shower. The whole place was about to crumble. Fiona didn't hesitate, yelling, Master Liam, we got a jet right now. This tomb's about to collapse. No joke. But Liam was kind of stuck in the feels, so many questions still buzzing in his mind. He was hesitant to leave just yet. Then he caught that last glimpse of Valencia fading away into thin air. Man, that hit different. Seeing someone who stirred up so much emotion just vanish like that. But hell, if they didn't bounce now, they'd probably get buried alive in this mess. Heavy boulders started falling thicker and faster. The twin sisters were huddled up tight, shaking in the corner, scared out of their minds. Total panic mode. Liam, we're seriously gonna die, right? They cried. Scanning the chaos, everything was spiraling downhill fast, no time left to waste. Right then, Liam transformed into his dragon form, pumping up his survival odds and ready to save everyone around him. Seeing the twins just freeze, waiting to check out, Liam yelled, get your butts moving now. All three instantly turned into dragons, ready to fly their way out of this nightmare. Don't leave anyone behind, no way. Fiona, who could fly on her own, held on tight to Liam's back to speed things up. Master. The dirt and rocks kept dumping harder and harder around them. Then bam, a huge boulder blocked their path, looking ready to squash Liam flat. But Liam, nah, he wasn't about to let anything stop him. Even in dragon mode, he unleashed all his strength and blasted a fierce purple energy stream. That blast hit the giant rock ahead, aiming to smash it to smithereens. Just like he planned, that massive iceberg totally exploded. Then boulders started pelting down on them like crazy hail. At last, a big enough gap opened overhead for them to make their escape. No hesitation, these three took their shot and flew full throttle towards that huge hole above. After fighting hard to get through, they finally busted out and made it to safety, breathing easy at last. Yo! Out on that endless snowy field, there was straight up zero sign of them anywhere. But hold up, just a few seconds later, a massive blast popped off on the snow's surface, sending powder flying all over the place. And bam! Everyone appeared in that blizzard chaos. By now, they all had pulled off the great escape. Liam, after dodging death about 100 times, was just gasping for air, like, man, I legit thought I was toast back there. Then out of nowhere, Liam's brain flashed back to Valencia acting all weird earlier. Bro was drained. Like, what the heck just went down? You think that King Hero dude would have ended me for sure. But nope, he chilled and didn't go full-on savage. Still, that image of him dropping his sword stuck in Liam's head like glue. If he hadn't pulled that move, all four of them would have been 6 feet under by now. Liam just couldn't get why they were spared though. Like, why wouldn't he say he'd wipe out every single intruder? And man, what Liam couldn't wrap his head around at the last moment. That nagging feeling that something else was up. Plus, wasn't the dude trying to say something before he passed out? Liam wrestled with his thoughts for a hot minute but decided, nah, no brain pain today, just chill out. Seriously, being alive was enough of a win. Plus, Liam snagged that outlaw book he was after, and he got what he wanted. Then, Fiona hit him with some worried vibes. Boss, I don't think the twins are holding up great. Chloe and Kyle are still shaking like crazy after all that drama. Straight up, it was spooky, but the nightmare's over now. The move was to keep grinding. First order, find a chill spot to crash. Everything was buried under this thick white snow blanket. After all that tension, Liam just flopped onto the snowy floor, thinking, somehow, I'm gonna make it. But then, the soft sniffles from the twins caught his ear. Chloe and Kyle were just kids, after all, totally shell-shocked from the whole mess. Seeing them like that, Liam shot up, feeling a huge wave of sympathy. Man, I was just as shook, but since they're still little, it hit them way harder. Liam wasn't about to just twiddle his thumbs watching them bawl, so he stood up and handed them some snacks, throwing out some smooth talk. No more tears, all right, here, eat this. You're both running on empty Manhwa. Food's coming right at ya. They couldn't say no, grabbing the food and munching down quick. With them eating, Liam figured he better munch too. I'm totally out of mana too. Never pushed myself this hard since my reincarnation days. Chow down done, Liam laid back to rest. About time for some chill time. Maybe the twins just needed someone to vibe with and soothe them. So, Chloe and Kyle slowly shuffled over to Liam and each crashed on one side of him. The trio just drifted off after that long, brutal fight. Fiona saw those peaceful snoozes and couldn't help but grin. Sleep tight, y'all. And just like that, the night flew by all calm and smooth. Finally, morning broke, sun peeping out behind the snowy Rockies. New day, fresh energy for Chloe and Kyle, bouncing and hopping like nothing ever went down yesterday. All scaredy cat vibes gone. Instead, it was snowball fights and pure hype vibes. Snow everywhere and these two, totally lit and kicking it. Here, take this. Nah, just chill for a sec. Meanwhile, Liam stood back, low-key judging the whole scene like the ultimate spectator. These two have been at this game non-stop since yesterday, no joke. Don't they ever get tired? Liam sighed deep, seriously baffled by how the twins could still be buzzing after all the craziness. After all the drama we've been through, they're still wired AF. Hearing that, Lucy swung her sass and teased him right back. For real, I thought you were all about babysitting dragons or whatever. But yo, the real tea right now, they're totally clueless about where they ended up in this nowhereville. Looks like we're stuck in the sticks or something. We've been trekking forever and not a single house in sight. And what's been bugging Liam the whole time? Could it be that this chilly-ass continent got zero monsters? I haven't spotted one monster since we started walking, yo. Fiona popped in with some pro-knowledge real quick. Nah, that ain't right. This winterland's packed with way more monsters than anywhere else. She had the tea on that. Since it's freezing cold here, food's super scarce. Tons of savage stories about monsters that eat people have been floating around. Liam was torn between believing Fiona but also trusting his own eyeballs. So he shot back, then why the heck haven't we seen a single monster yet? Fiona didn't hesitate, spilling her thoughts. It's gotta be 'cause you're here, boss. With 3 dragons in the mix, no monster's daring enough to mess with you. Gotta admit, that sounded legit. He nodded like a bobblehead after catching on. I get it now. No need to hide our vibes anymore. True that. But hold up, after messing around a bit, the twins suddenly spotted something. Liam, look, Kyle actually found some crazy stuff. Something that might get us out of this mess. Smoke, y'all. Smoke means people are nearby. When they finally caught signs of life, the trio got hella hyped and bolted towards it together. Let's go. Yes, Captain. But their hype didn't last long, because what they saw next was straight up terrifying. Nah, what the heck? There was a tiny village here. But somehow, the whole place was swallowed up by raging flames. Seeing that mess, Fiona felt the pain hit hard. Oh man, this village was definitely attacked. Stuck in that drama, she guessed. What now? What do we even do? Liam, staying cool as ever, thought it through. Let's check it out first. Maybe some peeps survived. The village was almost nothing but ashes now. Every single person here showed clear signs they got wrecked by something or someone outside. Lucy took it slow, walking down the stone path on both sides. So many innocent bodies just laying there. Right in front of them, a monster was just lying there on the snowy ground. It's a monster, she said, dead serious. After splitting up to search, Fiona came back. Yo, Liam, find anything? She shook her head, eyes all sad. Nah, no survivors that I can see. Even the twins, after helping out, were wiped. Nothing over here either. Liam's stomach finally spoke up. Dude, I'm starving. Man, they burned way too much energy today. So, Liam just threw them some grub to munch on. Oh snap, we've been grinding all day long. Here, grab this and let's bounce. Just as he was about to dip, boom, something went down. Something popped off behind him, making him twist his head around. Yo, behind them was a whole squad looking mad sketchy. Better safe than sorry, right? Grandpa Liam instantly grabbed Kyle by the collar, yanking him away. And yeah, Chloe wasn't left out. She got snatched by her shirt and dragged along too. Liam was hella quick to keep everyone out of harm's way. Using every ounce of strength, he booked it fast. In the blink of an eye, the three of them dipped into the thick snow like ghosts. The twins were totally shook by how lightning fast Liam bounced. Liam, why we gotta run? You scared of humans again? Liam's the type who's all about prevention, so he wasn't trying to get caught up and end up stuck in some mess. I ain't scared, but things could easily spiral out of control if we stick around. Even though they caught every word, the twins were still confused. AF. What kind of mess? Spill it. Yo, they're coming. Hurry, hide your vibe. Watching the patrol squad roll up, Liam was low-key praying for himself and the gang. Don't let us get caught up. Just pass by, please. After a long sweep, one soldier hit up the big boss with the update. From what we've gathered, he said, monsters wrecked the village. No survivors. Hearing that, their commander's voice got real heavy. All right, I'm gonna report this to the Grand Duke. He stepped up to the ride and said respectfully, Your Grace. A voice from inside replied, I'm already in the loop. I'm gonna check it out myself. The carriage doors swung open, and out stepped the Grand Duke of K North, looking all regal. But he wasn't solo. Kyle peeked back to chat with someone else inside. Do you seriously have to come see it yourself? Especially with things this intense, she was dead set on helping out too. I'm the Grand Duchess, and if people get hurt in my lands, I gotta be the one to heal their spirits. Since she was so determined, Kyle had no choice but to back down. Then she stepped out, slow and steady. That lady dripping with class and finesse was the Duchess of Ken North. But just as she stepped off the carriage and scoped the scene, memories from the past hit her hard all over again. The vision of her lying on the cold ground, covered head to toe in wounds, flashed through her brain. The Duchess of Canbox suddenly went ghost white and got all dizzy. She couldn't keep her balance, which freaked Kyle out. You good? But seconds later, she pulled it together and told Kyle, I'm fine. Seeing her shaky vibes, Kyle suggested she hop back in the carriage and chill. But stubborn as ever, she snapped back. You, trying to make me worse, or what? Kyle stammered. But with her hard-headed ways, Kyle was beat. We've been tight for 10 years, and I still can't break through that stubborn streak of yours. Right after that, a sly smile crept onto Karen's face. Yeah, the Duchess of Canbach herself. You know the deal. Whoever loves harder always ends up with the short end of the stick. Then she turned to Commander Kyle like, wait a sec, so there's, like, 0 survivors? None at all? Kyle, though it sucked big time, had to be straight up real. Nah, nothing left. Usually around this time, monsters chill a bit. But, for some wild reason, they went full savage yesterday. He paused, lost in the memory of those monsters sprawled out, eyes wide as if their last nightmare just came true. The commander wrapped it up saying, they're definitely running scared from some top-tier hunter out there. Hearing that made Kyle shake like a leaf, guilt crashing down like a ton of bricks. Man, it's on me. If I hadn't rallied the villagers, none of this mess would have hit. But Karen wasn't about to let him drown in self-pity. She jumped in quick, dropping, don't sweat it, dude. Not your fault. Still, after soaking in the whole convo, Liam just had this hardcore reality check. Hold up. So the whole village got wrecked because of times this asterisk? The fact that the village survived only by paying a huge price hit him hard. No wonder guilt was eating him alive. Meanwhile, over where the twins and Morgan were chilling, a noise suddenly popped off, snapping the soldiers' heads towards the action. Grandpa Liam shot a freaked-out look at the two, who were acting like chill, laid-back twins just goofing off. But next thing you know, they got busted by Commander Kyle like, yo, who the heck y'all? If you don't want to get sliced, step out now. Man, it was chaos after chaos, and Grandpa Liam was stuck, carrying the whole squad on his back. He looked skyward, pulling at his hair like, is this some kind of hardcore PSA for parents to keep tabs on their wild children, or what? Come out, now. Kyle's voice was not messing around, all tense and serious. He planted his feet, pointed his gun like a boss, growling, quit hiding and show yourself. As soon as possible. When they stayed silent and hidden, he spit out a hardcore threat. Keep hiding and don't expect any mercy from me. At this point, Liam had a legit headache should he make a move or just bounce the heck out of there. What the heck do we do now? We can't just camp here forever, he wondered. Since no one was budging, even with the threats, Kyle's glare turned deadly, his whole vibe screaming murderous intent. You've been warned. Whatever comes next is all on you. No joke. He powered up his sword, making it glow like a neon sign, then sliced out a massive crescent slash. That blow kicked up dirt and rocks flying straight at their hiding spot. Total disaster warning. Yikes, that whole area blew up in a flash like someone set off fireworks gone wild. With a blast like that, no doubt they'd be hurt, probably major. Grandpa Liam caught some splinters from the mess flying everywhere. Being tiny, he had zero chance to hold up against that blast and was tossed backwards like a rag doll. He got smacked around, bounced from one spot to the next, looking pitiful. Meanwhile, the hiding spot, totally wiped out by Commander Kyle, nothing left but dust. Through the smoky haze, their silhouettes finally popped out. So, the commander peered ahead and instantly spotted that there were 3 kiddos standing there. He was low-key shook by that. Wait, what? Chan and Liam finally showed up as the heavy smoke started clearing. Everybody was totally blown away. Like, no way the explosion victims were just straight-up kids. Even Karen, the Duchess of Kambach, was shook by how tough these 3 were. Oh snap, how the heck are these kids still kicking? Yo, desperate times totally call for wild moves. Out of nowhere, Liam cooked up a straight-up kiddo scheme. For real, using his kid's status as the ultimate card, he started bawling, confusing the heck out of the twins, hoping to score some sympathy points from Duchess Karen. Karen had never seen Liam pull a stunt like this before, and now watching him act like a literal toddler, a tiny 3-year-old, no less, had Kyle and Chloe frozen on the spot, totally confused. Liam realized solo crying wasn't cutting it. So, he spun around and pulled them into the act. Yo, you guys gotta cry too. Hurry up. When the twins heard Liam say that, it clicked why he was doing this. They jumped in and started boo-hooing just like Liam. So now all 3 were giving this performance so on point you'd swear they were filming a Hollywood flick. Madness. Their next-level acting landed them some serious sympathy from Duchess Karen. Aw, so sad. Just crying wasn't enough, though they even pretended to cling to her, showing fake terror. It was kinda scary, dude. At first, it looked like the twins were just copying Liam. But nah, turns out they were way better at it than he was. Are these kids even smarter than me? Like, are the pranks they pulled just more acting? No way. Instead of getting tough, he just dropped down on one knee, all chill, and asked, "Y'all the only ones left alive here?" Even though he knew lying was wrong, Liam had no choice, so he sniffled and said, "Yeah, sir." The dude felt mad sorry for poor Liam and gently ruffled his hair. "You've been through a lot, kiddo." But then, out of nowhere, Karen, the Duchess, piped up from behind. My lord. Seeing these kids were totally stranded, Karen couldn't stand leaving them all alone. She was like, "Can we, bring these kiddos back to the castle?" The commander sighed, feeling the same. No way he'd just ditch them. "Fine, no other options," he said, then told his squad, "Take these kids with us, back to the castle. Get ready to roll." Liam only planned to fake it to avoid getting attacked, no cap. Who'd have guessed? They're really taking us with them, for real. The squad kept it low-key, just doing their job, hauling them in, even loading them up on the carriage like it was nothing. Liam still couldn't believe his eyes. Him and the crew were actually being taken somewhere new. Meanwhile, only one little person stayed behind Fiona. Probably because she's tiny, nobody even noticed her. Fiona kept her eyes peeled from a corner, watching the rides roll away, kinda bummed and confused about her main dude, Liam. Now they were all heading to Duchess Karen's castle. Liam was chilling in this crazy fancy bathroom decked out with a lion-shaped fountain shooting water everywhere. Soaking in the tub, he couldn't help but get deep, thinking about how life just tossed him into this wild ride at 113 East Oak Street, New York. Yo, this wasn't Liam's plan from the jump. No clue how he ended up here or why things flipped like this. I figured if I looked all sad and pitiful, they'd just let me bounce. Looks like those 2 totally went overboard with the drama. But hey, every cloud's got a silver lining. Lucky for them, some good folks showed up. Otherwise, they'd all be meeting their maker by now. Had no idea people could be this chill. Well, might as well roll with it. Now I gotta keep my eyes peeled and wait for the right moment. Suddenly, a voice popped off right next to Liam. Turns out it was the twins, just splashing and playing in the cool water, having a blast. They even dumped water on Liam's face, laughing, because his hair looked like a drowned rat. Chloe and Kyle were cracking up, pointing at Liam's soaked mop, calling it hilarious. Even though things sucked, their laughter eased Liam's mood a bit. Gotta admit, seeing those little goofballs chillin' made things a tad better. Meanwhile, the maids standing above couldn't help but gush nonstop about how adorable they were. "Check out their flawless skin, I told you." "Literally too cute," one said, kneeling down and teasing with the twins. "Hey, tiny humans, can you call me Nuna?" But Liam, nah, dude was not vibing with the noisy maids at all. So loud, man. After their bath, they got whisked upstairs to get all dolled up. "Alright fam, time to change and grab some grub." "Yes sir." Outside, the sky was super clear with 0 clouds, a perfect day for a meetup. Karen, the Duchess, was chillin' in the dining room waiting on the squad. Yo, your grace, the kiddos just rolled in. The three of them were basically unrecognizable, looking fresh AF in fancy fits. Straight up elegant and adorable vibes. Girl was smiling so bright, like sunshine, as she invited them over to chow down. The table was stacked with more eats than you could count, straight up a feast. Y'all must be starving, right? Dig in. They hadn't eaten right in days, so the food literally lit up their eyes, and they sprinted to the table. Just peep all that food, man. Liam was low-key holding back, barely touching a bite, but those twins, munching like nobody's business. Gotta hand it to Kylie, though, adapting super quick like a boss. Liam was thinking, whatever, we might dip soon, but I can't just sit here if Fiona's in some serious heat, so where the heck could she even be? Back in that snow-covered forest under a pitch-black night sky. Then out of nowhere, a blazing streak of light zipped across the sky like a shooting star. That light, straight up Fiona, scrambling to find the castle where everyone got hauled off to. The carriage tracks, that's gotta be the way. I'm bouncing back to Master Liam as soon as possible. Talk about bad luck on the way, she ran into a gang of nasty snow eagles. If those birds hadn't snagged me, I wouldn't have lost Master Liam's trail. Fiona dashed forward, mad, determined to get there as soon as possible. Just hold tight a bit longer, Master Liam. She blasted forward, chasing those carriage tracks like a bullet. Yo, I'm rolling up. Darkness had officially taken over the whole castle, and honestly, every living thing was zonked out, catching some serious Z's. But guess what? Liam was still wide awake, just strolling down the hallway like a night owl. Out of nowhere, a voice from a nearby room grabbed his attention. We can't keep the kids with us forever, someone said. Liam cracked the door just a sliver to sneak a peek and listen in. I know, but right now, the voice whispered inside. There was Karen, the Duchess of Kanbach, bawling her eyes out, straight up heartbroken. Every time I see those kids, it's like hearing our baby girl's voice again, she said, all choked up. Tyler put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Babe, I get how you feel, seriously. They looked like they were kinda at odds, but thinking of the kids as our late daughter, that's off, you gotta let it go. The Duchess couldn't, even with that, and snapped back. How do you expect a mom to forget her own kid? Liam heard all this and felt the pain dripping off every word she said. Seems like she lost a child, which explains all the extra nice vibes she's been throwing our way. Suddenly, Karen grabbed Tyler's hand with this desperate grip, like begging for something. As a mom who lost her kid, she was hoping these kids could heal some of that hurt. She pitched an idea to Tyler. Come on, please, let's just treat those kids like they're ours. Liam caught that and literally his jaw hit the floor. After snooping on Karen and Tyler's convo, Liam dipped into another room and sat down, crossing his arms, totally trying to wrap his head around their feelings. We just got here, so why would they already think we're family? Was the big question in his mind. Liam knew Tyler's status. No joke. The Grand Duke of Kanbach, that dude's royalty, the boss man of the Winter Continent. If Liam became their kid, he'd basically be holding the world in his hands. Getting adopted by a Grand Duke means boom straight into the spotlight, a major player in the whole country. Thinking about it, totally next level for Liam. But for Kyle, man, that's a tough pill to swallow. This ain't just some regular offer, even if it's coming from the Grand Duke's lady. Maybe losing a kid hits too hard. Liam felt he had to bounce before this got messier. But then he remembered the Duchess from the North begging him earlier, and man, it hit him right in the feels. Seeing them like that, super awkward and uncomfortable. Stuck in this tight spot, the first person popping in Liam's head was Fiona. If Fee was here, I could have hashed this out with her. Just then, something caught his eye outside the window, some movement. No joke, she showed up like lightning, hammering on the castle window like mad. Seeing her roll up right when he was knee-deep in a serious dilemma, total joy bomb for Liam. He wasted no time flinging the window open and letting Fi in, who then ran up and hugged him tight. Liam grinned ear to ear, shooting the question, "Where the heck have you been, you dummy?" Fiona was bawling her eyes out, hugging Liam tight like there was no tomorrow, whispering, "I'm so sorry." And dude, Liam was dead set on never losing Fiona again. So Liam laid it down straight, all serious like, "From now on, you're sticking with me till the end." Got it? Through her tears, Fiona nodded like a champ. Gotcha. When the twins saw Fiona safe and sound back in the game, they were hyped. It's Fi, y'all. She's finally back. Spotting Chloe and Kyle grinning and glowing, Fiona was low-key beaming inside. My little twins, healthy and happy. Now, the whole crew was chilling in the room, nobody missing. Fiona, seeing the entire expedition squad safe and sound, was ready to roll. She immediately threw out the idea to keep trucking. Finally back together, baby. Time to hit the road again. But then Liam remembered his chat with Count Tyler up north and hesitated. Yeah. Actually, maybe we chill here a bit longer. Fiona was all kinds of confused. Wait, hold up, why hang around now? Liam didn't have a slick answer for that one, so he just looked away and mumbled his thoughts. Look, they've been super kind to us, you know? And plus, I just found out that Karen and Count Tyler lost their kid recently. Feels kinda weird to bounce like this. Even with that, Fiona wasn't totally sold on what Liam was getting at. She just stared back with a big question mark on her face and zipped it. Awkward silence for like 5 seconds. Liam tried to play it up more to persuade the squad. For real though, we ain't stuck in no sketchy sitch, and we can scoop up more intel on the winter continent. But what really caught Fiona's eye was how frazzled Liam looked. Dude's usually so chill, but this had him a little shook. Now, after soaking in Liam's big-hearted idea, Fiona felt all warm and fuzzy knowing her boy's got some real soul. Honestly, seeing Liam act all sweet like that made her want to ride or die for him even harder. So once she caught onto Liam's vibe, Fiona threw out a plan. If that's the feels, young master, why don't we try this? Liam's eyes lit up with curiosity. What's the scheme? Spill it, he smirked, because Fiona's always killing the game. She went on to explain this ancient dragon custom about how much weight they put on that first meetup. So that means Karen and Count Tyler are Liam's first real connect. Huh. Yeah, you got it, he confirmed. Then to score big on all fronts, Fiona tossed out a stealth move. We just leave a killer gift, then bounce. Like, if their problem is no kid, bam, we make that happen. But Liam wasn't totally sold on how doable that was. Easy to say, hard to pull off, you know? Having a kid isn't something you just snap and get. Then he had a light bulb moment. Wait, we don't gotta have the kid right now, right? When their little one arrives on their own time, it won't be weird for us to dip. Fiona's smarts earned immediate props from Liam. That's genius, Fi. She shrugged modestly, just throwing ideas out there. After locking in their plan, Liam jumped straight into action. Let's get this show on the road, folks. Don't forget to hit that like button if you're feeling this vibe. Smash share so your squad can get in on the drama, and drop your hottest take in the comments. Were Fiona and Liam on point or what? Catch y'all next time right here in good old Los Angeles. Alrighty, squad, time to gear up for the next move. Meanwhile, over on the balcony, Karen, the Duchess of Kanbach, was chillin' solo with her tea. She was peeping the view, eyes glinting with some deep, maybe sneaky thoughts cooking in her head. Out of nowhere, a voice popped off, and she spun around. Yo, it was Chloe and Kyle. Those two little rascals flashing big smiles, sprinting over to Karen like, yo, play with us. Straight up begging for attention with their puppy eyes. Hey, Karen, don't leave us hanging. But the Duchess, she wasn't even bothered, just vibing. After letting them run their silly games for a bit, she goes, yo, bored yet? Let's snack on some cookies. Both Chloe and Kyle shot back in perfect sync. Heck yes, ma'am. So Liam peeks in and spots the trio sitting all cozy, chatting and giggling, and he's all grins. Man, the plan's riding on these two energetic munchkins now. He's got full-on trust, locked and loaded with them. You got this, team. Meanwhile, Kyle's got to handle biz with his crew. Make sure that situation's handled right. Before signing off, he throws out a friendly reminder. Don't forget to keep tabs on the soldiers' drill times. But then bam, Liam strolls up, dressed fresh to death, flashing that killer smile. They just lock eyes and freeze, awkward vibe everywhere, no words dropping. Kyle's like, you here for something or what? Sensing this ain't a casual visit. Liam shoots back with mad respect. Nah, sir, nothing urgent. Noticing he's rolling solo, Kyle throws out, where your homies at? Liam fires back confidently. They're hanging with the Duchess, sir. Seeing this chill vibe, Kyle's curious, ain't you scared of me? Liam's like, nah, not really, sir. Kyle's low-key impressed by Liam's bold friendliness. Most kids dip the other way when he's around. Normally, they're scared, stiff, and won't even come close. This kid, total wild card. Suddenly, Kyle sees a flash of his son Juno in Liam's face, and for a moment, bam, a rare, relieved grin sneaks onto his face like it hadn't in forever. Then Kyle goes all dad mode, scooping Liam up like he's his own kid. Liam's face lights up, eyes crinkling like he's on cloud 9. Alright, wanna kick it and play with me? Heck yeah. And off they bounce into the room. Vibes turn super cozy. Kyle's like, let's hit my office. Even his crew never seen the dude this stoked. When's the last time he smiled like that? All the squad's wondering. After their fun sesh, Kyle couldn't wait to flex these gems he scooped up to the crew. For real, these kids are gold. But then, a quick switch, his face drops serious real fast. Playtime's clocked out, time to grind. Liam peeps in and asks how the twins' mission's shaping up. Did y'all crush it or what? Chloe and Kyle nod, all confidence. Duh, mission complete, Captain. Yeah, plus, mad chill vibes, sipping tea and munching snacks with the Duchess. Seeing the twins nailed it, Liam Beam smiled and tossed the question to Fiona. Good stuff, real good. Now you? Fiona's gig? Go full detective, stalking the Grand Duke's daily moves. And based on her slick intel gathering, she was about to spill the tea on what she found out. So get this, the Grand Duke usually jumps out of bed at 5 in the freaking morning to get to work. Then after chow time, he dives back into work and hits training right after dinner. He crashes around 11 at night and, yo, he hits up the Duchess like 5 times a day, no joke. That's the scoop. After Finn dropped all these crazy detailed facts, the dude was straight up impressed. Nice job, girl. But here's the tea, she accidentally called him by his first name. And when Liam caught that, he got mad purple with rage and snapped. It's Captain, okay? Girl fixed herself on the spot. Captain, we did exactly what you told us to do. But for real, what are we even up to? Even Kyle was all kinds of curious, like, explain the sitch. Yeah, messing around with the Duchess ain't gonna make a baby. But dude had a legit reason for all this. A reason the twins probably don't quite get yet. Kids these days, am I right? When Grandpa called them kids, they low-key thought, bro, you're younger than us. Then Liam picked his words real careful to break it down to the twins. Listen up, fam. To have a kid, you gotta be super close. The Duke and Duchess are still battling that heavy grief from losing their babies. That's the whole point of this plan. If they hang out, have fun with cute kids, wouldn't that start to heal their broken hearts? Losing a child's pain, it kinda eases up little by little. Then step by step, they might get chill together again. But, yo, after a hot minute, Louise's innocent vibes started to get real dark. And then, history's gonna be made at night. But the more Liam explained, the more the twins' heads spun. Wait, why at night? What kind of history? Is the nighttime better for writing? When they asked, Grandpa Liam was like, no comment. He couldn't just spill it all, so he dodged hard. That's grown-up stuff. Kids wouldn't get it. Meanwhile, Chloe and Kyle were straight up frustrated not getting a clear answer, so they turned their focus back to this crazy lawless book in front of them. Now, Liam set that book right on the table. The cover was all about 1,000 elixir variations in alchemical formulas or something wild like that. After grinding on prep and planning for a hot minute, it was go time to put all this into action. Ready to mix that alchemical elixir? Fiona asked, eyeing the freaky book Liam pulled out. Yo, what's that thing? Liam spilled how he snagged the book. Found it chillin' in my dad's library while I was trying to level up these elixirs. But hey, real life in a fairy tale had to pay the price for my nosy ass. Tried like 1,000 elixirs but got caught by Dad, who then locked up all those potions and beat me good. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone for sure. Bit unlucky getting smacked, but lucky it ended up helping twice. Who knew all that grind to live longer would be used for this? Flipping mad pages, searching for the goods. Boom, found it. An elixir for couples who lost their fire. Just a few drops can spark that OG love back up. And guess what? The book straight up guarantees this stuff works like magic. Liam shouted. This is it. The page says instant. Finally, he scored exactly what he'd been hunting for. Boom, the ultimate elixir for those couples who lost that spark. Just a few drops, and bam. It lights up those old lovey-dovey feels again. And get this? The book swears this potion is legit, guaranteed to work. Grandpa Liam shouted, this is it, guys. The page that says instant fix with a 100% success rate for couples craving a baby. Now that he knew his mission, he jumped right in no time to waste while the iron's hot. Liam flung open those 2 wardrobe doors with some serious flair. Then, before stepping in, he schooled the twins real quick. Yo, if anyone's looking for me, just say you didn't see me, alright? Kylie and Kyle nodded like, gotcha, boss. Then Liam stepped inside and unleashed his magic. Liam stretched his hand out and conjured up a purple magic circle. His eyes started glowing all bright, and man, the whole space was vibing with his fierce energy. This is where the magic really kicks off. Time to blow up that space. The tiny wardrobe room started shifting and twisting, clearly under his spell. Liam's no joke. In literally a blink, what was once a cramped closet morphed into a legit gigantic room. Bet that's enough space, right? Seeing the first part nailed, he hit the next step. All right, let's get this show on the road. Cut to the castle's kitchen. At that moment, the kitchen was totally empty, not a soul in sight. But on the counter sat this super sus bucket. Slowly, a tiny hand lifted that bucket. It was Fiona hiding out, rocking a top-secret mission, skulking under a bucket to keep low-key. She peeked super careful before saying, anybody here? After making sure she had the place to herself, she pulled out a pink potion bottle from her magic pouch. But one bottle wasn't going to cut it, so she whipped out another vial. Fi, listen up now. She started replaying the big deal mission Grandpa Liam gave her. Sprinkle these vials evenly on the food that the Grand Duke and Duchess are gonna feast on today. No mix-ups allowed or disaster city. He stressed. Only their specific dishes. Fi. Don't mess this up. Yet, even with the rules crystal clear, Fi got totally stressed, staring at all the crazy ingredients pile. How the heck am I supposed to know what they'll eat? Cuddling her potion tight, she stood frozen, trying to figure it out, but the brain strain was no joke, so she ditched the thinking. And just tossed the whole potion all over every single ingredient in the kitchen aggressively too. Like, who even knows at this point? Better to just blast it all. After smothering the fruits and food spots, Fi zipped right over to the flour storage area. Betcha the Duke and Duchess will chow down on some carbs, too, so why not cover the bread stash as well? Better safe than sorry. And she didn't stop there. Fi even sprinkled that magic potion into the water basins, just in case they sipped some water. Yo, the water that was clear just a sec ago, now it's rocking this super sweet pink vibe, like straight up love juice. That basin water switched up on us, now dripping this mystic purple glow. Kinda wavy and catching all that light from the big energy beam above. Fiona was floating up high, blasting out this fierce bright pink magic potion stream like she was on a mission from the love gods themselves. Meanwhile, down below, those white flower sacks started soaking up that potion too, turning all blush pink, real slow and magical-like. Once she flipped the whole kitchen's vibe to pink with all the food and stuff smelling like pure love, she hid a proud smile that said, "Yeah, I nailed it." Mission locked and loaded. After handling her biz, Fiona zoomed out of the kitchen like a bolt of lightning. Now time to dash back and spill the tea to my boss. Fast forward and bam, next evening rolls in. Liam was sneaking behind a corner, low-key spying to see how his sneaky plan was playing out. The sun dipped, and stars took the stage. And yep, that's the Grand Duke and Duchess's bedroom right there, the hotspot for Liam's magic potion to kick in. If Fiona nailed the mission, they already chowed down on that potion-spiked food today. But yo, while Liam was lurking, he suddenly whipped his head around because he caught some maids whispering. "Alright, so this is the scoop. No way." The two are giggling and chatting, looking mad happy. Dang, Jason just dropped a bomb, confessing his feelings. Didn't see that coming. The duo strolls off, all shy giggles and stuff. Tonight's gonna be one cray embarrassing ride. Once they dipped out of sight, Liam, still a shadow behind the wall, kept it quiet to avoid getting busted. Phew, barely dodged a bullet. Close call, but your boy Liam had to zone back into the main gig. He peeped into the couple's room, Kai and Karen chilling there, but the vibe was super quiet. Awkward much? Nah. Karen broke the silence first. Ahem. Then his eyes softened, looking all lovey at her. Meanwhile, Karen sat frozen like a statue, staying real still. Outwardly calm like a lake on a chill day, but inside, her heart was throwing a wild party. Whoa, what's up with this crazy heartbeat today? Why is my chest flipping like that? Just as Karen tried to decode her feels, Kai gently placed a hand on her shoulder, making her jump, and suddenly, they were shyly locking eyes. Love was popping off big time, setting a vibe so romantic it hit them right in the feels. With a deep, smitten look, he dropped a sweet line. "You look absolutely stunning tonight." It'd been ages since Karen tasted this kind of sweet love stuff, so she gave him a fluttery look and whispered back, "My dear." Maybe they both caught the feels boiling inside, 'cause they squeezed each other's hands tight. Their eyes only had room for each other. Liam, who'd been stalking the scene from outside, finally exhaled knowing his master plan was on point. Tonight's about to get hella spicy. But hold up, twins show up curious as ever. "Liam, dude, what's up here?" "Spicy." Caught red-handed, Liam clamped a hand over his mouth, not about to spill adult tea to these kiddos no matter what. "Come on, spill it," they begged. Since it was nightfall, Liam grabbed one by each hand and hauled them off to their room for some shut-eye. "Why y'all even want to know that?" Scrunched faces and "it hurts" echoes as Liam's dragging them. Before bouncing, he threw a sly grin back. Super stoked they'd done right by the Grand Duke and Duchess. Mission accomplished, baby. And so, the night wrapped up, loaded with all kinds of unforgettable vibes. The sun was blazing high, throwing down those warm rays everywhere. Just then, Karen, the Duchess of Kanbach, was casually strutting down the hallway, soaking in the good vibes and feeling on cloud nine. It's been ages since the weather looked this amazing. Wait, hold up, what's this? She spots some maids pacing like they lost their keys or something, totally stressed. Noticing their obvious freak-out mode, she stepped closer and asked, "Yo, what's all this early morning chaos about?" One maid, all jittery, stammered, "My lady, it's just..." No joke, the Duchess of Kanbach got bombshell news and literally stormed into their room, slamming the door wide open. One maid who caught her bursting in had that oh snap look, shouting, "My lady." She was totally freaking, asking, "What the heck happened? Why are the kids gone?" This maid was equally baffled, tears streaming as she spilled, "When we showed up this morning, the kids were already MIA. We've been searching like crazy ever since." Out of nowhere, another maid spots a letter chillin' on the table. "My lady, there's a letter right here," she said, and Karen snatched it fast, ripping it open and scanning the first few lines, her jaw dropping hard. This is Karen, reading that letter like her life depended on it. The note said, bet you're shook that we dipped. Well, all hangouts gotta end sometime, right? From now on, we're gonna do our own thing. Big thanks for taking us in, for all the care while we were here, and we hope you can get past losing your son. Real soon, a new soul's coming for the Grand Duke and Duchess. Make sure to give that baby all the love you gave us. Forever thankful, Liam and the others. Once she finished reading, Karen hugged that letter tight like a lifeline, her face drowning in tears. She whispered, oh wow, they knew everything. It's all on me, I got selfish, treating them like my own lost kid. But then, staring back at the letter, she got kinda confused. What's this new life talk all about? What's their real message? Fast forward a few weeks, in a sunlit room, the priest's pumped-up voice boomed, yo, got some epic news. He looked at the Duke and Duchess of Kanbach and blurted, Her Grace, the Duchess is expecting. Karen's eyes went wide, whispering, a new life? Kyle grabbed her hand, grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. Baby, it's happening. She gasped softly, ah. Then, bam, the letter she read flashed in her mind, and Karen's eyes got huge with shock. That letter. Her eyes filled up again as she looked at her man. So the new life they wrote about was real. Kyle squeezed her hand tight and beamed. Looks like those kids had the 411 that you were gonna have a baby. Tears streamed as Karen clutched her husband's hand, crying from the heart. Those kids, total blessings sent from above. Hearing this bomb news, Kyle got hyped and ordered, no way we're wasting this blessing. Let's pop open the storehouse and spread bread to the people. His crew was on it instantly. Yes, Your Grace. Man, those kids gotta be a straight-up gift sent from the big guy upstairs. When Ken heard this bombshell of good news, dude instantly dropped the official command, yo, we're not letting this slip. Crack open the stash and start handing out bread to everyone. His crew didn't even blink. Right away, boss, you got it. The flower shop storage swung open right away. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the baker was grinning ear to ear as he slid fresh loaves into the oven to bake. Outside, the crew was buzzing like crazy, handing out bread to the crowd. Big old loaves got passed around, lighting up the faces of everyone in the hood. That year, Kanbach recorded its highest baby boom ever, straight up the best in their history. Who would have guessed? A simple slip-up turned into a massive chain reaction. But hey, that saga's for way down the line. While Liam and his crew were heading home, Dylan blurted out all hyped, Liam, dude, I'm hooked on these adventures. Kylie grinned right next to him, adding, for real, let's keep this ride going, non-stop. Catching their hype, Liam shot them a side glance, wearing that annoyed vibe like, chill out and soak it in. We still got 10 years of this, he said. Hearing that, the gang jumped up, laughing like maniacs, shouting one after another. 10 years? Nah, that's too short. Let's roll for 100 years. Yeah, totally, 100. They were buzzing so hard, Liam just smacked his forehead, clearly defeated. Pimby, chilling nearby, threw him a little, you got this vibe. Hang tight, boss man, Pimbe said. Liam stayed quiet, thinking gloomily, already burned out from spending way too much time bossing around at the Duke's crib. If these wild curveballs keep dropping, our trip's gonna stretch on forever. We gotta find some intel on how to blast across this continent fast. But right now, nada. No options make sense. Just then, Key bounced over with a big ol' smile and asked Liam, yo, Liam, why ain't there any monsters around here? Standing next to him, Kyle stepped up, patted Liam on the shoulder like I got this, and said, let me handle it. I'm pretty sure about this one. Liam stuck his hands in his pockets, eyeing the two, and threw out, hey, there are 3 dragons here giving off that crazy strong scent. Think any monster dumb enough to roll up near here? Right after he said that, Kyle whipped up his shirt, sniffed like a dog, and barked, wait, what? We smell that bad? Beside him, Chloe started sniffing the air like she was hunting for something. But I don't smell a thing, Chloe said, puzzled. Watching this whole circus, Liam just rolled his eyes and said, forget it. As long as you know there's a smell, that's enough. Kyle kept staring hard and asked, what about thieves and robbers then? Kylie jumped in next. Ain't no robbers either. They all pictured some thief walking up like, hand over all your stuff now. Liam looked at them, shaking his head like, look, out here in the wide open snow, even if robbers showed up, where the heck would they crash? Then Liam cracked a sly grin and whispered, unless they just pop out of nowhere. But no sooner had he said that than 3 total strangers, swords and knives flashing, dropped down from above. The head guy pointed his sword at them and barked, don't move. Hand over everything you got. Behind him, his 2 crew members were shaking like leaves, freezing their butts off. Seeing these guys, Kyle's eyes lit up like Christmas morning and shouted, they're here. Kylie was just as stoked, the little girl gasping in total surprise. But no sooner had he finished talking than boom, 3 sketchy strangers, rocking swords and knives, tossed down from above like they were dropping in for trouble. The leader whipped out his sword, pointed it at them, and barked, freeze. Hand over everything you got. Behind him, his squad was straight up shivering hardcore from the chill. Khan's eyes lit up like fireworks, straight up yelling, "Yo!" They showed. Kylie was grinning ear to ear, too, and the little girl squealed like it was Christmas morning. Yo! Out of nowhere. These robbers just popped up from the ground like ghosts or something. But yo, Liam was totally shook, just staring at the wild scene, thinking, no way this is real, right? Meanwhile, the orange-haired dude was straight up freezing, shaking like mad. He checked out the crew, let out a tiny whimper, then spun around to the chubby dude, slapped him hard on the noggin, and yelled, "Yo, dummy, chill. These ain't grown-ups, just some kids." Then he snapped, "I had to hide all day in the snow just to catch some bratty little kids? Seriously, what's the plan now?" Right then, some heavily bundled-up dude nearby stammered an idea. "Look at their threads. Man, they're probably loaded. We could grab them, hold them for ransom." The orange-haired guy rubbed his chin, looking kinda iffy, but after a beat, he pointed and ordered his crew. "All right, better than nothing. What are y'all waiting for? Time up." As soon as possible, they charged at Liam's squad, shouting in perfect sync, "You got it, boss." But before these clowns got close, Louise's voice cut through like a boss. "Hold up." He gave the robbers a side eye, smirked and asked, "Hey, aren't you guys smelling something fishy here?" The dude in the blue shirt was all confused, asking, "Dude, what are you even talking about?" Louisa just straight up replied, "Only 3 kids, wandering this ghost town all alone without backup. Doesn't that sound crazy hard if you were in our shoes?" Boom. The guy in green panicked like crazy, scanning everywhere. "Wait, hold up. You say there's an adult lurking?" Louisa shot a calm look and said, "Nope, ain't nobody else here." The green shirt dude got even more shook and was like, "Then why'd you say that spooky stuff, huh?" Seeing they still didn't get it, Liam just smirked, shrugged, and said, "Just think on it a bit, y'all will catch on." Just then, Fiona bounced up close, whispering in his ear, "What's the move now, boss Liam?" He tilted his head like, "What should we do?" His eyes flickered with some serious heat, plotting hard. These 3 gotta be hiding some stolen swag, right? Time to clean him out. Suddenly, Kyle rolled up, hyping him. "Liam, let's bounce and have some fun." Kylie came up too, chiming, "Yeah, let's mess with them a bit." Liam tilted his head, giving them a side-eye like, "For real? Playtime again." Then he scratched his chin, thinking, "Hold on, that's not a dumb move. If we want to snatch their loot, gotta hit their hideout first." Meanwhile, the bandit boss stormed over to his crew fuming. "What were you clowns just standing around for? Hustle up, didn't I tell you?" Out of nowhere, the orange-haired dude was like, "Huh." Liam threw his hands up. Kyle and Kylie looked puzzled, and Liam shouted to the bandits, "We're throwing in the towel. We'll come along. No drama." The robbers were totally shook. Liam gave him puppy eyes, "Please don't hurt us." And just like that, Liam's crew went quietly with the bandits. Out of nowhere, the orange-haired dude goes, "Wait, what?" As Liam suddenly threw up his hands, totally confusing Khan and Kylie. He glanced at the bandits and was all, "Look, we're throwing in the towel. We'll tag along nice and easy." Even the bandits legit looked shook by that move. Liam threw them a desperate look and said, "Yo, no hurting us, please." Then his whole crew just rolled with the bandits like it was a weird peace treaty. Yo, not only were Kyle and Kylie totally chill, but they were also peeping around with hyped-up looks like they just scored front-row concert seats. Peeping their weird vibe, the dude in green spun around all confused, like, "What's going on with these two?" Then Mr. Green glanced over at the orange-haired homie and was like, "Yo, don't you think those two are shady as heck?" Orange-haired guy frowned hard and threw back, "Say what now?" Green dude shot back, "I mean, if you get kidnapped, you wouldn't just be chillin' like it's a Sunday stroll, right? But nah, they look like they're just out for a casual walk. No stress at all." Hearing that, the orange-haired dude rolled his eyes and said, "Dude, we're just trying to cash in on him, either for that fat ransom or flipping him as slaves, you know?" Right then, the chunky guy jabbed a finger ahead, shouting, "Yo, we're here." Up in front of them stood this massive, massive stone door, straight guarding the entrance to a cave hideout. Kyle and Kylie couldn't hide their hype, shouting like kids at a carnival, "Whoa, this spot is lit." Stepping in, Grandpa Liam laid his hand on the cold stone walls, eyes wide as saucers, thinking, "Man, only my dad's places got this kind of fancy craft." For real? A bandit hideout looking this legit? Right then, the chubby dude swaggered up to Grandpa Liam and bragged, "I mean, our hideout's kinda dope, right? Boss made it all happen." Grandpa Liam got all curious and asked, "Boss, who's the big shot?" The chubby guy raised his hand to say, "Our bosses," but boom. The orange-haired dude came flying over and clocked him hard on the head. Grabbing the chubby guy's collar, orange-haired dude growled, "Why you always gotta spill the tea? What if these kids dip and start yapping?" The chubby dude, looking all scared and shook, stammered, My bad, my bad." Orange-haired dude tossed him down like yesterday's trash and barked, "Lock these kids up in the cell. Pronto." Chubby boy jumped up fast. "Gotcha, boss." Slammed that cell door shut like it was Fort Knox, locked everything up tight, then bounced out of there. The trio sat there, all annoyed AF, watching the chubby dude walk off. Grandpa Liam glanced down at his neck, saying, "We should be good now." Right after, Fiona crawled out slow and tired from around Liam's neck like she just finished a marathon. Liam propped himself up, looked at her, and dropped the line. "Go find anything shiny or valuable. We're stealing tonight." Fiona nodded seriously. On it, then zipped out fast through this tiny keyhole like a ninja. After Fiona split, Kyle plopped down on the dirt floor, totally bored, whining to Liam, "Hey, can't we roll out too?" Chloe, looking equally done, threw in, "This place is Snoozefest Central." Liam just turned on them and said, "Chill out, wait for Fiona to come back and then we'll get our fun on." Then his eyes got all sneaky and wicked with excitement thinking, "Dang, this times has times to be the bandits' stash spot. There's gotta be mad loot hidden somewhere. Game on." Meanwhile, back at the hideout, the big boss was busy hammering away, crafting some crazy weapon straight off his Avengers cosplay. Crack. A chunk of the stone wall dropped with a bang. From outside the door, his crew yelled, "Boss, we're back." And that boss? None other than Ballo, kingpin of the Red Axe Bandits. Liam glanced at the orange-haired dude, bowing with a smug grin, and said, "All right, nice hustle. Did you score big this time?" The orange-haired guy shook his head and said, "Nah, not really, boss. Those monsters went wild earlier, scared off all the travelers, but hey, we still snagged a little something. We grabbed 3 kids while they were cruising down the road. Judging by how they look, their families must be rolling in dough. Boss, we can totally cash in big by asking for ransom or even flipping them." No sooner had the orange-haired dude finished, Blake burst out laughing, giving props with a big ol' smile. "Nice. Real nice." Then he strolled over to the cell where Grandpa Liam and the others were locked up. "All right, I guess I'm done working here. They're gonna lose that fresh innocence. Let's check out how they're holding up." The orange-haired guy followed respectfully. "Sure thing, boss." Back with Liam, Kyle and Chase were so wiped out, they had crashed hard. Hearing footsteps, Liam cracked his eyes open slowly. The orange-haired dude nodded their way and said, "They're in here, boss." Blake rubbed his chin, eyeballing them and said, "They look pretty high class, huh?" The moment Louisa spotted the man, her eyes went wide like, "Damn, this guy looks strong. With those muscles, he's got to be level 3 or higher, right? But something tells me this dude ain't your typical thief." Blake's gaze shifted to Liam. The kid locked eyes with him sharp as a tack. Blake got chills and barely caught his breath. Liam squinted, clearly confused, then broke into a smirk thinking, "Aha, could this be the guy?" Liam called out, "Yo, you big old chunky dude." Blake pointed at himself, all surprised. "Wait, me? Are you sure you're talking to me, kid?" Liam just smiled and fired back, "Who else you know that's a chubby old dude here besides you?" Then Liam asked, "What's your name?" Hearing this, the orange-haired guy standing nearby snapped, shouting, "You little punk. You've got no clue who this guy is." Just then, Blake, standing there trembling, said, Blake." The orange-haired dude looked at him all puzzled. "Boss, what's up with you acting so weird?" Blake rubbed his head, shaking like crazy, and said, "No clue. I suddenly feel like I'm burning up." The orange-haired guy was shocked and blurted, "What? If it was anyone else, I'd get it. But you, boss?" Watching all this, Liam grinned inside, thinking, "Oh man, perfect." He totally bought it. Seeing Blake wasn't feeling great, he quickly turned to bounce. At the same time, he told his mate, "Keep a close watch on those kids, all right? I gotta take a breather." The orange-haired guy nodded, "Got it, boss." But no sooner had they stepped outside, Liam's voice rang out, "Leaving already?" Blake jumped, caught off guard, and slowly spun around to face Liam. Liam waved and said, "All right, rest up. Catch you later." As soon as he said that, Blake shot out the door like a bolt, while the orange-haired dude scrambled after him. "Come on, boss, let's roll together." Spotting this, the boy waved like, "Aight, take it easy. Catch you later." No sooner said than done, Blake zipped out the door like a bat out of hell, and the orange-haired dude was chasing after him like, "Yo, boss, we're rolling together, fam." "Yo." Fiona just rolled back in and saw this whole wild scene going down. Her brain was straight up screaming with question marks, like a giant one flashing in neon lights. No joke, a massive question mark. She zipped over to Liam and was all like, "Yo, Master Liam, I'm back." He had that hands on hips, boss vibe and hit her with, "So, did you find anything or what?" Fi let out a big ol' sigh, super disappointed, and was like, "Nah, the warehouse and everything else. Empty as my fridge at 2 a.m. Honestly, looks like those bandits might starve before they find any loot." Hearing that, Liam's face legit crumpled. He straight up muttered under his breath, "Mad, salty. So they're broke AF, huh? Man. Feels like I got totally played. Guess the old saying's right. Humans got the cash," he grumbled. Fi was like, totally confused, all huh. But Liam must have seen it on her face because he tossed her a "Forget it, you did good." Then he threw down some orders. "I'm heading out for a bit, so make sure you keep those kiddos in check." Fi caught that and panicked a bit, all wide-eyed like, "Wait, Master Liam, come on, I gotta roll with you, right?" Liam just turned, peeped her, and said, "Nah, if you ain't here, those munchkins will throw a temp every time they wake up. I'll be back quick. Just keep an eye on him." Fi pouted but said, "Okay, gotcha." Liam strolled up to the iron bars, grabbed them like they were twigs, and pulled them apart easy peasy, making a big old gap. He stepped out, slow and steady, flashed that cheeky grin full of hype, and went, "Alrighty, time to catch some bad dudes." Liam moved up, gripped those iron bars, and with zero sweat pulled them apart wide open. He took his time stepping out, smile lit up his face, eyes sparkling with excitement, and said, "All right, let's roll and snag some bad guys, yeah." Meanwhile, Blake just flopped down on a chair, wiped the exhaustion off with a deep sigh. He glared up at the ceiling like, who even is that kid? His face rocking a little frown. No lie, I'd never been this shook before. Dude was like an unbeatable monster straight out of some horror flick. Whole body locked up like ice. Then he zoned out for a sec, but smirked soon after, thinking to himself all smug, "No way a dude like me's scared of just some ordinary kid." He rested his chin on his hand and muttered, "Maybe I've been chillin' too long, getting a little rusty, huh?" Out of nowhere, Grandpa Liam pops up right next to Blake with a grin full of mischief, asks, "What's the fun happening here, huh?" Blake jumped, scared as heck, and tried to hide against the wall, eyes big, staring at Grandpa Liam. Grandpa waved like, "Yo, look who's back. What's good?" Blake couldn't believe it and blurted out, "Wait, how'd you straight up get out of here?" Liam just shrugged, calm as a cucumber, and said, "Just walk right out, no big deal." Liam sauntered closer, and Blake squinted, suspicious AF. Then he grabbed a club nearby, ready to throw down. Blake raised that club like a shield, staring daggers at Liam, yelling, "Back off, man. Don't come any closer." But Liam just flipped around, hands in his pockets, laughing all cocky. "Yo, for such a big dude, you're shaking like a leaf." Blake wasn't about that shade, though he just squinted harder and tried to shoo Liam away. "I don't know how you busted out of there, but I'm letting it slide this time, so scram, dude." Hearing that, the dude swiveled his head back, eyeing him dead on, and shot, "What if I just don't?" Blake's voice shook just a bit as he fired back, "Well then, I'm gonna have no choice but to smack you until you bounce." Grandpa Liam stepped forward, tossing out this whole mega cocky vibe like he was totally mocking Blake's threat. "But what if I still ain't leaving?" "Grandpa Liam's not going nowhere. You get me, old-timer? Come on, try your luck, hit me. Hit me." Grandpa's trash talk had Blake seeing red. Dude swung his weapon hard and yelled, "You little punk." But then, bam. Watching his own attack, panic hit Blake hard. He was like, "Oh snap. I totally lost it and slammed with all my power. No turning back now." "You brought this on yourself, playing with fire," Blake snarled as his weapon came hurtling at Grandpa Liam, who didn't even flinch. Grandpa Liam didn't dodge a single beat, just locked eyes with the weapon as it dropped towards him. But right before the weapon touched him, it just froze midair like magic. Blake stared at his hand, totally bamboozled. How the heck did my hand stop on its own? Grandpa Liam let a tiny grin slip, moving smooth as silk. He tilted his head, peeked over at Blake, and teased, "What's up? Gonna quit now, or what? You're kinda puny for a big guy." Blake's anger hit absolute max from the shade. He threw down with everything he had, trying hard to hit Grandpa Liam, who just chilled with his hands behind his back, eyes locked on Blake's every move. Grandpa Liam flashed a smile, eyeing the weapon so sharp no matter what Blake tried, dude couldn't land a hit. Eventually, Blake dropped his weapon, breathing heavy and wiped out. Grandpa Liam looked down, grinned wide, and shot, "Is that all, bro? Come on." Blake scowled, shaking all over, then said, "Yo, who exactly are you?" Grandpa Liam squinted, cracked a smile but didn't spill all the tea. Then he tossed it back at Blake like, "You already knew who I was, didn't you?" Blake's jaw dropped, blurting, "Wait, what? No way." Suddenly, Fiona's voice rang out, "Boss Grandpa Liam." Liam swiveled towards her voice. She darted over, tears streaming, spilling the latest gossip. "The twins are throwing a fit again because they're bored. I can't calm them down solo." Blake was floored seeing Fiona pop up, gasping, "Wait, a fairy?" Fiona eyeballed Blake closely, stepping in for a better look, muttering all confused, "This don't add up." Blake blinked, stammered, "Huh?" Fiona just said what she was thinking out loud. "You definitely smell like a dwarf, but you're built more like some orc or something." Grandpa Liam frowned, looking her way. That guy's a half-dwarf. Some kind of mix of human and dwarf, I bet. She zipped closer, puzzled. Half-dwarf? But how is he bigger than a human? Grandpa Liam shrugged. No clue, but trust me, that's what he's about. Interrupting their chat, Blake fired back. How I'm a half-dwarf? Grandpa Liam just smiled soft. Told you no? Bet you know who I am by now. Meanwhile, in his head, better remember this, Blake scowled hard, then suddenly gasped in shock. Wait, could it be? He flashed back to chillin' with his pops, all those times his dad hammered down on fresh hot iron, making that work life real. Blake crept up slow to his dad, who was grinding away, and started dropping some heavy advice. Listen, dwarf life's got rules you gotta live by. If you ever meet someone who makes your knees quake or your whole body go wild, and you feel like you gotta obey no matter what, grab this forge hot nugget, his dad said, pulling a glowing piece from the fire with tongs. Then you simply gotta bounce. Don't even look back. He cocked his head at Blake, who was totally baffled by his dad's creepy warning, and squinted. Wait, what, Dad? What's going on? His dad dunked the glowing metal into the water and was all serious. Son, you're not a pure-blood dwarf. You might dodge the curse that comes with the bloodline, but as long as you're carrying my blood, that chain's stuck on you like glue. And if it starts gripping, you gotta run, no questions asked. The boy's face turned all worried, and he asked, But Dad, what if I can't run? His dad's face twisted angry, turning sharp at Blake. If you ever can't hit the road, then listen up, just do whatever they tell you. Then he leaned in close, kneeled down, and put a firm hand on Blake's shoulder. Son, tattoo this in your heart. If you ever find yourself in that spot again, you gotta get out, fast as lightning, no second guesses. Yo, you were born with half-human blood, no doubt you ain't dumb. Hearing that, Blake was like, Dad, what the heck are those folks even up to? Grandpa immediately slapped his hand over Blake's mouth and glanced around all sneaky-like. They're always eavesdropping, so zip it wherever you are. As for who they are, he snapped back to reality. Blake stared at Grandpa, eyes wide with freak-out vibes, and blurted, Yo, could they be dragons or what? Grandpa leaned back, grinned, winked, and said, Bingo. Blake paused, shocked. Dragons. Seriously. Grandpa sat up, rocking a smug little smile, thinking to himself, I knew it from the jump 'cause of his size. Told you, my gut was spot on. Then flashback hit. The very first time he saw him, felt that deja vu, kinda like the first time he saw that dwarf fixer working with Dad. Dwarves are smart cookies, so he asked Grandpa if it was cool to have them working for free like that. Jason reached out, smiled, and said, Don't sweat it, Liam. This is payback for what they pulled on us for generations, he thought. They call it the blood bond. Even after digging deep, the only thing he found was that the dwarves almost wiped out dragons. That was the one fact on lock. It sucked big time. But hey, if they almost erased the whole dragon squad, there's no need to play nice, right? Seeing Grandpa walk up to him, Blake threw his hands up like, Back off, man. Grandpa stopped, gave his chin a smooth touch, grinned, and said, They say dwarves got that dragon fear baked in their blood. Huh. Then dropped the bomb. So Blake, from now on, you're my right-hand dude. Blake straight up panicked, covered his face and yelled, Yes, Lord Fiend. Fiona standing next to them just sighed like, Wow, Liam's totally bossing him around. Blake was losing it big time. He dropped to his knees for Grandpa, quietly bawling. Grandpa smiled, came closer, patted his shoulder gently like, Chill, dude. It's all good. That's just how life rolls. By the way, Blake, how old are you now? I just hit 50 this year, Blake replied. Grandpa licked his lips and said, You're still a baby, man. Blake's brow furrowed like a big old question mark, and he was like, Wait, you're 250, so you're basically a baby dragon? Blake's question got Grandpa all riled up. He marched over, pointed, and bellowed, Baby? Nah, I'm a fierce, mighty dragon, dude. Got it. Blake gasped, shocked. For real? Grandpa put his hands on his hips and shot back. Duh, you idiot. Then he walked over and gave Blake a light shoulder pat. All right, time to get down to biz. You're working for me for 10 years. Blake's jaw dropped like, Wait, what? 10 years? Grandpa kept it real. Look, it might be less, but yeah, around 10 years. Blake shut up and got serious, looking at Grandpa. So, what's on my to-do list? Blake chilled with no complaints. He gave a serious look and said, So, what's my job now? He pointed straight at Blake's face and said, Your mission is simple. Bro, get us home safe and keep the world chill. The minute Grandpa finished talking, Blake was totally confused. He stared back and asked, How does bringing you home have anything to do with keeping world peace? Grandpa narrowed his eyes and shot back. You know who this means, right? Blake replied, The Dragon Squad. Then he pressed on, and the guy went, Yeah, exactly. Grandpa slightly raised his chin, eyes burning with pure deadly vibes. giving off this crazy intense energy that was honestly scary. Grandpa stared at Blake and said, "Yup, a hatchling. But ever heard the legend behind this?" Then Grandpa launched into this wild story about some rookie knight who killed a baby dragon and bragged about being a dragon slayer. The dragon's papa flipped out, went full savage, and wiped out the whole kingdom. When Grandpa wrapped it up, Blake shot him a look full of shock and asked, "Wait, that story actually happened?" Grandpa squinted lazily, throwing out, "Even monsters get pissed when they're hurt or young." He continued, "So, you think a dragon's just gonna chill, especially if their folks are top-tier O-class dragons?" Hearing that, Blake freaked a little, eyes wide as he stared at Grandpa, thinking, "Dang, the world's about to get some serious heat." Grandpa crossed his arms, giving Blake a serious look, and asked, "You catching my drift now?" Blake shrank back, scared, then blurted out, "Yeah, but like, why? Why trust someone like me with this big deal?" Grandpa frowned, locking eyes with Blake deep for a second, tilting his head, then turning away like, "Why, huh? Honestly, it's 'cause you're the first dude I ran into, and you seem pretty easy to boss around." A bit later, Grandpa covered his mouth, fake coughed, and went, "Ahem, seriously? So, why's that?" "Because you're the chosen one, dude," Blake asked, all confused. "The chosen one?" Liam fired back, "Check those solid shoulders and that beastly strength." Meanwhile, Liam was low-key thinking, "This guy looks rock solid, like nothing's gonna break him." Peeping Blake's strong hands, he goes, "Man, there's an unstoppable vibe ready to throw down anytime." And in his head, he's like, "Anyone dumb enough to cross-use toast in a hot minute?" Then Liam eyed that epic beard going on. One peek, and bam. He could almost feel the loyalty radiating off the dude, like a whole vibe. Thought to himself, with that dwarf blood running through, betrayal's basically off the table. Liam kept hyping him up. "I mean, isn't that enough to snag that chosen one spot with the Dragon Clan? Like a top-tier servant, no cap." Blake was straight up hyped hearing that. Eyes all sparkly, he glanced at Liam like, "For real?" Liam crossed his arms, nodded low-key and said, "And yo, this is a one-time shot kind of deal for you." Blake perked up immediately. "Wait, what kind of deal?" Liam raised his hand and shot back. "Think about it. It's not just one hatchling, it's 3. You pull those 3 dragon babies back safe and sound. You think their parents gonna act like you did nothing?" Listening to Liam, Fiona was shook to the core. Liam went on, "There's a reward coming your way that's beyond what you've ever dreamed." Blake was legit buzzing now. "If that's how it is, then I'm all in." Seeing that grin, Liam crossed his arms, flashed his sly smile and tease, "So you feeling confident about being the chosen one now?" Blake nodded like it was a done deal and said, "For sure." Right then, Fiona was chilling nearby, watching and thinking, "Dude, young Master Liam's got some serious game." Liam turned to Blake and asked, "So, you down to roll with us?" Blake didn't hesitate for a sec. "Heck yeah." Liam asked again, "Seriously? No regrets?" Blake was dead serious. "Nope, no regrets." Liam grinned with major swag, and bam. A bright light started wrapping around Blake, straight up dazzling yellow glow. Blake freaked out, "Yo, what's happening?" Liam smirked and pointed at him, "Bro, what do you think? You just put some heavy shackles on yourself." Blake frowned, "Wait, what?" Liam laid it down. "What you just did, that's called a blood pact. Anything promised in front of a dragon, gotta keep it 100%, no matter what." Blake asked, "And if I mess up on the promise?" Liam played it cool, no big deal. But Blake was already curled up in a corner, knees hugged tight, shaking like crazy. His face was pale as he stammered, "I can't believe I might end my family line now." Seeing Blake like that, Liam rolled his eyes and said, annoyed, "Why the gloom, dude? Just keep your word and you're all good." Blake gave him a skeptical look. "For real? You sure?" Liam snapped back, I swear. If you doubt me, go ask any other dwarf in town." Back at the dungeon, Liam waved at Blake and said, "All right, squad, this dude's our new homie. Everyone, meet the latest addition to our crew. Okay, so here's our temporary guardian, right? His name's Blake." Blake stepped up and said, "Hey, what's up?" The moment they saw him, the twins zoomed over, super hyped and amazed, yelling one after another, "Whoa, he's a giant dwarf. Never seen a dwarf this tall before." The twins kept going, and Grandpa, curious, turned to Blake and asked, "Okay, real talk, how the heck did you get so tall? Even if you're half-breed, this is next level." Blake said, "Honestly, I was a lot shorter than everyone else when I was a kid. Around my 20 years, I ate some weird fruit, got sick for like 10 days. When I woke up, boom, this giant." Grandpa's eyes went big hearing that story. He looked at Blake quick and asked what the fruit even looked like. Unlike Grandpa's freaked-out face, Blake chilled and said, "It looked pretty weird, kinda like a bone." After that, Grandpa's eyes went wide, looking at Blake like, "No way." Grandpa turned away and pulled out his book, flipping through it nonstop while Blake squinted, totally confused, watching Grandpa's moves. After digging around, Grandpa showed Blake the page. Name, growth fruit, water type, super rare. Effect, makes you grow bigger with zero bad side effects. Here's the scoop. It's like a potion that uses cold as food, growing 3 to 4 fruits usually without flowers, and works best when you hit 2 to 300 years old. Then he pointed at the fruit pictured in the book and asked, "Yo, is this the one?" Blake nodded. "Yeah, that's totally it. The fruit I ate looked exactly like this." After Blake's nod, Grandpa slammed that book shut like he just found the jackpot. A fire lit up in his eyes, pure determination radiating off him. He thought to himself, this right here is the magic fruit. If I munch on this, I'm finally gonna beat those pesky twins who keep clowning on me for being the smallest. With that thought pumping through his veins, Grandpa lifted his chin high and let out this boss-level laugh. His fierce glare had the twins shaking in their boots, stuttering like crazy. "Yo, sorry, Captain. So sorry," Blake mumbled, rubbing his head and bouncing out of there. "All right, later, dudes. Gotta tell my crew I'm heading out." But then Grandpa's eyes went dark as midnight, cutting him off with a cold, "Hold up right there." Blake froze, cocking his head like, "Say what now?" Grandpa snapped back, "Nah, no going home yet. Our numero uno mission. That growth fruit," he said, raising his hand like a champ, eyes blazing with pure, fiery passion. Grandpa held out the book for Blake to see. Name, growth fruit. Type, water. Rarity, super rare. Effect, makes you bigger for real, no nasty side effects. Description, a magic elixir that feeds on coldness, usually packs 3 to 4 fruits without going all flower power. Hits peak power after it's been around for 200 to 300 years. Then he pointed at the fruit pick and said, "Is this the one?" Blake grinned, "Yeah, totally. That's exactly the fruit I munched on." Grandpa snapped the book shut quick. That fierce spark in his eyes burned brighter as he thought, "This is it, no joke. If I can get my hands on this, finally gonna shut up those annoying twins who always rag on me for being tiny." Just as that thought hit him, Liam threw his head back and laughed like he'd just won the jackpot. His fierce glare had the twins shaking in their boots, stuttering like they just saw a ghost. "We're so sorry, Captain." Blake rubbed the back of his head, ready to skedaddle. Liam smirked. "All right, I was about to tell my crew we're out of here." But boom, his eyes darkened and he dropped a command like a boss. "Hold up right there." Blake froze, tilting his head like, "Say what now?" "Yeah." Liam's voice got serious. "Going home can wait. Fam. The real hustle is that growth fruit." He lifted his hand, eyes blazing with straight-up determination and mad passion vibes. That fiery energy surrounded him like a spotlight, no joke, he was on fire. The twins dashed over, buzzing full of hype. Kyle and Fiona asked, one after the other, "Wait, what fruit? Spill the tea." "Growth fruit? What's even that?" Liam just furrowed his brow, thinking, "Nah, these kiddos can't know my secret." Blake gave him a side eye and dropped some real talk. "But, boss, we got a little snag." Hearing this, Liam whipped his head like lightning, cold glare on full blast. "Snag, speak up." Blake looked kinda nervous but kept it real. The Soser tribe lives right where the growth fruit tree grows, so getting there won't be a walk in the park. Liam shot him a warning glance. "Listen up. Enough chit-chat. Just show me the growth fruit tree. I got the rest covered." Then he turned away, hand on chin, flashing a grin, dripping with mad confidence. The intensity on Liam's face, mixed with that deadly aura, man, Blake was legit shaking thinking, "Don, dude's scary as hell." Out by the edge of the cliff, Liam stepped closer, all four peeping over together, eyes locked down below. Liam squinted at the distant tribe and goes, "Yo, is that the spot?" Blake nodded, "Yup, that's the Seer crew. When they first came here, it was way smaller. Now, there's hundreds." Liam's like, "Cool, cool. But where exactly is the tree?" Blake froze and went, "Sir." Liam gave him that, really. "Look, where exactly is the mature tree? Spill it." Blake's eyes were all jittery. "If I remember right, it's dead center of the orc tribe's turf." Liam's jaw dropped hard. "Say what?" Then he pointed at Blake, yelling, "You dummy, so they chopped it down already?" Blake threw his hands up trying to calm the storm. "Chill, they didn't find it. That tree actually grows in a cave underground. I stumbled on it by accident. It's low-key hidden, so those lame orcs won't sniff it out." Liam breathed out, relief flooding him. "Phew, that's a win." Then he spun toward the twins and shouted, "All right, kids." They pumped their hands in the air, all hyped. "Yeah, we're in." Liam barked the order, "Let's roll, squad." And with Blake's jaw on the floor, the three of them slid down like pros. Both of them threw their hands up all hyped and said, "Heck yeah." Then Grandpa dropped the command, "Let's roll." Blake's jaw dropped as the three of them slid down like they were on some secret mission. Blake glanced at them, his face going ghostly pale, and blurted out, "Hold up. The Seers are like a million times tougher than regular orcs. For real." He He was freaking out, so Fiona swooped in, hovered next to Blake, and chilled him out. Relax, no sweat. Blake stammered. Yeah, but. Fiona caught his vibe and just sighed like, bro, seriously? Dude, don't tell me you're fooled just 'cause they look like little kids all cute and stuff. Peep this, why do people hype dragons as the toughest creatures on the planet? 'Cause they terrify the heck out of their enemies. Duh. Back over at the Sears Village spot, heads whipped around when some weird noise popped off, all eyes wide with what the heck faces. Way off. Grandpa Liam rocked this scary-ass glare. Flanked by his twin sibs, they dashed straight at the Sears. Their sudden roll-up had the Sears yelling like they saw a ghost. The twins gripped their swords tight and dropped magic like crazy. Lightning bolts lit up everywhere, wild and fierce. The Sears screamed their lungs out, totally shaken. Twins don't mess around. One clean hit, and they sliced through the Sears like they were slicing butter. The Sears, caught off guard, grabbed their gear and charged as one. Kai, flashing his double blades, swooped down like a hype beast, shouting, "Bring it on." The Sears freaked out big time and booked it for the hills. The sword-wielding twins chased after them, yelling, "Yo, where y'all running to? Come back here and stay put." In the distance, Fiona threw down some knowledge. See that? That's straight-up dragon vibes. Poor Blake just stood there, wide-eyed and silent. Then Blake eyed Fiona skeptically and said, "Dragons are killer strong, no doubt, but those Sears? They're not the type to just dip like that." Fiona hit him with that classic line, "You ever heard a mouse bolt from a snake?" She totally thought to herself, even if they're Sears, when an apex predator like the orangutan rolls up, all they can do is run for their pathetic lives. How could these instinct-driven Sears stand a chance against the noble dragon race's aura? No way. Blake blurted out in total awe. "So that's why whenever a dragon's around, I just blank out and freeze like a fool." Fiona kept schooling him. Facts. Same deal for humans, especially the young ones. They're not scary yet. But once they hit their second hibernation phase and become adults, just their aura would wipe out every Seer on the spot. Suddenly, from way off, an orange-haired dude came hustling and yelled, "Boss man." Fiona quickly ducked into Blake's first sleeve, muttering, "Ugh, this dude's the worst." The orange-haired guy eyed Blake, freaking out, "Boss man, you good?" His voice echoed like he was trying to shake the whole mountain. He glanced toward the Seer village, gasping, "No way." Then he snapped back to Blake with a confused look. "The O tribe's village got torched, boss." "What the hell is going down?" Pointing down, he added, "Those kids are down there." Meanwhile, Kyle was outstretched his hand, shooting spells to take down the Seer crowd. Lightning bolts from the move the kid cooked up blasted at them, making those bad boys explode one right after another. Then, another kid grabbed Kyle's legs and got ready to whip him around. Both of them cracked big grins and shouted together, "Check out this lightning tornado." Kyle charged ahead. The kid spun like crazy with his sword and slammed into the Seer. His sword and magic wiped them out wherever they stepped. Back to Blake. Watching the chaos, the orange-haired dude went pale and stuttered, "Dang. The kids we snagged are straight up wrecking those Seers." Then suddenly, his vibe flipped as he looked at Blake, asking, hyped up, "Wait, you knew this was gonna go down, boss?" He stared at his guy, shocked, and blurted, "What?" But before he could talk more, the orange dude jumped to a happy conclusion. "Knew it, boss. You've had your eye on those kids since day one. Saw their crazy power even though they're just little." He frowned, hesitating a sec. "Well, about that." Right then, Fiona leaned in close to Blake's ear and whispered, "Just say what I say." "Got it." Blake quickly lifted his chin and proudly repeated Fiona's words. "Got it." The orange dude looked at him all impressed. "For real, you're my kind of boss," Fiona whispered in Blake's ear. "I told them to handle the Seer." And Blake repeated her smooth talk. "I told them to handle the Seer." The orange guy was full of respect and kept dishing out compliments. Seriously impressive. "But yo, who are those tiny wild ones? What's their deal?" the orange dude asked. Fiona snapped back all fired up. "Who's calling who, a little devil, huh?" Blake pointed at the orange dude and echoed, "Who's calling? A little devil?" The dude, all confused, went, "Wait, what?" Hearing him spit out words he wasn't supposed to, Fiona blew up, smacking Blake on the head and yelling, "Dude, why you gotta parrot that?" He quickly said, "Sorry. Hey, miss, my bad, really sorry." The whole scene had the orange dude totally shook, and he gasped, "Boss." Blake sighed hard and said, "Look, we ain't about acting dumb. We gotta handle these kids smart." The orange dude asked, puzzled, "What do you mean by acting dumb?" Down below, the Seer Pack's leader yelled. Then it grabbed its weapon and lunged at Grandpa. As it swung, rocks and dirt flew everywhere, filling the air with thick smoke. But then it yelped in shock. Grandpa wasn't fazed by the hit at all. Grandpa looked at it, smirked, and said, "All done? Now, it's my turn, huh?" He gripped his weapon and fired up his magic. Then he swung his hand to blast the seer. Just one smooth hit from Grandpa sent those seers flying far away. The seer couldn't dodge in time and smashed hard into the wall, making a crazy loud bang, with rocks and dirt bursting everywhere. After that, the seer just couldn't hang and collapsed. Grandpa eyed the monster and let out a bored sigh. Oh, so lame. Yo, over by Blake, Liam was straight up frozen, staring like his jaw just dropped to the floor. Props to that orange-haired dude, he threw out. Check that slick move. Blood sprayed everywhere from the slash, and a scream sliced through the air. Fiona and Kyle teamed up, swinging hard and sending a seer flying back like a pro. Finally, it all wrapped up. Chloe plopped down on the snow, wiped her brow, and said, "We're done, for real." Right beside her, Kyle complained, "Man, I'm beat." Grandpa Liam clocked the two looking wiped after their grind, so he lobbed 2 fruits their way and said, "Y'all crushed it. I'm stepping out for a bit. Take a breather, all right." The duo perked up and eagerly answered, "Bet." But then, he spotted 2 shady figures creeping on the mountain. As soon as Jason recognized their hair colors, he got all fired up and barked, "Hey, get down here right now. Why you just standing there all sketch watching from afar?" When Blake heard that, he literally shivered. He spun to his homie and stuttered, "Yo, you stay here. I'll check what's poppin' down there." Suddenly, the orange-haired dude blurted, "No, wait, I'm rolling with you, boss." Blake just paused for a sec, then asked, "For real, you want to tag along?" The orange-haired guy shook his head quick like, "Nah, boss." "Dude, you should just let me handle this solo," he muttered, gritting his teeth. A moment later, Blake popped up behind Grandpa Liam, all slick and sarcastic. "You called, boss?" Liam fired back out of nowhere. "Where's my stuff?" Blake blinked, dumbfounded, and was like, "What? Say what now?" Liam's face got all dark, eyes sharp as knives, and he said low, "Where's my growth fruit at?" After a minute, Blake led Liam toward a massive boulder. Spotting a tiny hole in the rock, Liam asked, "Here?" Blake nodded fast, acting like a tour guide, crouched down, and said, "You gotta crawl through here and then hit the passage down to the cave." Then he kinda mumbled, confused. Blake whispered, "Weird thing is, I used to roll through here no prob." But from Liam's point of view, all he saw was Blake's butt wobbling while he talked majorly weirded and kinda grossed out. Before Liam almost threw up, he cut him off. "Yo, just chill here. It's right in front of us anyway, right?" Blake looked a little lost but still said, "Yeah, boss." Then Liam squeezed into the narrow crack in the rock. He followed the tight path leading into the cave. Suddenly, way in the back, a glimmer popped off, making Liam go, "Oh snap, that's gotta be it." He hustled toward the glow. As he got closer, Liam gasped fake drama style. The bright light was shining off a tiny plant. Liam hollered excitedly the second he spotted it. Boom, found it. At the plant's base, he spotted 2 little fruits. His eyes sparkled as he yelled, "My growth fruit. My ticket to towering heights." Then he paused, all confused. Liam reached out and grabbed the fruit, wondering, why is it so tiny? This ain't even halfway the size, the book said. He paused a sec and sighed hard, all frustrated. Looks like these babies aren't ripe yet. At this pace, it's probably going to take them at least 200 years to fully grow up. Liam scrunched his face, eyeing that growth fruit like, "Nah, munching on it now? Totally useless, dude. So, what's the move?" Seconds later, he bounced back outside. As soon as Blake caught sight of him, he was all urgent. "Yo, you made it back, boss. Did you score the growth fruit?" Grandpa dusted off like a boss and sighed. "Okay, you called it. The growth plant's down there, no doubt, but fruit? Still baby size, man." Hearing this, Blake tripped over his words. "So, what's the game plan now?" Liam kept walking, cool as ever. "No cap, no other way around it. We gotta chill until that fruit's ripe and ready to munch." While Liam strolled ahead, Blake's voice threw a curveball that made him freeze up. "If we dip now, ain't someone gonna sneak in and jack this fruit?" Liam spun around with that ice-cold look, dead serious. "Jacket?" His eyes flashed with that mean streak. "Let's see him try." Fast forward a bit, a protective zone popped up, sporting a sign with scribbles all over it. Closer look, that sign. Straight up threat vibes. "Keep out. Touch Liam's stuff and your family's next 9 generations. Yeah, curse hardcore. I'm talking full-on 9-gen bad luck. Not scared. Go ahead, test your luck, loser." Then Liam hit up Blake. "Got any crew? Send him over for watch duty." Blake blinked, confused. "Wait, what? Why my squad?" Before Blake could spit another word, Liam shot him down. "You straight up defying me?" Blake immediately switched gears, like, "Take whoever you need, boss. They're all yours." Liam peeped over to the cave, still feeling that gut twist of nerves. "I've rigged traps foolproof style, but man, I'm still feeling hella on edge. Need peeps to keep a lookout till this fruit hits full maturity." Seconds later, Liam stood tall, arms crossed, deep in thought. The whole bandit crew was huddled below. Every last one looked like they barely had a clue, worn out or snoozing half dead. Liam couldn't even deal and turned to Blake, whining low-key. How are none of these clowns actually any good? But then, he mulled quietly, hey, if it's for my glow-up, I'll wait as long as it takes. With that fire thought, Liam declared, this won't take long. The bandits down there had zero clue what was poppin' and started low-key whispering. Why the surprise meetup, though? No clue. We beefin' or what? The orange-haired lackey spotted him and got all antsy. That tiny troublemaker? For real? What's he even scheming here? While they were freaking out, Liam yelled out, yo, what's up, my peeps, my loyal bandits? A cheeky, slightly cocky grin slid on his face. Got some news to drop? Liam paused, all dramatic, then zipped on quick. Starting now, this bandit crew? Yeah, it's donezo. The bandits below? Total brain freeze. Straight up piss, they yelled. Say what? Who even let you pull this? Orange-haired dude spun to Blake. Bossman, what's the deal? You actually okay with this? Blake just clammed up, dodging the stare. Right on cue, Liam called the twins. The sisters bounced over fast, all business. Here and ready. Liam just flashed a grin. Let's roll, fam. When the order dropped, the sisters cracked their knuckles and were all like, on it, boss. Seeing that, the bandits freaked out, yelling, yo, why y'all coming here? Stay back. But honestly, their cries were a total flop. Cause, right on cue, the orange-haired dude took the very first snowball right in the face. Then bam. The next two guys behind him felt the heat too. Watching Chloe and Kyle hustling like crazy, Grandpa Liam started hyping them up. Oh yeah, you got this, little champs. Smack 'em good, right in the dome. Keep it coming. Meanwhile, Blake was just standing there, totally lost for words, hearing his squad wail in pain. Dude was straight up crying inside, whispering, my bad, guys. Fast forward a bit, those bandits who looked fine just minutes ago were now rolling around on the cold snow, begging like, we're done for, please cut us some slack. On the flip side, Grandpa Liam's crew was living it up. He patted Kyle's head with a grin, you killed it, man. Then Liam threw a side eye their way, sizing them up. Seen enough yet? That's all you got. 2 kids and you're shook. The bandits could only stew in silence, thinking, those ain't just kids, man. Then Liam yelled out, don't sweat it. Flashing a grin that was supposed to be sunshine, he added, I'm gonna whip y'all into shape, no cap. Up in the mountains, a tiny squirrel was chilling on a branch, clutching a pine cone, until whoosh, something zoomed past and scared the heck out of it, dropping the cone. The squirrel darted away quick, while some voice from behind threw a jab. Yo, you're putting way too much muscle into those legs. Liam peeped ahead, continuing his roast. Are soldier eyes just for show? Why can't you dodge stuff hitting you right in your face? The bandits he was drilling lay sprawled on the ground, bawling and begging. Way too fast. Cut us some slack. Seeing him like that, Liam just shook his head. Man, these dudes are straight up weak. All right, 10-minute break. One chunky bandit collapsed on the snow, gasping for air. For real, at this rate, I'm done. I'd rather just pass out and call it quits. The orange-haired guy threw in, all annoyed. Facts. The ones who passed out didn't catch any hits. Lol. Then chunky dude had a light bulb moment. What if it's just us bailing? Huh? Orange-haired dude shut that down real quick. Nah, bro. The other room's crew tried and got caught. No way out. They had to grind all day, every day, 2 straight days. Didn't you hear? Chunky was getting heated. Man, we ain't soldiers. Why the heck we gotta suffer through this torture? Orange-haired dude stood up, low voice. Y'all still breathing? Huh? Still thinking like that? His eyes glistening with tears, he said with a sigh. I gave up on my own hopes a while ago. Every day I get smoked with an empty head. Days just bleed into each other. Before he could finish, Chunky started bawling like crazy. With tears streaming, he yelled, Nah, that ain't right, man. Getting your butt kicked every single day? I should be a mess. So how the heck are we still standing strong tomorrow? Yo, out of nowhere, the chunky dude let out this wild yell. Dang, for real. Meanwhile, Liam was chillin', all proud thinking, man, these kids are growing up hella fast. Liam couldn't stop thinking back to what he'd been up to lately. Every single night, he'd sneak an extra bottle of his Pop's premium potion and dump it on them. They'd just crash it off, and bam, energy back in no time. During training, they had zero chill, cause he was dropping his willpower into them mentally. I'm schooling them with this book I swiped from my dad's library so they can level up on the daily. Sure, it's just the basics, but it's from a freaking dragon's personal library. Total waste letting these goofs get their hands on it. Liam scrunched up his face, checking out the book in his hand, thinking if he wants to speed up. Out of nowhere, Blake pops up yelling, Boss, Liam. Liam shoots back. Oh, you're here. So, How's that mission I threw at you going? Blake hesitates a sec but then spills the tea about that assignment. Did it all like you said. Seeing his plan all set, Liam flashes a grin. Oh, for real? Props, man. You head out and get ready. I'll bring the kiddos later. Blake's all, roger that, boss. Liam's grin goes all sly and his tone turns ice cold. This is straight up the throw the beast off a cliff to toughen it up kind of move. Blake sees his hype and gets those creeped out vibes. Like, how long is this dude gonna keep stressing them out? Later, on some snowy peak, the gang rolls deep, sneaking through the white stuff. The dude with the mask looks to Chunky Dude all curious. Yo, why we gotta train way up here? Chunky Dude shrugs like, who even knows what this big bag's about? The boss says wear it, so we rock it. Then whoosh, a yell cuts through the cold air from behind. Make way, slam. A massive weapon hits the snow hard. They all freeze and shout, no way, is that a catapult? For real. And yep, a big wooden catapult was parked right there. Blake wipes sweat off his forehead with a quick flick. Orange-haired dude walks up and asks, boss, why the sudden catapult? We heading for a battle or something? Before Blake could answer, another voice booms. Listen up, everyone. Liam steps forward, dead serious. Wondering why I gathered y'all here? Skip the long talk, just watch what's next. After that intro, he spins round and shouts, all right, my ace-teaching sidekick, step up. No hesitation, the little girl bounces over to the catapult like it's a playground. Kylie plops down smiling like she just hit the jackpot. The bandits' faces turn ghostly, pale, stammering in. Wait, no way this is legit, right? This ain't normal. Liam pays them no mind and orders, get that catapult ready. Chloe nods, all set. Then he points straight ahead yelling, fire 2 shots. Boom, they blasted off. Kylie's all grins and giggles, straight up loving the ride. Meanwhile, the bandits are losing their minds, screaming. This dude's nuts, straight up crazy. Without missing a beat, Grandpa pointed ahead and shouted, take 2 shots. Boom, boom, the rocks flew. That little girl was loving every second, grinning ear to ear. Meanwhile, the bandits, straight up petrified. They're nuts. This is legit crazy, they screamed. Even Blake was shook, like, yo, so this is what that cliff story was hinting at. For real? Everyone just stood there, silent, eyes glued to Fiona's wild flight. When she started tipping over the edge, they lost it, yelling, wait, is she actually gonna fall? No way would Grandpa Liam send Chloe on some suicidal mission like that, right? Then, boom. Out pops a paraglider from that monster backpack. The gang of bandits nearly lost their minds. Grandpa Liam checked out the scene and flashed a grin, saying, yo, this catapult's lit. Straight up works wonders. Look at that. Performance is on point. You guys catch that? Just gotta nail it like this. After dropping that line, he swung his gaze on them. But everyone looked ghostly pale. No one was stepping up. Grandpa Liam raised a brow, confused. Wait, why y'all looking like that? Didn't you peep it all? Bet I'll run it back one more time for ya. Then he shouted, catapult, take 2. Launch. Kyle wasted no time, snapping back. Let's go. The kid, just like Chloe, got hype flying way up. Seeing how far he shot out, Grandpa Liam thought, kids are lighter, so they glide farther than grown-ups for sure. He leaned his chin on his hand, smirking like a boss, thinking to himself, this is chill, still in range. With this, I can make it to the spot before my elixir gets jacked. Right on time, those 2 kiddos wrapped up. Then Grandpa Liam threw a look at the bandits and started talking. Easy peasy, right? Just hop on, zoom, then parachute down smooth. His words made them scream like they saw a ghost. What? Fatty was shaking from head to toe, backing up fast, then he dipped running and bawling his eyes out. Spare me, please. Don't want to meet my maker here. Grandpa Liam snapped his fingers and bam, a magical wall popped up, blocking Fatty's escape. Dude was running so wild, couldn't stop and straight up smacked his head on the wall. Then Fatty fell back like a rag doll. Grandpa Liam stepped up close, dropping some wisdom. Yeah, scaredy cats, I get it. But all you gotta do is just be a little brave, and bam, you got this. Orange hair shot back fast. Nah, shouldn't you at least listen to the folks getting launched, who dreamed up this cray idea anyway? Grandpa Liam glanced at Blake, kinda annoyed, and said, for real though, you said it's doable, right? Suddenly, his words had this sneaky vibe. If I show you how it's done, y'all gonna believe it. Seeing that creepy grin, Blake raised his hands, thinking, why's he smiling like that, though? Blake straight up shrunk back, low-key scared of Grandpa Liam's mischievous smirk. Grandpa Liam stepped closer, teasing. So, you're saying you can do it, huh? Blake stuttered. I'm kinda a total scaredy cat. But before he could finish, Grandpa Liam yelled to the crew, yo, gang, ammo's running low. Bring the big guns now. Orange hair was on it, quick to reply, gotcha, boss. If you're scratching your head about why Grandpa Liam got all sly, let me break it down. In Korean, cowardly sounds like small stone, so they totally flipped on their boss, thinking, man, this is on you, boss. While we were busting our butts training, you were just chilling. Plus, that dude was the mastermind behind the catapult. Blake got totally shook and yelled, hey, let go of me, you jerks. While we were grinding hard, you were just chillin', Grandpa quipped. And guess who brought that catapult? That dude. Blake froze, then shouted, you jerks, let go of me right now. Even though they were shook, they stubbornly snapped, yo, boss, you brought this on yourself. Their vibes screamed straight up hate. This is all on you, man. Seeing his crew like that, Blake could only sigh and call them out, feeling totally helpless. Then, as he got closer to the catapult, he freaked out and yelled, let me go. Come on, just let him loose. Please, I'm begging you. But, nah, his pleas didn't do jack. And boom, Blake was launched flying through the air the second they gave the green light. Liam watched him soar and thought, man, I thought that big dude wouldn't even get off the ground. But hey, he's getting some mad air. Then he turned back with a cheeky grin and called, okay, next, who's stepping up? The gang instantly burst into tears, thinking, yo, I gotta go up now. Mom, love you. And the cold, rocky scene got filled with sobs and wails. At that moment, one loud scream cut through the air crystal clear. So, this is how it feels, huh? Just like that, a whole morning slipped by. Fast forward 4 weeks later, Liam sat at his desk in his room, deep in thought, should I bring this along? Liam stared at the book in front of him, musing, this beginner's martial arts book is solid for sure, but it's just the basics. If some legit strong dude pops up, all my hard work could get snatched right from under me. He grabbed the book again and thought harder. If I want to be ready ahead of time, I gotta teach these guys some next-level martial arts moves. But the only high-level book I've got. He peeped the title and said, only this hero lord's martial arts manual is on deck. His head was spinning as he mulled it over. The problem? I can't even wrap my brain around this book. Liam felt like his mind was gonna melt as he screamed inside. Time's running out, yo. Where the heck do I find a legit high-level martial arts guide? Totally losing it, he shouted. Oh dang, what am I supposed to do now? Out of nowhere, Kyle popped up behind him like a ghost, saying, Liam, what's up? What you got going on? Kylie peeked her head in too, asking, you look stressed. What's the deal? Liam clutched his chest and gasped, man, this is wild. As soon as Kyle glanced at the book's cover, he started roasting it. Yo, what's this? A martial arts book? For real. I tried it once, but it's mad boring. Hearing that, Liam's eyes went wide. No way you guys read this old thing before? Kyle shot back quick. Yeah, we checked it out tons of times. Kylie, sitting next to him, chimed in, loads of these books are just hanging around Dad's study. Liam's mind went wild thinking, sweet. Playing it cool, Liam asked the siblings, so you two know any legit martial arts moves? Kylie raised her hand fast, bragging, I know 5 moves, easy. Not about to be left behind, Kyle cleared his throat and fired back. Well, I got 10 moves under my belt. The two kids started squabbling, sparks flying everywhere. Okay, well, I know 20 moves, no joke. Actually, I know 100. Liam just watched, shaking his head. These two are kinda goofy. But still. He smiled slyly, thinking, for real, they gotta know some advanced moves hiding in there. Right after, Liam threw out an idea. All right, quit the drama. Let's just see who's got more moves. Kylie looked puzzled, like, for real, compare. Kyle looked a bit annoyed, shaking his head. Nah, that's too much hassle. Kylie blinked. Wait, compare. Why though? Kyle shrugged like it was a pain. Nah, that's too much hassle. Yo, Liam's kinda a pro at messing with kids' heads. He was like, hey, weren't you guys just fighting over who memorized more stuff? Alright then, let's put it to the test, write down everything you remember and see who's got the goods. As soon as they heard that, these two kiddos were hyped, yelling, I'm gonna win. Let's go. Watch me win. Then bam, they were scribbling like crazy at the table. Meanwhile, Grandpa just crossed his arms, sporting that sly smirk. Man, those kids are pretty sharp, gotta give it to him. Their little showdown kicked off when the candle was still burning strong. Later on, near the candle's last flicker, someone shouted from the back, done. Kenny jogged up all pumped, bragging, Liam, I'm done first this time. Right after that, the other kid denied it. No way. Kyle finished before me. Liam glanced at the 2 piles of paper in their hands and was like, already done? For real. The little girl just smiled. Yep, all set. The boy chipped in. All done. He went through everything quick, thinking, bro, this ain't just a couple of books. They wrote mad stuff. Not just scribbling or whatever, right? Suddenly, Liam blanked, staring at the papers, then frantically stacked and sorted them. After a minute, finally done. Liam was shook, looking at this massive stack. They basically wrote down the full contents of more than 10 martial arts books. Kyle noticed Liam was wrapping up and asked, buzzing with excitement, "So who won?" The girl shot him a quick question too. "Kenny, right?" Those two immediately started squabbling again. "Nah, Kyle won." "What?" "I wrote more stuff, so Kenny's the champ." Liam just threw his hands up, all done, watching their back and forth. Then he blurted, Okay, it's a tie this round." Kenny tilted his head, confused. "Wait, tie?" Kyle was just as lost. "What does that even mean?" Liam quickly broke it down. Kenny wrote like 6 more books worth, but Kyle's content was way higher quality, top-notch martial arts stuff. Both kiddos squinched their faces hearing that verdict. Liam declared, "So yeah, it's a tie." The two looked bummed out, groaning, "Ugh, so boring." Suddenly, Fiona bounced in and said, "Yo, Master Liam, I finished all the stuff you asked for, and the backpack's almost done with its mission too." Liam shot back, "Oh, nice. Perfect timing." He smiled, thinking, "I got the high-level martial arts guide. Time to start prepping for the big finale. Let's get everything ready to roll out." 2 weeks later, a loud shout filled the air. The bandit crew, after hardcore grinding, now listened to orders super seriously. The dude with orange hair yelled, "All right, everyone, salute up." Liam stood on a giant rock, watching as they nailing every command without fail. He was stoked, grinning big time. Even the chubby dude who was causing chaos before was now strict with orders. Everyone totally flipped the script. Liam nodded, flashing a proud smile. "Man, I'm super impressed. Mad respect to all of you who stuck with me through the grind these last 6 weeks." Everyone answered loud and clear. Liam, standing with the two siblings up on that rock, got serious. "I bet you're all wondering why you had to put up with that crazy tough training, huh?" Just then, Liam cracked a grin, and boom, a dazzling flash of light popped up, leaving everybody blinking like, "Whoa." "Yo," the bandits were shook, yelling, "Whoa, what's that?" They pointed ahead, freaking out. "Yo, there's some kind of shadow popping up behind that crazy bright light." The orange-haired dude lost it, screaming, "No way, man." Right in front of them was this blinding figure dripping in white and gold vibes, and his eyes totally froze everyone in their tracks. Then boom, this boss-level voice dropped. "Listen up, you mere mortals." The voice came right from that illusion-like figure. "You've been picked by the god Kenzo." The gang went wide-eyed hearing that name. Aya, the one rocking the green hat, stuttered hard. "Yo, we got chosen by the god Kenzo?" Word on the street was this legend passed down from way back. The god Kenzo, a straight-up ancient deity, wiped out demons wrecking the world. People even said this war god piled demon corpses into a giant mountain. Now, this legendary god was standing right in front of them. Talk about mind-blowing. Everyone was feeling all shook up. Meanwhile, Grandpa was hustling behind the scenes inside the Kenzo illusion. Dude was grinding super hard inside the god's body. Loki whining about the workload. "Man, this is crazy busy." Grandpa quietly admired the magic he whipped up. The god Kenzo illusion was lit, built with some trippy spatial light tricks, reflecting and bouncing all over. Things were going smooth until he caught something weird, then yelled out, "Yo, there's a hole on the side of the illusion." The two sisters sprinted over, all like, "Chill, we'll fix that, as soon as possible." Ka jumped up, tweaking the illusion. Slowly, that hole filled right back in. Grandpa threw them mad props. "Nice hustle, fam." Then he zoomed in on powering up by expanding the illusion's space to vibe with the air around. Grandpa made Kenzo drop a line. "Yeah, that's right, you've been chosen." The god figure out front said it with that commanding tone. "You'll face the disaster heading for this land. You'll be the light breaking through the darkness." Those next words hit deep and fired everyone up. "Become the blades that slay the demons." Seeing they were hyped, Grandpa grinned, thinking, "Bet, this is enough. Now, gotta stamp this belief deep in their brains." The god Kenzo spoke again, and red power marks popped up on the bandits' bodies like glowing tattoos. Fired up, they all shouted, "We ride with God Kenzo." Knowing the time was right, Grandpa shot Fi a message. "Yo, Fi, time to roll." Fi quickly hit back. "On it, boss." Then she zoomed to a tiny tree, pouring some potion from a glass vial right at the roots. It was that special plant growth boost made by her master. She emptied the whole vial. And bam, the little tree shot up mega fast, like magic. Staring at the giant tree, Fi gasped, "Dang, this stuff works wonders." Everyone's jaws dropped at the suddenly huge tree. The bandits yelled, "Whoa. This giant ancient tree just popped out of nowhere. This is straight up miraculous." The god Kenzo kept going, "This here's proof of the promise I'm giving you." Then he pointed at a massive boulder and said, "And that big rock? That's your challenge to prove you got what it takes." Eyes locked on the boulder. Grandpa quickly messaged Brandon, "Yo, Balo, it's go time." The guy hesitated, then said, "Yeah, sir." Blake grabbed his axe and started swinging. With every hit, tiny rock chunks flew off. After a hot minute, the big boulder cracked wide open, revealing this mysterious cave with a sign saying, Cave of Trials. Then the god Canos's voice boomed, For those who conquer this cave of trials, my blessing and a sweet reward await. The bandits went wild, shouting, Awesome, Coz. Grandpa's hype was through the roof thinking. Inside that cave, I stashed those martial arts scrolls written by the Gemini Scorpion and even some holy magic spells I picked myself. As he pictured the trial wall inside the cave, his mind raced even more. Yo, I set up all kinds of traps thanks to Blake, so it ain't gonna be a walk in the park getting them out. Man, Liam kept rambling on. Listen up, chosen warriors, I'll be back when the promised tree's still standing tall. He started fading away, getting all ethereal, but kept saying, Y'all just gotta trust the process and wait. Then, poof, God Kenos disappeared right before their eyes. Out of nowhere, this orange-haired dude pipes up like, Oh, so that's the deal. Pumped and hyped, he's like, We're the chosen crew. All that pain and struggle, just the warm-up for us. Everyone jumped on his vibe, cheering loud, For real, we're the chosen ones. Long live the mighty god Kenos. Grandpa Liam just crossed his arms, watching their happy dance like, All right then, thinking all smug. That's one heck of a grand finale. Even the two sisters and Fiona were all smiles, whooping like crazy. This is a blast. We pitched in too. Liam gave a quick bow. Big thanks, fam, really appreciate it. Blake was low-key watching the kids from the shadows, silent, but feeling mad, sorry, thinking, they really think some god handpicked them. Blake glanced over at that massive wish tree and was like, that tree's the whole proof, no joke. This place is basically sacred now, and these kids would throw down their lives to guard it. Man, he couldn't stop feeling sympathy. This place turned into holy ground, and these kids, they're ready to lay it all down to guard it. He couldn't help but feel for them. Poor kiddos, stuck acting as the watchdogs of fate. Then Blake got hit with a wild thought, looking baffled. Hold up. If they're the watchdogs, doesn't that make me the big dog? Just thinking about it had him flopping down, moaning about his luck. Right then, Liam yelled, Yo Blake, snap out of it. What are you doing? We gotta bounce now. Blake could only shrug and say, Yeah, let's roll. Then Kyle's voice echoed, Liam, Lucy, where are we headed next? Even though she had zero clue, the little girl chimed in all happy like, Let's hit up somewhere way cooler. Time was passing in Silverfire City. Jason was staring out the door all deep in thought. Thinking sadly, Lucy, is the boy eating all right now? Then Jason let out a heavy sigh. No matter how big the succession is, I really shouldn't have sent that kid off solo. Frustration pouring, he wondered, right at the crunch time, where the heck is Dad? I wish he'd watch the kid for me. After a beat, Jason mentally snapped, forget it, grabbed his coat fast, telling himself, got tons to handle, but just one day out of office won't kill me. Suddenly, someone appeared right behind him, asking all casual, Where you rushing off to like it's a fire drill? The dude with the white hair flashed a grin and teased, No way you're ditching your sacred duties and bouncing, right? That white-haired guy's words made Jason freeze up hard. Jason shot back all awkward like, Ditch? Bro, what even are you talking about? Then hold up, why's Liam himself here? Turns out, this white-haired dude's actually Kyle and Kylie's dad, a total shameless dragon. He chuckled and said, What am I doing? Just here to keep an eye on you. Jason, looking super annoyed, snapped. Ain't you got something better to do? Quit clowning around and bounce. Liam just smirked, not saying a word. Seeing that, Jason sighed and asked, If you're not moving, then why you still hang around? Liam broke out this sly smile, picked up the blue orb, and joked, You looked bored, so I thought, why not chill with you? Jason, done with his friend's nonsense, shot back, bored, Nah, it ain't me. Liam didn't even deny it and laughed. Yeah, you're not wrong. Then he peeped into the orb with a smile. Inside the orb popped a quick vid of Liam grinning like a champ. Liam then threw a question, still stressing over Liam again. Jason went quiet, keeping it real with no words. Liam, like reading his mind, added, Let me guess, you're sneaking out to see Liam? Huh. Jason stuttered, totally denying, Nah, I don't even know what you mean. The more Jason played dumb, the more Liam cracked up, then quickly said, Ain't the outside off limits? What you gonna do if they catch you? Jason, looking stuck, answered, Come on, you know the elders watch everything. If I get caught, I'm toast. Liam swore under his breath. Dude's legit worried about Liam. No chill. Jason fired back. What about your own kids? You not worried? Liam pointed at himself and said, Kyle and Kylie. Nah, I'm chill. Jason stared, unbelieving. Wait, seriously? How's that even possible? Liam explained. You know my kids are actually crazy about Liam, right? Whenever they swing by, they're all about him, he said, eyes bright and all hyped up. Liam's not your average kid. He literally cares for those kids better than I do. Jason was silent for a sec, then threw out, "Man, how you bragging about that right now?" Liam casually shot back, "Jason, you're way too protective with your kid. Don't get me wrong, you should care, but Liam's no regular little dragon." Just thinking about Liam, you could list his top-tier traits all day: 4 fierce combat skills, plus the dude's mind and moves. Straight up full-grown dragon vibes. Nobody has it easier raising a kid than you. Liam then shouted with mock frustration, "Bro, you're blessed." Even though Jason knew this, he still fretted. "Yeah, but still." Liam moved closer and said, "Quit stressing over Liam and start focusing on the succession game. Who knows, Liam might be chillin' without you hovering." Suddenly, Liam's face lit up like he remembered some tea, grinning big. "Oh, and if you're worried my twins will mess with Liam, chill. I already told them to listen to Liam, no cap." Hearing that, Jason could barely hide his annoyance but fired back. "The twins totally got your vibe. So yep, that sounds about right." Brandon just chuckled and was like, "No big deal, man. Right? Same here," he said, tapping his chin. "Anyway, they nearly caused a total meltdown, so I handed them over to Liam. If they stir up trouble, I'm stepping back, letting Liam handle the drama," he said with his cheeky laugh. "My kids might be little wild cards, but with Liam on the scene, dude's got it handled like a boss." Meanwhile, Brandon had no clue Jason's face was turning totally stormy. He glanced over and asked, "So, what you think? See how I school these kids?" Right then, bam, the sounds of an epic showdown exploded. Just as predicted, Kyle was getting absolutely wrecked by Jason. This dude was all like, "Today, I'm cracking your skull open just to see what's inside. What's your deal, huh?" "Cut it out," came the reply, followed by total silence as the noise faded away. Meanwhile, Grandpa Louis was on the move. His name was getting shouted like crazy. "Louise, Louise, Louise." He could only yell back, "Quit it, you wild kids." But the two little troublemakers just stared at him with puppy eyes, sweet as pie, saying, "But if we don't call you like that, no way you'll pay attention." He slapped his forehead and groaned. All right, fine, you can stop now." No such luck, the kiddos wrapped him up in a bear hug. He begged, "Can you please let me breathe?" They shot back, "No way. Louis is the GOAT, we're sticking." He shook his head like, "For real though, what did I do in a past life to deserve this?" Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Young Master Louis." Horse racing over was Blake, bringing along a carriage behind. Then he hollered, "Whoa." Blake raced up and told Louis like he wanted a gold star, "Got the carriage ready, just like you wanted." Louis patted the horse's head, smiled wide, "Nice one. Now we can roll in style." Then Louis asked, "Blake, if we head west, where's the closest port?" He paused, thinking it through. Blake said, "The nearest one westbound is Port Lewin, super busy spot trading with other continents, tons of ships there." Louis perked up and asked, "For real? How long to get there?" Blake did the math quick. At this pace, about half a year, easy. But with blizzard delays, could stretch to a whole year, no joke. Hearing that, Louis thought hard. 1 year? That's way longer than he expected. And if stuff goes sideways, who's to say it won't drag even more? He looked at Blake and asked, "No faster routes? No tricks?" Blake scratched his head, racking his brain. Finally said, "Well, on the ice continent, with all the snow, the fastest way is definitely a horse-drawn sleigh. No shortcuts here." Louis propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "Looks like I'm stuck on the ice continent for about a full year. Tough break. This is some next-level difficult stuff." Then Blake nervously called out, "Hey, Luce, got something to say?" Luce looked up, curious. "Yeah? What's up?" He kind of stuttered as he asked, "Yo, no clue if it's doable, but can you hit up any other dragons out there?" Catching Liam's glance, Blake quickly jumped in. "Nah, bro, I know you've probably thought of that already." Flashing a smooth smile, Blake added, "Or if you know any dragons on this continent, maybe they could hook you up with a ride home." Like a fog lifted. Liam just thought to himself, "Yeah, no way," he silently mused. "There gotta be dragons chillin' somewhere on that ice continent. I mean, gotta ask one of them for a lift. Should be chill." But then, Grandpa suddenly went quiet. Low-key, Grandpa said, "Wait, what dragon?" Blake seemed confused and asked again, "Say what?" Then the vibe got serious as Grandpa replied, "Man, I don't know any dragons." Blake's face fell when he heard that, saying, "Oh snap." Then, out of nowhere, Grandpa remembered something and called out, "Hey Fiona, wait, do you? You don't know any dragons, right?" She answered kinda shy, "Nah, I don't really know the others either." The two little ones shouted excitedly, "We don't either." Grandpa just shrugged, "Yeah, didn't expect much from y'all." He quietly thought if he could track down another dragon, could seriously cut the time getting back, he thought. Peeping the snow-covered world around, Grandpa wondered where the heck he could find a dragon. Then, like a light bulb went off, he asked, Oh yeah, Blake. Think you know any dragon legends or something? Blake repeated. Dragon legends? Huh. He paused a sec, then said, yeah, I know a couple. You might want to hit up the cities heading west for more info. Like spotting a lifeline. Grandpa grinned and said, awesome. No dilly-dallying, let's roll. The siblings cheered, wait, seriously. Right then, Grandpa dropped the line. All right, team, let's hunt down a dragon. The sun dipped low, wrapping the snowy peaks in gold. Tall pines hugged the mountain sides while the horse-drawn carriage cruised slow. Blake tugged hard on the reins, halting the horse. Whoa there, buddy. He turned, catching Liam and Fiona sitting quiet, Fiona leaning gently on Liam. The two kids, Chloe and Kyle, were already crashed out. Blake said, it's dark now and that city's still miles away. Might as well rest up here. Liam nodded, good call. The clear sky was now flaming orange. They quickly built a fire, warming up the chilly winter night. Liam's crew huddled up in a circle. Just then, some chickens got sizzling on the fire, sending out mouth-watering smells and looking super tasty. Chloe and Kyle's eyes popped wide. Their hungry faces couldn't hide. Dang, that smells so good. Kyle looked to Blake, all hopeful. Hey, dude, how long we gotta wait? Blake smiled, seeing their hype. Almost done. A little longer, then grub time. Blake grabbed the food, sprinkling on some extra spice to make that meat pop. Chloe and Kyle were too cute, eyes shining bright, decked out in blue and white fits with yellow bows. Chloe and Kyle were straight up adorable, eyes shining, rocking blue and white fits with cute yellow bows, all hyped up. Right in front of them was this shiny, perfectly roasted chicken that looked bomb. All right, it's ready now. Without missing a beat, Kai and Kyle hollered, ooh, ooh. While those two were chowing down, Blake didn't forget to toss some food to Grandpa. Hey, young Master Liam, you gotta eat too. Liam grabbed the roasted chicken from Blake, nodding like, heck yeah. Yep. He took a big bite, totally ignoring the sauce smeared on his face, then suddenly blurted, whoa. He shot Blake a look, giving him mad props. Yo, this is legit. The seasoning's on point. Blake got all shy and scratched the back of his head, chuckling, haha, you're way too kind, man. Liam wiped his fingers, getting all serious and asked, okay, back to that convo. You said the dragon running wild on the mountains called Koa. Blake nodded with respect. Yeah, sir. Got the scoop from a hunter in the city we just rolled through. Apparently, about 20 years ago, some monster popped up in his hometown, and folks swore it was a dragon. Out of nowhere, Gary zoomed straight into Blake's face, making Blake yell out in pain. Liam's face flushed red with fury. He pointed a finger and barked, a dragon? For real? Sounds like you're tight with those dragon types or something. Blake stammered, nah, no sir. All right then, Liam stomped hard on Blake's foot and shouted, what? A monster? Let me show you what a real monster looks like. Huh? Blake winced, saying sorry over and over. His words just riled Liam up even more. Liam's face turned fierce, his eyes blazing with anger as he pointed at Blake, getting all serious now. You think you're on my level? Say that again, proper this time. Tears welled up in Blake's eyes as he hurried to fix his words. Yes, sir. So the old hunter said 20 years back in his village, people witnessed something legendary. They swore it was the Dragon Lord himself. A giant dragon with blood-red eyes, standing as tall as a mountain, was seen behind Blake. It was huge, like bigger than a building, and its roar was so loud it rattled the whole village. Everyone was shook. Liam sighed and softened his tone. With info that thin, I'm not buying it. It's probably just some wild rumors flying around for weeks now. After Liam spoke, Blake suddenly remembered, oh, there's more. The nobles in the next region sent a big army to check it out. They even hired mercs who specialize in hunting giant beasts. Kylie and Kyle sat quiet by the campfire, soaking in every word. Curious, Liam leaned in and asked, yeah? So what went down? Blake hesitated, then said, well, no word from the legion they sent. The vibe on the ground turned super heavy. All that's left are swords stained with blood. People think the whole squad was wiped out. Since then, folks going missing on Mount Kawa has been creeping everyone out. Now nobody dares to step foot on that mountain, not a chance. Liam dropped into deep thought, stroking his chin. First, this mysterious dragon shows up. Then the legion disappears like poof. A sly smile crept onto Liam's lips, clearly buzzing with excitement. Now this just got real interesting. Liam's lips curled into a sly grin, thinking, now this is getting juicy. So then Liam's brain kicked in, and he thought about Kai. That mountain's out west too, so no sweat it won't mess with our trip. Based on what Blake dug up, there's definitely something fishy going on there. But Liam's mind just wouldn't chill. Liam was itching to dig deeper, like, if it's not a dragon, but some crazy beast that can throw down with a whole army, then stepping into that mess, that's straight up diving into the lion's den. Is it even worth throwing down that risky? Then something caught Grandpa's eye. He peeped over. Blake noticed his weird vibe and was like, "Yo, boss, what's up?" Liam wasn't looking at Blake though. His gaze was locked somewhere else as he said, "Something's creeping up." Blake, looking like a giant next to his tiny weapon, stared at Liam dead serious. "Yo, is it some kind of monster?" Liam, cool as ever, put a hand on his hip and shot back. "Nah, it's a person. Looks like they're solo and packing heat," Blake hollered. "Leave this to me, boss." "I got it," Blake yelled, eyeballing that dark forest ahead. "Who's there? Show yourself." Silence. Just some creepy shadows. Blake thought no one was home. Then bam. A voice cracked through the quiet and caught both their attention. "Chill, no need to freak out." Out of the gloomy woods stepped this cloaked figure. All mysterious vibes. Blake and Liam watched in silence, sizing them up. The stranger pulled back their hood, finally showing their face. The guy bowed low, grinning. "Hey, nice to meet y'all. I'm Chase. Just rolling through when I spotted your firelight." Liam stared hard at Chase, thinking, "Chase. Wait, where'd I hear that name before?" "Definitely rings a bell," Liam mused quietly. Chase smiled wide, still chill. "Mind if I warm up by your fire a bit?" Blake shook his head fast. "Nah man, got kids around here. Can't let you just chill." He glanced over at Kylie and Kyle, the two kiddos sitting tight by the flames. Chase nodded, understanding. Makes sense to be cautious. He gave a sheepish grin and rubbed the back of his neck. No plans to crash their camp. "Sorry for the bother, folks." "All right, I'm out of here." Blake, pumped, reported back to Liam. "I sent him packing, young boss Liam." But Liam was zoned out, mumbling that name again. Chase. After a sec, like a light bulb popped on, he yelled, "Chase." Liam spun around and barked at Blake. "Go fetch that dude, bring him back here now." Blake scratched his head, like, wait, hold up, why the sudden switch? Liam was mad now, stomping and snapping. "Stop the questions, just get him." Seeing the boss below his top, Blake booked it but still threw over his shoulder. "On it, boss." Liam stared ahead, brain firing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. If this Chase is who I'm thinking, gotta lock him down. Liam's thoughts raced back through the story. This dude's some crazy fighting genius, the summoner of the royal beast, Javan, the bright-eyed tiger, and one of those warriors who's gonna take my dad down someday. That's Chase for sure. And if he's the tiger's future master, no way I'm letting him slip away that easy. While Liam was deep in thought, Blake already had Chase back at camp. He started explaining, though not too happy about it. "So, like, I figured, you don't seem like a total jerk, so why not crash here for a bit?" Chase kept that chill, friendly vibe on his face, all soft and welcoming. He thanked me straight up. "Yo, seriously, you just saved my butt." Then, catching Liam eyeballing him hard, he asked, "Dude, what's the deal? You got something on my face." Lucy's purple eyes sparkled with mad confidence as she stared right at Chase, straight up throwing down the question without any filter. "You gotta be pretty tough to roll solo in a sketchy spot like this, right?" Chase just cracked this big grin, zero sketchiness detected, and laughed it off. "Nah, I'm flying solo right now, but honestly, I ain't exactly alone." Blake and Kyle exchanged confused looks like, "Say what now?" Total head scratchers trying to figure out Chase's vibe. Liam got kinda impatient and was like, "What the heck you mean by that, man?" Chase rubbed his chin like he was loving the attention. "You're curious, huh?" Before anyone could say a word, Chase busted out this slick tune, and bam. A tiny energy glow wrapped around him like magic. Liam was locked in, analyzing like a pro, thinking real hard to himself. Okay, low-key mental energy type. Not strong. But yeah, definitely got that mental vibe going on. Blake's eyes went wide as he looked around, puzzled. "Wait, what's that noise?" Then, oh snap, panic hit. "Yo, it's this massive bird zooming this way, eyes like lasers. Total beast mode, six-winged blood eagle, straight from the wild." The blood eagle slammed down, its huge claws digging into the fresh snow. Suddenly, Lucy's crew looked like tiny ants next to this massive beast. The bird flapped its wings like a boss, shouting out loud, energy crackling like it was about to pop off. Blake freaked out and grabbed his weapon, dropping into battle mode fast. Just as he was shouting to pump himself up, someone slapped a hand on his shoulder, making him freeze and turn around. Chase was smirking, keeping his hand there, and said, "Relax, man, it's all good." Blake blinked, skeptical AF. "Wait, what?" But the azure-winged beast was chill, just standing proud nearby. No matter what the duo said, I call this beast. And it's Ming, my ride or die. Blake wasn't totally buying it, watching close with a doubtful eye. He was like, "Isn't that one of those azure-winged creatures? When it glows up, it's this wild monster that battles the WNS. How's it chill then?" Chase gave Ming a sweet little head pat, all soft and loving. The bird seemed stoked by the love bomb. Raised this dude from a chick, real loyal, no crazy vibes here. After Chase's low-key epic explanation, Blake still had to ask, yo, you a druid or what? Chase scratched his head all shy and said with a grin while Ming stared wide-eyed like, yep, that's me, though I'm still working on my skills. Liam had been quiet till now, low-key thinking, a druid named Chase, huh. He watched Chase and Ming acting all cute, joking in his head, haha, that's gotta tickle. Liam was still not sure if this dude was really from the Viner fam or just playing, so he had to double-check. Yo, Chase, you hitched yet? Chase's face flashed surprise, stuttering like, huh, married? Nah, not even close. Liam's hair stood out under the night sky as he fired off the question smooth and clear. So, you got any siblings? Older sibs, younger sibs, or maybe some cousins rockin' the Chugan name? Spill the tea. Chugan kept his cool, answering Liam's questions like a total pro, no eye rolls or anything. Like, chill vibes all around. Alright, I'm an only kid, and the only Chugans here are me and my pop. Boom, mystery solved. Liam's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree, and he flashed this major I gotcha grin. This is it, the rival of my old man. But hey, that's for later. Chugan flipped the script and fired back with, yo, why you suddenly so interested in that stuff? Liam just laughed it off, scratching his head like it's no big deal. Just had to know, you feel me? Chugan was low-key shook at Liam's vibe. One sec, dude's this curious little kid. Then the next, he turns into some shady mastermind. Wild. Killing the guy? Nah, that's heavy. Maybe just, I dunno, make him sterile so no baby drama later. Savage, but effective. Chugan got the creeps and hugged himself, shivering a bit. Dang, why am I suddenly feeling all icy? By now, Blake was over any beef with Chugan. He hit him with a friendly, if you cold, come chill by the fire and warm up. No way was Chugan saying no. Smiling, he was all polite, thanks a bunch. Then, got a vibe and grunted like, hold up. Blake noticed Kyle and Kylie racing up to Ming, all hyped, saying, yo, that bird is massive. Never seen one huge like this. Chugan called out all worried, hey, no way. Panic showing on his face as he tried to stop those two. Kyle, don't get too close. If anyone but its owner messes with it, things get messy. But Kylie and Kyle were all over Ming, chill as can be. Kyle even climbed on its back while Kylie was hugging it tight. Whoa, check out the feathers. Mad soft, like a down comforter. Chugan was like, no joke, that's risky. Liam stepped over to yank Kylie and Kyle back, dropping the classic parent lecture. Yo, fellas, you can't just paw at someone else's pet whenever you feel like it. Kylie and Kyle got pulled back, their faces turning from lit to May real quick, pure disappointment vibes. Suddenly, Ming locked eyes on Liam, making him go, wait, huh? A dark, creepy vibe fell over Liam, making Ming flip out wildly, flapping wings like crazy and squawking loud. Squawk, squawk. Chugan shouted, yo, that's straight up dangerous. Out of nowhere, Ming flipped on its back, holding up those claws like it's chilling, eyes all chill but still. And get this, it flipped just so Liam could rub its belly, letting out cute chirps like pure bliss. So extra. Chugan was blown away, speechless AF. Liam, all lovey-dovey, was like, good boy, good boy. Chugan's jealousy was real, practically drooling, complaining loud, Ming, you never let me do that. Look at him now, Kylie and Kyle just lounging on Ming's belly like it's a cloud, all happy and cozy. Tonight, I'm crashing with this bird for sure. Seeing Ming just chill with no fuss made Chugan green with envy. Yo, whenever anyone but the boss tried petting its head or even hopping on it, Chase's mood flipped all over the place. He shot off to Blake, asking, wait, what kind of powerhouse squad are these kids from anyway? Blake was all stuttery like, well, about that. The stars had popped out in the sky, and around them it got super quiet, making every word they said ring out louder than a stadium cheer. Yo, those are my grandkids, blurted out Grandpa Liam. The sun peeked over the snow-capped mountain, kicking off a fresh new day. Blake was busy tweaking their stuff on the carriage. Just then, Chase slid out from behind, hitting that grateful bow. Thanks a ton for the crash pad last night and letting me roll with y'all. Honestly, I got no clue how to pay you back, fam. Blake couldn't help but recall Grandpa Liam's super intense death glare when he demanded they drag Chase along no matter what. All he could do was chuckle and say, haha, we're heading the same way anyway. Better to stick together, right? Meanwhile, Mingu just rubbed his dome silently, totally unfazed by all the chit-chat. But what about that summoned beast? Someone asked. Grandpa Liam leaned out the carriage window, yelling loud and clear, don't sweat Mingu. It's got my back, knows the drill. Yo, uncle, time to bounce. Blake replied quick, still kinda tripping over the new way of talking. Yeah, nah. Okay, let's roll. Mingu spread those massive wings, flapping loud as it took off. Blake had also hopped atop the carriage, shouting, let's get this show on the road. White snow blanketed the path, but their journey stayed smooth as butter. Inside the carriage, silence ruled until Grandpa Liam broke it first. "So, where you headed, dude?" Chase wasn't holding back. "Me? I'm off to Mount C down south," Chase said straight up. Grandpa Liam got quiet, then fired back. "What's the deal with that mountain anyway?" Chase laughed, face lighting up like he'd just spilled the tea. "On that mountain," he paused, like he was about to drop a bomb. Then with his hype grin, he said, "There's something there that might just make my wildest dream come true." Grandpa Liam's face twisted in confusion, thinking, dreams coming true on that sketch mountain? Feels like the convo hit Chase's sweet spot because he got way more hyped, practically shaking. "Want to know my dream?" he said, voice booming with confidence. "To tame a freaking dragon." "Ha ha." Grandpa Liam's vibe immediately shifted, got mad real quick. Blake caught the weird energy too. But Chase wasn't done yet. He ranted on with that fire. "Dragons are the baddest beasts out there, no cap. You could say a dragon is the ultimate goal. Every druid's holy grail." Grandpa Liam's face darkened, murderous vibes creeping out like shadows. Meanwhile, Chase kept on oblivious. "If I snag a dragon, ain't nothing in the world that can scare me anymore." Seeing things heating up, Blake jumped in. "Ha ha, this dude's really chasing a wild, impossible dream. Keep at it, and you're dead meat, no joke." Chase just laughed till his eyes squinted, saying, "That's what makes it a dream, bro. Just wait and watch, fam." Liam's patience was hanging by a thread, but then Chase threw in another wild comment. "One day, I'm gonna tame a dragon with my own hands, for real." Liam was about to lose it, thinking, maybe I should just handle this dude right now. He let out a deep sigh, his mind racing. "No clue what's up on Mount Kyowa, but I know for sure it ain't no dragon." Liam stopped paying any attention to Chase's hype talk. He started doing some real mental math because if there really was a dragon up there, there's no way that idiot would still be alive or even be able to tame it. If that were true, then Javar wouldn't even exist. Liam's eyes shifted away from Chase, done with the nonsense. Then the beast up on Mount Kyowa has got to be something else. And bam! A mental pic of a slick white tiger popped up in his head. Yeah, it's probably a savage tiger. And if Chase really tames that fierce cat on Mount Kyowa, it's going to level up over generations and become the same fierce tiger that runs with Javar. That idea darkened Liam's face, but he thought, no way I'm letting that slide. I gotta make the first move. Liam clapped his hands, looking at Chase with mock admiration and said, "Chase, man, that's a huge dream you got there." Chase scratched his head shyly, clueless that the praise was just to be polite. "Haha, thanks, dude." Blake quietly tuned into Liam's convo with Chase. "Man, I hope you chase that dream for real." Chase actually believed Liam was being real and shot back happily. Yeah, one day I'll definitely take you with me." Blake, who knew Liam well, just shook his head and sighed, thinking, poor kid, caught up in dreams. Blake sighed again, thinking, rest in peace, man. Even though everyone was lost in their own heads, the carriage kept rolling forward. Snow blanketed the road under a mad clear blue sky, with mountains all around telling us a beautiful day was on the horizon, somewhere in Colorado. Chase stretched out, feeling super refreshed, and let out a lazy moan. Right in front of him stood majestic, snow-capped Mount Kyowa. Chase looked around at the scenery and blurted, "What a sick morning to hopefully spot a dragon." Then suddenly someone called from behind, making Chase twist around all suspicious-like. It was Liam, half asleep, stumbling out of the carriage like a sleepy zombie. "This morning's so legit, even a dragon would wake up smiling," Liam mumbled. Chase looked at Liam's groggy, cute face and cracked a grin, crouching a bit to ask, "You sleep all right? Looks like you're having a solid morning vibe." Liam quickly snapped back, "Yeah, yo, you seen the twins anywhere?" Suddenly, he looked all suspicious. "Twins? Where? Haven't you seen them? Weren't they crashing in the carriage with me?" Blake, just woken up by their chat, joined them yawning and mumbling a sleepy greeting. "Morning," he said. Liam repeated his question. "You seen the twins?" Just like Chase, Blake was totally out of the loop about Kylie and Kyle being missing, replying with a confused look. "Nah, haven't seen him." "For real, I think they're MIA." Liam looked super annoyed, eyes darting everywhere, hunting for those troublemaking kiddos. Then he muttered, "Those wild kids? Where'd they sneak off to this early? Don't tell me they're already up to some mess." Out of nowhere behind the ride, Fiona slid up quick and was like, "Yo, Boss Liam, got some news for ya." Young Boss Liam turned to Fiona, all ears. "Spill it. Found the twins? Huh. Where they at?" Fiona looked all stressed, like she didn't want to drop bad news, flashing a shaky smile her way. Then out of nowhere, this loud scream called Liam's name, cutting through all the noise like a hot knife through butter. Liam whipped his head toward the scream, eyes full of what's going on. There was Kylie, all happy vibes, hugging the left paw of a massive white tiger. And Kyle, dude's got the right paw locked down. The twins were dragging this giant beast through the fresh white snow, shouting to Liam, "Yo, we found a kitty." Kyle shot back quick, Since when do cats roll this big? That's a dog, no cap. Liam's face, priceless confusion. He was straight up lost, thinking, no way that's a cat, and there's no dog that big either. Brandon was shook too, totally stunned, started stuttering. Wait, could this actually be? Like he couldn't wrap his head around what he was seeing. That fierce tiger was totally passed out now, like zero energy. The siblings Kylie and Kyle dropped it hard on the snow with a thump, making Liam jump back like, whoa. Kylie and Kyle then rushed over, throwing on the cutest, please, faces ever. He's adorbs. Can we keep him? Pretty please. Kyle jumped in with that extra charm. We'll treat him like royalty, promise. Liam hesitated, not sure if he wanted to say yes, and asked, yo, seriously, where'd y'all even find this dude? Twins got this smug little smirk and got all proud after Liam's question. Kylie pointed at the mountain close by. That's where we found him. Kyle puffed up all proud, saying, he rolled up asking to chill, so we just vibed. Liam just kept getting more overwhelmed, not sure how to deal. Yeah, I was looking for a beast like this, but no way I thought it'd happen like this. Liam thought, straight wiped out. Brandon's face went from shock mode to full-on curious as he stepped toward the knocked-out tiger to get a better look. For real? Wild tigers still roaming around. But before he could even touch the thing, Kylie and Kyle zipped in front of their tiger, cheeks puffed up, shooting daggers at Brandon like, no way, dude. That's our nabby. Hands off, bro. Brandon was still soaking it in, kinda froze. But looking at those two standing guard, he chuckled and backed off. Liam was over here all confused like, wait, they actually named it Nabby? Then he caught something weird, looking at Nabby. That tiger was peeking with one eye, kinda eavesdropping on the whole drama going down. Clearly, this wasn't a sleep act. Then out of nowhere, it caught sight of some random dudes standing far off, watching. Their eyes locked. Nabby got spooked. Liam just stared hard, thinking deep thoughts, like tiger trapped behind bars type. Liam leaned in with this sneaky smirk, getting all close to Nabby, who shut its eyes tight, tongue sticking out way too far, body twitching like it was having a mini panic attack. Liam teased, hey, you're totally awake, huh? Your lids won't stop twitching. He dipped in even closer, voice going all low and devilish. Yo. It was straight up getting freaked out, breathing like crazy fast. Like, why you breathing so heavy, fam? Seriously, are you out cold or nah? No more faking. The savage tiger snapped awake and let out a roar that screamed, back off. Liam's roar had chastened Kyle jumping up, hyped and cheering like it was the best concert in town. Yo, you're awake. Liam stepped back, shook up and kind of pissed that this tiger turned savage all of a sudden. That dang tiger was stressing him out. Liam threw a casual punch right at the beast's face, flexing his boss vibes. Who you think you roaring at, huh? The tiger took the hit and went down like a sack of bricks. Nabby rolled around in the snow, clutching its head all dramatic, whining like a kid caught stealing chips from the pantry. Chloe just crossed his arms like, seriously, and let out a little sigh. Fiona's eyes popped out, going wild, watching Liam knock out a fierce tiger with just one punch like, no way. Blake gave an awkward chuckle, scratching his head like, dude, no clue how Thonmin gonna handle this in front of Chase. Guarantee, my grandkids ain't got no clue what fear even means, lol. But Kylie and the other twin were low-key worried about that savage tiger. They creeped closer, talking all baby talk. Our Nabby's hurting bad, right? Let me blow on that owie for you. Blake was awkward, no idea what else to say. He straight up kept quiet, lost for words. Meanwhile, Chase shot a question at him. They don't even know fear like chasing a fierce tiger. For real. Liam suddenly went quiet, zoning in on the tiger. Even though it's fierce, it's still a baby tiger with no mom around. Kinda sus, right? The more Liam thought, the more it fell off. After a quick pause, he got that light bulb moment and peeked behind. Boom! This crazy powerful energy zoomed straight at him, giving off major danger incoming vibes. Wait, what? That crazy power, what is that? Tiger Mama's about to drop down. Blake and Chase caught on too, spinning around, eyes wide like Liam's when they saw the scene. Trees shaking, birds bouncing off like it's a wildlife rave. The loud noise kept building, got everyone like, what in the world is that? Slowly, this beast with dark green scales and huge claws started squashing branches, making its way closer. It was this ancient mega centipede, eyes burning with evil vibes, slick green scales hunting for something fierce. Chase panicked hard. Today was already wild enough and now this. His whole body was shaky. Oh, dang, that thing is. Before he finished, Liam clamped his hand over Chase's mouth, cutting off the freakout like a boss. Shish, zip it. Once Chase chilled, Liam sprang into action, summoning a purple force field that slowly rose up, wrapping them tight. If we move now, we're basically flashing, hey look at me. Gotta stay hidden first. The purple shield surrounded everyone like a bubble. Liam built that magic space with clear walls so they could see but stay safe. Straight up genius move. Standing there with his arms out, sweat dripped as Liam balanced, thinking hard while keeping the shield up. Talk about multitasking. Outside the magic circle, all that remained was a pure white snowy field, bringing back that chill, peaceful vibe from before the squad rolled in. The crew had touched down. Chase's eyes blew wide open, totally shook watching the wild space magic. Liam whipped up, just vibing over some rare magic flex like this. Yo, is this like straight-up god-tier teleportation magic or what? In a blink, a massive space barrier popped up. Chase eyed Liam's back quietly, totally baffled at the kid throwing down this formation. How the heck does a kid pull off this kind of magic? That dude had major suspicions about Liam now. But for real, Chase's jaw hit the floor harder than ever seeing what was unfolding. The stomping from those monsters got louder, creeping closer to the crew's hideout. The beast was nosing around, hunting them down like an expert tracker. It sniffed everywhere, trying to lock down exactly where they were hiding. Chase's face went pitch black, totally shook from what he saw next. Man, I ain't never in my life peeped a saber-toothed tiger and an emperor centipede that's been MIA for centuries. What's the deal here? Chase was straight up lost for words. He was stuck on these rare creatures while scrambling to make sense of it all. Hold up, could the dragon call Mount Cathia home? Staring at the emperor centipede hissing right in his face, Chase finally put two and two together. Yo, that emperor centipede again? Chase paused, kinda bummed out. If that's the case, the dragon is probably just a myth. But no time to get down, he shot a quick look back at Liam. The kid stood tall, keeping the formation solid, his face tight with focus. Chase thought to himself, this dude sensed Thesa before anyone else, dropping magic moves slick and fast. Checking the magic circle again, Chase's heart filled with both doubts and mad respect for Liam. What's this kid's story, packing that kind of insane power? Watching Liam reinforce the magic shield, Chase was caught between suspicion and pure awe. Nah, calling this kid just a genius doesn't even cut it. Suddenly, a wild thought popped up, flipping his serious vibe to full-on shock. Could this kid actually be? Before Chase could finish piecing it all together, that Emperor Centipede's roar blasted the crew's morale to smithereens, sending everyone into a panic. The beast went super savage, mad frustrated because it couldn't sniff out its target. The Emperor Centipede roared back fiercely. Liam found himself in a bind, quick. Not knowing the next move, Liam cursed under his breath. Seriously? Why now? Why here? He glanced down at his collar where Fiona was already hustling to figure out a plan with her master. Yo, Fi. Any clue how we get rid of that Emperor Centipede? Fi answered in a worried tone. Master, that magical beast is born straight from the demon dragon's own blood. Even a tiny bit of dragon blood makes it insane, powerful nothing. Not even a dragon itself can escape it. Fi dropped that truth bomb while the beast kept fumbling around trying to sniff the squad out. Liam looked deep in thought, stress piling up after hearing Fi's words. And if we want to face this thing head-on, we're gonna need at least 2 or 3 level 1 power beasts on our side. Otherwise, we're toast. The beast's creeping closer, nose to the ground, locking in on the scent with mad precision. If this keeps up, we're straight up toast. It's creeping closer, sniffing out our trail like a bloodhound. Meanwhile, Liam had to flex both his smarts and muscles. This beast was supposed to be chilling way deep in the forest, so why the heck is it roaming all the way down here? Looks like it's hunting for something. Liam glanced over at Nabby, the tiny white tiger shaking like crazy. Could it be hunting for this little guy? Suddenly, the creature caught some vibe, snapped a hard left. It shot straight toward the mountains. Liam heaved a relieved sigh, thinking, phew, looks like it gave up and bounced. But then, out of nowhere, a lightning flash lit up the sky like a freaking spotlight. Liam's eyes popped wide as he looked up, totally stunned. What the? A lightning bolt ripped through the suddenly quiet air, striking down like the sky was pissed. That zap slammed right into the wreck, heading for the forest, making it howl like it got hit where it hurts. Not just that, the lightning also slammed into the magic shield, protecting Liam's whole crew. Liam snapped his hand up to boost the barrier, grunting. The lightning hit the shield full force, Liam struggling hard to keep it up. The magic bracelet on his wrist finally lit up, glowing as it sucked in all that wild lightning energy. Liam exhaled, feeling some relief even as the buzz from the electric shock still crackled all around him. But seriously, where'd that come from? The wreck now stood right in front of the squad, glaring ferociously like it wanted to gobble them up whole, making even Liam freeze. He was out of words, trying to figure out the next move but just ended up with a rough smile. The magic shield is donezo. There's nothing left to do. 5 people plus 1 beast bolted, screaming their lungs out. Behind them, the wreck roared, hot on their tails. Yo! Yo! The twins had tears streaming, sprinting like maniacs while crying out for backup. Liam caught their cries but couldn't care less, yelling, "Zip it and just run." Kyle shouted loud, "Liam, it's chasing us," then added, "I'm legit terrified." Blake pushed Chase to haul butt as he started falling behind. Huh. Speed it up. Before that monster could catch him, Chase noticed something weird while bolting. How are those kids moving so fast? He eyeballed the back of the kids ahead, suspicion creeping up hard. Yeah, right, these ain't your typical folks. Out of nowhere, Chase whipped his head around fast when he heard someone yell, "Heads up." The Rex's jaw was right behind him, stretching wide like it wanted to swallow him whole in one bite. Chase had zero options, stammering while bringing a hand to his mouth to whistle and cast a spell. "Come here, anyone." The cry of a bird spooked the monster, making it snap at the sound. Boom! A massive bird swooped in, fierce AF, claws ready and shrieking loud. Cree! It dove past the monster's head, slashing it hard with its talons, blood spraying everywhere. The Rex screamed in pain. What the heck? Liam, sprinting, grinned wide, thinking, "Oh yes, at this pace, I got time to breathe." Fiona popped out from Liam's collar, dropping instructions quick. That Rex isn't nimble on its feet. Distract that beast and hustle into those thick trees over there. Liam caught Finn's words and wasted no time ringing the alarm to the crew, tearing it up and making a run for it. Yo, hurry, hit the mountain fast. The whole squad kicked it into overdrive, racing toward that snowy peak like their lives depended on it. Blake went in savage mode, attacking the wreck hard, which let out this annoyed huff. Its eyes, straight up hatred aimed right at Lucy's squad trying to bail. Asterisk, roar. Asterisk, the wreck dropped this magical yell that glowed yellow, lighting up the whole scene like a neon disaster. Dang, that giant bird got blasted by the magic attack and screamed out loud. Cree, ow, that stings. It couldn't hang and plummeted from the sky, while Brandon watched all dark and stormy. His face was like, nah, no way this is happening. Dude bailed on the crew, sprinting toward the mountain. Nope, no way, he shouted, breaking off from the group. Blake got totally caught off guard, couldn't physically stop Brandon from booking the opposite way toward the wreck, yelling, "Bran, come back." Liam shot Brandon the side eye, thinking, seriously, you say that green chain serum ain't a match for bro? Why you running with that puny self? Liam peeped the mountain, all deep in thought. If I just keep grinding up that mountain, I can survive, he mused. But then his vibe shifted real dark, like some heavy thoughts hit him hard. He spun back, clearly ticked off, mumbling curses at Brandon. Dang it. Liam chased after Brandon, sprinting hard toward the thick forest by the hills. If we make it out alive, you're so gonna pay. The Backpack Twins and Liam caught sight of Brandon booking it and yelled surprised, "Yo, Mr. Liam. Wait up." No hesitation, the triple threat peeled after Brandon and Liam, leaving just Nabby behind, looking all shook, unsure what to do next. Nabby stared at the forest and glanced back at Liam's crew like, But then, in a mix of fear and determination, Nabby dragged herself after the squad, letting out a pissed little cry. Brandon made it right up to the huge bird, yelling all anxious, "Bran, snap out of it." Bird was hurt, shaking and weakly chirping. Chirp, chirp, but still refusing to quit, biting hard on the big bird's neck vein for revenge, making it yelp in pain. Seeing his bird buddy struggle, Brandon lost it, screaming cuss words as he fired magic blasts from both hands straight at whoever was biting his bird. "You worthless rock pet," he yells, magic swirling around his fists before blasting a violet beam right at the beast gnawing on his bird. The magic shot fast, that purple light slamming into the caught off-guard beast. A burn patch popped on the beast's shoulder, clearly annoyed. Its eyes went wide, pupils pinched like it just locked on a target. Fixating hard in one spot, it lashed its big, long tail sideways, roaring, fierce and mean. Before Brandon could catch what was up, he screamed, total terror flashing on his face. Ah! The tail whip came from out of nowhere side to side as the creature bellowed mad. Brandon was straight up frozen in fright. The madness went down so quick, he couldn't even think, just raised his hands like, please, no. Suddenly, a little hand grabbed his cloak's hood and yanked him back fast. It was Lucy, looking pissed, yelling, "Duck, idiot." Just as Liam yanked Brandon out of the way, that tail whip passed with a fierce times whoosh times sound. Liam felt the weight of the moment heavy and jumped straight into casting a spell. His hands blew up with a purple crystal-looking field of space-bending energy, which instantly shifted into he, whipped up some crazy purple crystal energy, and bam, that crystal ball morphed right away. Yo, imagine a bunch of sharp spikes floating right between Liam's hands like some kind of energy bullet. The crystal energy was all coming together, and Liam sent it flying straight at the target, turning the whole scene into this solid purple vibe. Liam's attack landed dead center on the creature's neck, making it scream and howl in pure pain. Gary jumped on it, rushing over to the big bird, writhing in pain on the snowy ground, trying to calm the beast down real quick. Mingyu, snap out of it. Suddenly, the bird cleared its head and chomped hard on that crystal Liam made, crushing it with its teeth like it was no big deal. Liam was shook, like he couldn't even believe what just popped off. Bruh, can you even believe that? It straight up busted a divine spell with its mouth. But Liam wasn't about to quit, throwing his arms out wide, trying to whip up another spell formation. If that's how it's gonna be. A sonic blast surged forward, wrapping the beast's whole body in purple waves. That was Liam's divine will magic, some next-level stuff. Ancient runes swirled round the creature's head, dazing it as it let out a cry. Liam was grinning like he'd won the lottery, hands still holding firm on the spell. Yes, got it locked down now. But nah, the beast wasn't having it. The moment it got caught, it smashed through Liam's hard-earned spell formation, roaring loud enough to shake the snow. Kyle was just like, no way, totally losing it as the magic circle got wrecked. Nope, this divine will stuff just ain't cutting it. Fiona popped up from her collar, throwing Liam the lowdown. This monster's all about devouring and wrecking, so no divine magic can tag it down. Liam was straight up frustrated, muttering, man, how dumb is this thing? The beast fixed its gaze on Liam now, opening its massive maw as it charged like a fired-up arrow. The twins jumped in quick, standing right in front of Liam. Swords drawn, they launched a combined attack on the beast's body. Kyle groaned, dang, this thing is tough. Kylie, gripping her twin swords tight, had tears welling up. Ow, my hands legit hurt so bad. Even though the beast wasn't showing wounds outside, the twins' magic was wrapping it up, making it howl and groan in pain. Wait, hold up. Liam suddenly saw it. The twinsy hits on its head actually worked. What? A voice called from behind the twins, making them spin around. Liam ordered, chase. Kylie, hit it again. Liam pointed right at the creature's noggin. That's the weak spot. Keep hammering the head. Fired up, the twins summoned their weapons back in a flash. We got this. Let's roll. Kyle and Kylie teamed up for a sword combo, slashing at the beast's head hard enough to make it wail. Yes, Liam said with a smirk. It's losing steam. He shot a cheeky smile and called down divine magic with both hands. Guess I kinda slept on our full power. Young, but still pure-blooded dragons, baby. While the twins kept battling, Liam crept forward from a distance, divine magic crackling in his hands, creating lines of glowing energy. All right, let's turn this thing into some grilled gecko vibes today. Chase and Blake were just standing there, eyes wide like they couldn't blink. No cap, they're really throwing down on that beast, Chase said, totally mind blown. Who the heck are these kids anyway? Blake just chuckled awkwardly to dodge the question. Haha, those grandkids just got too much energy, you know. Chase raised an eyebrow. For real though, are they your bio grandkids? Blake, caught off guard, just shot back a guess. Kinda. Yo, don't go digging too deep or you might end up hurt real bad. No second thoughts, Liam instantly blasted that divine magic he just whipped up right at Deck. Dang. With Kylie and Kyle tagging in their attack, that monster started screaming like it had no clue what hit it. Katu just caved, letting out this pitiful cry. Gwa, UK. Grandpa Liam was hyped as heck. We nailed it. We're this close to trapping it. Kylie, gripping her twin blades with Kyle, straight up couldn't hold back the tears. Liam, man, I'm beat. Arms killing me, shoulders too. But Liam didn't cut no slack and pushed those twin blades harder. Sit tight just a bit more. One last strike, that's all we need. Suddenly, Deck's roar thundered again, totally freaking out the squad. This time, a new Deck rolled in, decked out in brown scales, zooming fast right towards the kids. Liam's face dropped. Dude couldn't believe there was more than one Deck showing up. We're totally screwed. There's a second one. Yo, the green Deck was groaning, all shook up lying there. Kylie asked with no clue what to do. Liam, now what? Liam was stuck too, totally out of place, but one idea popped up in his head. No choice left. Liam looked at Chase, eyes wide like saucers at the new Deck on scene. Wanna hide it, but no way around it. Gotta go full form and haul Blake and Jacob out of here. No cap. Liam told the twins. You guys get set. Before he could even finish, bam. Another sound hit him. A crazy loud roar ripped through the air, making the kids jump out of their skin. Two big-ass tigers charging down from the mountaintop. Now, the brown centipede's attention snapped to the tigers. Oh, hell yeah. The white tigers pounced, biting and shredding that centipede up. The three beasts went at it hard, their fight echoing like nonstop hype. Roar. Little Nabby, eyes sparkling, was crying all cute like it just found its folks. Chase was straight, shook again. No way. Are those for real two fierce tigers? Liam was on cloud 9, heart practically bursting with joy. Yup, parents gotta step up when their kids are in big trouble. Kyle and Kylie were hyped too, eyes glued on the wild scene. Ooh, check out that big kitty over there. Yo, that green centipede looked like it was waking up, shaking off the dust and plotting an escape. Liam caught that fast and threw some magic chains out of his hands with a smug, yo, where you think you're going? Boom. Those chains latched onto the green centipede tight, freezing it in place. It could only whimper weakly. Monster stuck. The trio dashed up, hyped to snatch that beast before it got away. No way you're slipping out of here. Yo, Liam was riding that wind wave, thinking, let's finish this party. He stretched out his hand to cast another spell. Chain shot forward, and he yelled, where you off to now? The chain snaked out and wrapped Deck up slick. Deck screamed in pain, shutting its eyes tight. Liam, Kylie, and Kyle surged forward. Liam shouted, no letting go. Deck was hurt bad, couldn't even scream with those tight chains. Liam spun around and took off, yelling, Blake, now's your shot. Blake bolted forward, yelling, got it, on my way. Young Mr. Gary stood watching from a distance, all eyes glued. Watching everybody throw down with the centipede, dude's face totally lost, like he had no clue what just went down, mumbling all confused. Wait, hold up, young king. You just called me your nephew like 2 seconds ago. Then, out of nowhere, a savage roar blasted through the woods. Gary spun around, eyes wide with straight-up horror. Blake lunged in, roaring like a beast. Roar! It jumped on Deck and bit him right in the back, making Deck yell out loud like he just got shocked. Deck sunk his teeth into Blake, making him yelp a few times. Then Deck used that energy to sling Blake up into the air like a pro football throw. Blake tumbled, slammed down hard on the ground, screaming like he just got hit by a truck. Blood dripped from his mouth, and his whole body was shaking madly, muttering stuff. Deck let out this monster roar, sending chills all around. Blake's face went pale as hell, coughing up blood and screaming his guts out. That tiger then leaped up and bounced off to some mystery spot. Blake, heartbroken and on the verge of tears, watched him go. Fiona, chilling on Lucy's shoulder, gave a deep look and said, maybe that tiger was ready to take the ultimate hit, laying down its life to save its cub. Straight up king of the forest, she added. Out of nowhere, a blinding light popped off in the middle of the woods, freaking everyone out. Fiona called out worriedly. That fierce tiger saw Blake dropping like a rock, pale as a ghost, and snapped with lightning crackling all over him, roaring fierce. He charged at the centipede, releasing a roar so loud it could shake Chicago streets, then sank teeth into Deck, making electricity blaze all through his body. Deck screamed bloody murder, gripping tight on him all the while, letting those lightning bolts fry Deck from the inside out, making him yell nonstop. That tiger looked mad as hell. Teeth sunk into Deck hard, roaring like he owned the forest. Deck was thrashing that tail wildly, all charged up from the tiger's electric attack. Deck was screaming loud enough to scare ghosts. Blake just stood there, shook, eyes wide with worry. After getting saved, Deck was totally moved and made these soft little noises like he was saying thanks in animal talk. Suddenly, from behind, a crazy scream blasted and the centipede hit the ground like it'd been fried alive. Grandpa, Kylie, and Kyle all gasped for air, totally wiped out. Grandpa tried to say something but sounded totally stunned. It's over, whispered Grandpa. Blake took a deep breath, letting out a massive sigh. So done. Blake pointed somewhere, telling Grandpa, Boss, the fierce tiger's on his way. That beast, all scraped up and bruised, was slowly creeping closer. Blake ran to the fierce tiger, crying out. The two bumped heads after that wild fight for survival. Tears welled in Blake's eyes, whining softly like a baby. The fierce tiger glanced at Grandpa, looking like it had some deep message. Grandpa thought, yo, did that tiger just clock my real self? The tiger turned to leave, but Blake freaked, crying out loud, rushing after it with tears falling, yelling at the tiger. Grandpa stepped in front, like, hold up, leaving Blake totally puzzled. Grandpa stared at the fierce tiger, who stopped and looked back, flashing a big, happy grin that warmed the soul. That fierce tiger jumped high and disappeared off to some mystery spot. Navi looked sad, almost ready to cry. Fiona, sitting on Grandpa Liam's shoulder, gave a thoughtful nod. Maybe that tiger was ready to die, just to keep its baby safe. Yo, straight up king of the jungle vibes. Suddenly, a flash of light popped off right in the middle of the woods, making everyone jump. Fiona was all like, yo, that's kinda scary. That glow? Liam grabbed Fiona tight in his palm, then let her slip free. As he started to bounce, he called out to her. You gonna watch the kids? She asked, totally confused. What? Where you headed? Liam threw back. Just gotta hit the mountain real quick, be back in a flash. Fiona's eyes went wide and worried. Wait, that sounds risky. Liam wasn't having it, stepping off with steely determination. Just a quick trip. Chill. No need to freak out. Fiona shot back. Seriously, you gotta watch your back out there. Liam glanced down and spotted something. There was Nabi, lying plopped in the snowy mess, sniffing sadly up at Liam. A few snorts escaped it. Liam eyed Nabi and said, You want to ride on my back? Nabi looked up and gave a nod like, Heck yeah. Liam paused, then grinned. All right, hop on. Let's roll together. Liam climbed on Nabi's back, and they tore through the icy mountain forest like a bullet. Liam was shook, thinking, dang, that thing's fast. How'd the twins even come close with that kind of speed? Out of nowhere, Nabby slammed on the brakes, tears starting to pool in its eyes while it let out a heart-wrenching cry. It was chaos, bodies of the deer and fierce tigers all over the snowy ground, cold and bloody, like a savage battlefield. Liam freaked. No way, those tigers wiped them all out? Nabby lost it, sobbing hard and rushing straight to the tiger corpses, shaking and checking one like it might just wake up. It let out a gut-wrenching scream, like begging the dead tiger to snap back to life. Liam hung back, feeling a heavy sadness for Nabby. His jaw clenched tight, fists balled up. He thought deep down, man, you lost your parents just like I did back in my past life. Liam gently placed a hand on Nabby's head, stroking it softly, trying to ease the pain from watching its parents lay down their lives to protect it. In the snowy forest, 2 stone graves popped up on the path, cold and silent. Nabby sat crying in front of the graves. Liam's face grew thoughtful as he stared. So that's the deal, the Chu clan's tight with the fierce tigers because both the deer and those tigers share the same mountain turf. Clashes? Pretty much inevitable. Liam replayed that brutal massacre scene in his head and thought, even if I stayed out of it, both sides would have been wiped clean. He looked back at Nabby, tears still streaming. Liam stroked his chin, thinking, looks like I ended up taming an orphan tiger cub. Then he summoned his stunning red glow, magical and radiant. A sly grin crept up. But hey, since I'm here, ain't no way I'm letting that mess happen again. He shot his hand forward, blasting a beautiful wave of magic straight into Nabby. Suddenly, a creepy voice whispered, look here. Nabby peeked, confused, and saw Liam surrounded by a dark, spooky dragon shadow. Nabby shook hard, crying out like it was scared stiff. Liam looked down at him, deadly serious but calm, saying, don't trip. Trust me, and I'll take care of you. Holding out his hand with a soft, warm smile, Liam asked, you with me, little buddy? Totally confused, Nabby yelped, yip yip. Then, with a paw on Liam's hand, it barked all happy, yip yip. Liam shot back a big smile. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, boss, making Liam spin right around. The whole crew was heading his way. Gary stared at Liam, wide-eyed, and asked, yo, what's going down over there? Gary's voice shook, but he spoke loud and clear. That beast just straight up bowed down, only a top-tier druid can do that. Nabby looked kinda confused while Gary went on. Even though you're young, you made that fierce tiger fall in line. No questions asked. Gary pointed right at Liam and yelled with everyone watching. So that's it, huh? You really are? Liam scowled, thinking, man, they finally cracked my cover. The dude yelled, you're like a high elf? Liam blinked. Wait, what? Jason happily shook Liam's hand, who was still standing there all shocked. The guy said, mad respect, meeting a forest guardian like you. You gotta have used some magic to hide those elf ears, right? Liam, totally confused, responded, huh, nah, I think you're mixed up. Then, boom. An idea hit Liam like lightning. Hold on. Maybe it's better to roll with this. Gary's face lit up like he just solved a puzzle. Liam kept thinking, if I let him keep thinking that, no one's gonna know who I really am. Clearing his throat, Liam threw on a royal vibe. Yup, I'm the forest's guardian. Blake scratched his head, suspicious. Blake muttered, uh-oh, scam alert. Gary looked a little awkward and said, sorry for not catching on earlier and for being rude. Liam smiled wide, no biggie. You didn't know, so no harm done. Kyle and Kylie stood behind, rolling their eyes and teasing, chuckling at Liam. Then Kyle was like, are elves always this extra? Kylie jumped in, no clue. Bet Liam's never even met one before. Gary turned to the two, asking, so, does that mean you two are elves too? Liam puffed up like a proud peacock. Yup. Those are my elf warriors who got my back. Blake sighed in the background as Kyle looked totally pissed. Blake thought, not even trippin'. This ain't the first weird day around here. Yo, human, got a favor to ask. Liam looked at Nabby and said, mind watching over this kid for me? Gary looked shocked. Wait, you wanted me to take care of that wild tiger? Kyle and Kylie freaked out, yelling at Liam, who just covered his ears. They shouted together, no way. Who said you could? Nabby's ours. Liam rolled his eyes at a certain spot and gave a nod. Blake got it immediately, stepped behind Kyle and Kylie, and scooped them up. As Blake carried them off, they flailed and shouted, no, Nabby. Kyle yelled, you're the worst, Liam. Then Liam turned back to Gary. So, you gonna watch Nabby or what? Gary shyly replied, wow, the high elf himself trusting me with this kid. But Liam cut him off. Gary added, my secret dragon's itching to take him, but our path's gonna be crazy dangerous. Nabby hung on Liam's every word like it was gold. Gary looked worried and said, honestly, fam, I don't think this kid's gonna tough it out. Liam flashed a grin and said, even you, Hyo, think this trip's sketchy, huh? From what I've seen these past few days, you've got this kid on lock. Just promise me you'll watch over them until I'm back, Liam added. He thumped his chest, hyped up, and said, you got it, boss. I got all this covered. No joke, I'll treat this kid like my own blood. Then he turned to Nabby like, appreciate you, bud. All right, Nabby's in your hands now. You gotta stick with Gary from here on out. Nabby let out a heart-tugging cry. Liam gently rubbed Nabby's head, saying, can't take you with me right now, but if you chill and listen to Gary, I swear I'll come back. Nabby looked up at Liam, real sad, then shuffled over to Gary. Gary crouched, gave Nabby a soft look, and said, you're Nabby, right? We gotta have each other's backs now. Gotcha, Nabby grew. Liam smiled, thinking, okay, that went way smoother than I expected. No wild drama later where the fierce tiger I teamed up with flips and turns into my enemy, he thought. Liam turned to Gary like, oh yeah, don't forget to give Nabby that light essence stuff from now on. Gary blinked, asking, light essence, what's that? And Liam tossed a chill grin. Trust me, one day this kid's gonna thank you big time. As the sun dipped low, Gary and Nabby took off. They both turned to wave their goodbyes. Liam smirked, feeling pretty satisfied. Yeah, it was a bit of a pain, but I got this sorted. Didn't snag a dragon but snag a gigantic future game changer. Major win if you ask me. Then he spun around to the grumpy Kyle twins and said, all right, let's keep heading west. But Kyle and Kyle just sulked and ignored him, whining like toddlers. Man, Kyle said loud and clear. Liam's such a meanie. Kyle added, mad. Liam, why you gotta ditch Nabby like that? Liam tried smoothing things over, holding out some glowing fruit like, hey you two, want a fairy fruits? The kid's eyes lit up, drooling over the magical fruits. The girl whispered shyly, you really gonna share these with us? The boy piped up, dude, make that 3. On the busy street packed with people, Liam looked over at the twins, clutching his shoulders like, what did I get myself into? Suddenly, a voice shouted, yo, we finally pulled up. And bam! The port city of Lucan, all classic vibes, sprawled out before the crew. Kyle's eyes popped with excitement, yelling, Liam, look at all these people. Over on the other side, Kylie pointed out, hey, check it, there's demi-humans here too. Fiona zipped up and explained with a grin, this is way different from our usual villages. Nothing like it. Luke Thon's a mad mix, tons of people from everywhere. See, it's a bustling port city where ships non-stop carry goods back and forth between the autumn continent and frost continent. So, mad traffic all year round. Liam pushed aside the curtain and peeked out. His face showed curious vibes, thinking, all right, we finally landed. Yo, it took me a straight 6 months to make the trek from Mount Cat's Mo all the way to Luke Thon. Liam leaned against the carriage, looking straight up exhausted, lost in thought. All right, so I've made like a quarter of this insane journey. Man, I just want to get back home, as soon as possible. Out of nowhere, Kylie and Kyle wrapped their arms around Liam, their eyes twinkling like stars lighting up the night sky. Liam was left speechless, totally caught off guard. The kid pointed ahead, and Fiona chimed in, all hyped. Liam, look over there. And little Chloe added, oh my god, so many fresh things to check out. Hearing that, Liam just felt the frustration hit hard, totally at a loss. He snapped, struggling to break free. I told y'all, don't be so clingy. Step off, guys. Kylie and Kyle just cracked up. Haha, Liam's mad. Blake glanced ahead and said, yo, boss Liam, we're here. Liam's eyes widened as he pushed Kylie and Kyle away. Wait for real. He slowly slid out of the carriage, eyes scanning all around. Standing right in front of the Zijin Inn, Liam stared up at the sign for a hot minute. Then he asked Blake, is this the spot you were hyping up? This janky inn? For real? This rundown place? Liam scratched his head, looking kinda sheepish. Man, I haven't been here in like a whole decade. Let's just step inside and see what's what. The door swung open quick, and there was this cute orange-haired girl carrying a bucket of water who turned and flashed a bright smile. Hey there, welcome, big shots. The Zijin Inn's got you covered. She gave that same bright welcome. Welcome, esteemed guests. The Zijin Inn is all about that service. Morgan strolled over to Blake with a cheeky grin. You want to book a room or grab some grub, boss? Blake didn't even look at her straight on, just peeked behind him and said, I'm gonna snag a room first. Booking a room? Morgan raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Huh. Like she couldn't believe her ears, Morgan pointed at him, loud enough for everyone to hear. Wait, are you Uncle Blake? Blake, he went, surprised. Yeah, how do you know me? She grinned and tapped her chest. It's me, Morgan. Don't tell me you forgot your little pal, Uncle. Blake's face lit up, replying surprised. Morgan. You're that little firecracker, Morgan. She banged her chest playfully. Yup, that's me. I'm 24 now, by the way. She spun around and hollered towards the kitchen. Lucy, hustle up and check who showed up. Then this girl with reddish-brown hair peeked out from behind the curtain, asking, "Who's making all the noise back here, sis?" Lucy froze when she saw him, eyes wide. "Oh my God, is that Uncle Blake?" Blake chuckled and gave props. "Ha ha, Lucy, you've grown into a real stunner. Ready to find a boo yet?" Morgan shot back with a playful, jealous tone. "What about me, though?" Blake didn't miss a beat, praising her too. Morgan's looking hella fine too. Meanwhile, seeing Blake chatting up the two girls, Liam thought, dude's def a regular around here. Blake put his hands on his hips, scanning the room and asked, "Yo, where's Hammond and Julia? Out at the market or something?" When the girls heard that, their smiles faded, eyes filling with sadness. Lucy finally said, "Our folks passed away 3 years ago." 3 whole years ago, Morgan chimed in, heavy-hearted. "They got caught in a runaway horse carriage accident." Man, that hit hard. Blake was totally shook and asked again, "Wait, what? You said Hmon and Julia, both of them?" He threw a hand on his forehead like, "Dang, why didn't I catch this sooner?" "My bad, I got back way too late," Lucy rushed out. "No way, Uncle, don't beat yourself up like that," she quickly added. Morgan jumped in with a smile. "Look, Uncle, Lucy and I inherited this whole inn, and honestly, we're living it up just fine." Blake's face turned a little downcast. He put his hands on the shoulders of the two girls who were both sniffling in front of him and said with a soothing tone, "Yeah, you two have been through a crazy lot." Then Lucy glanced over and spotted the 3 kids standing in front of her, and she asked suspiciously, "Wait, but who are these kiddos? Don't look like your own, right?" Blake scratched his head all awkward and said, "Yeah, we don't really look alike, but they could be mine." Lucy gave him the ultimate side-eye and said, "Say what? No way, Uncle. They don't look a thing like you." Morgan looked puzzled too, her eyes kinda judging. "Seriously, you got a conscience, Uncle?" Blake, clearly not loving this, put on a fake sad face and said, "Nah, they're just my nieces and nephews." The 2 girls gave him a sharp look. Lucy was like, even weirder. Meanwhile, Morgan was skeptical too, wondering how these perfect little munchkins could even be related to him. Blake started freaking out, breaking into nervous sweats and stammered, "We're, like super distant relatives." Morgan sat down next to Sai and Kyle to check them out. Dang, the little girl and boy were shining with smiles and eyes clear as a summer sky. Both kids were bursting with energy and pure sunshine vibes. Staring at them felt like an arrow hit her heart because their cuteness was next level. Morgan dashed forward and wrapped them in a hug, squealing, "Oh my God, what am I even gonna do? You two are just ridiculously adorable." Kyle let out a giggle, and the other kid being hugged said, "It's so warm. Like, stuffy warm." Grandpa's face turned sour, dropping a jealous tone. "Try actually raising M and you might change your tune." Over by the table, Lucy plopped down and smiled softly at Grandpa. "Hey there, I'm Lucy. You feeling hungry?" Grandpa looked away shyly and whispered, Yeah, a little hungry." Hearing that, the girls zoomed off to the kitchen like lightning. Morgan said, "Hungry, huh? Let me whip up something bomb for you." "Lucy, do we still have that meat from today?" Lucy quickly replied, "Yeah, I'm gonna get all the ingredients ready." Grandpa just watched, totally lost on what to say next. Blake gave a confused look toward where a soft sigh escaped from. Sigh. Grandpa shrugged and threw a little sigh out. Man, being this loved, it's kinda exhausting. Blake stared at him, completely dumbfounded. Inside the room, warm lights lit up everything, and the cozy fireplace in the middle made the whole vibe super chill and snug. After they ate, Grandpa flopped down on his bed, saying, "Whoa, it's been ages since I had such a solid meal." Then he propped himself up on his hands and asked Blake, "Oh hey, I didn't get to ask earlier what's your deal with those 2 sisters. You guys seem real tight." Blake turned his head and answered, "Their parents and I, we're like ride-or-die buddies who've been through thick and thin." Grandpa raised an eyebrow and asked, "Ride-or-die buddies? You mean like mercenaries or something?" Blake flashed a bright smile and said, "Yep, exactly. Those folks were hilarious, always cracking jokes. One day, they brought Morgan over to help raise their kid, then they retired and started running this inn." End of excerpt. Gotta give 'em props. They got me hanging round here like I'm a regular. Liam leaned back, bored out of his mind, scratching his ear like, so that's the deal. "All right, you can bounce now." Blake threw out like it was no big deal. Liam frowned, all confused. "Wait, for real? Where you want to send me off to now? Duh, aren't we supposed to head to the autumn continent to snag a ship? Plus, gotta grab some medicinal herbs on the way, remember?" Blake gave him a side glance, voice dropping low like he wasn't sure. Yeah, but like, right this minute. We just got here, dude." Suddenly, Liam's vibe got dark, straight-up black aura popping off. He stared down Blake hard, who freaking bolted, yelling, "For sure, we're headed out now. I'm Ghost." Then Liam spun to Fiona. "You're riding shotgun with him." She zipped up, "Gotcha." And just as Liam turned around, he he caught a noise behind him. Peep, Sai, and Kyle crashed out cold on the bed. Those kiddos must have been beat. Liam sighed soft, thinking, man, they look like little angels, all peaceful and crap when they sleep. Liam stretched and let out a tired yawn. All right, maybe I'll catch some Z's too. Soon after, Morgan pushed the door open, with snacks all ready. She walked in like a boss. Y'all, snack time. Lucy, chillin' behind Morgan, tilted her head like, sis, why you not going in? She spotted Liam, Sai, and Kyle snoozing hard and was like, oh snap. Morgan covered her mouth, grinning, whispering, what do we even do? They're straight up cute, even asleep. Lucy threw in all sweet, right? Total cutie pies. The ladies slipped out, with Morgan tossing in nighty-night. Lucy smiled too. Sweet dreams, kiddos. The door clicked shut softly, leaving Liam, Kylie, and Kyle crashed out. They definitely must have had a crazy busy day because they hit the dreamland fast. Downstairs, the tavern was jam-packed with folks coming and going. Over at one corner, a couple of guys were pretty tipsy, chatting and chillin'. Liam shuffled down the stairs, face all sleepy and yawning every other second. Lucy saw him and lit up. You're up? Sleep well? He mumbled, half-zoned, yeah, sorta. Glancing over to the table, he saw Blake already settled in. Liam looked and saw Kyle and Kylie grinning wide, hollering together, Liam, come eat. Lucy jumped in too. I'm bringing breakfast now, so you better hit that table. Liam plopped down and was like, Blake, you snagged a ship for the autumn continent yet? Blake nodded. Yeah, dude, got one. It's setting sail in like 2 weeks. Liam gave a nod. Nice. But what about the spiritual medicine? Blake scratched his beard all awkward like, that part was no joke, it's not easy finding that stuff. Liam's face fell a little, resting his chin on his hand. He thought, yeah, dragons hoard crazy stuff, no surprise. But that spiritual medicine, normal folks usually never even get a peek in their lifetime. Eyeing the dude slicing steak, he kept thinking. Liam kept thinking, honestly, only human food actually tastes bomb. Everything else, meh, it's kinda useless for a young dragon like me. As he thought about the trip to the autumn continent, Liam kept going. The sea voyage takes like 2 whole months, so we gotta max out all the time before we set sail. Seeing Liam stressed out, Blake jumped in to chill him out. Don't sweat it too much. We'll probably find what we need, Blake reassured him. Blake kept talking. No matter what anyone says, this spot's where all the frozen continent's essentials get pulled together. It's crunch time, for real. After Blake finished, Liam finally breathed easy. He grinned and said, all right, let's hit it up together tomorrow. Out of nowhere, a loud clang as a giant platter slammed on the table made everyone jump. On that platter was a golden roasted chicken, so fab, Blake and Liam turned around, eyes wide like, whoa. Turns out Morgan was bringing the food, with Lucy right behind. Morgan hollered, yo, food's here, squad. Lucy was all gentle, telling everyone to take their time. Peeping the steaming food pile, Blake was like, no way. Who's gonna demolish all this breakfast this early? Hearing that, Morgan crossed her arms, pouted hard, and clapped back. This ain't just for you, Uncle Blake. Blake's face kinda dropped. Lucy smoothly turned to Kyle and Kylie. Hey you two. Why don't you dig in? The kids perked up together. Bet. Blake grabbed a chunk of meat and muttered, trying to justify himself. It's not that I don't want to eat, but the moment he popped that meat in, he froze, like, whoa, that flavor though. Liam had been munching all this time, silently thinking, this is it. Tastes just like Mom used to whip up. Hearing that, Morgan burst out laughing, proud as heck. Duh. Whose kid do you think I am? Then she threw her arm around Lucy, who was right by her side, and said, Lucy helped out too. Lucy hugged herself and said shyly, I just chipped in a bit. Then she got all thoughtful for a sec. Blake suddenly asked, wait, didn't I hear you're a killer singer? That kinda shocked both her and Morgan a little. Liam locked in on his food but looked up too, asking, a singer, huh? Blake was hyped. Yeah, Lucy's got the dopest voice around here. He remembered how Lucy would get totally lost in the music when she sang. He chimed, the inn's packed any day Lucy isn't singing. The Zenon Inn ain't named for nothing. He added, seriously, that place became the go-to vibe spot for everyone. Just then, Liam caught a glance. Over there, Morgan and Lucy had their heads down, looking all bummed out. Those two girls seemed deep in some heavy thoughts. Then, out of the blue, Liam clunked Blake hard, making him yelp. Ow! Blake grabbed his arm, sweating bullets, totally confused, like, dude, why? Liam just shot him a killer glare. He then glanced at Morgan and Lucy, curious. Neither of them said a peep, their faces stuck in that sad vibe. Then Morgan finally spoke, sounding bummed. Lucy can't sing anymore. Actually, she can't sing at all now. Hearing that, Blake's jaw dropped, and he demanded to know more. No cap, Lucy can't sing no more. I'm talking like, she straight up can't hit the notes. Blake was shook, couldn't even believe what he just heard, and was all up in everyone's business demanding the tea. Say what now? How's that even possible? Why would someone let such mad talent just waste away like that? Blake legit couldn't wrap his head around it. Morgan let out a deep sigh, sounding like she really didn't want to spill the beans. She was low-key hesitant to talk about it. Yeah, no? The whole mood started getting real heavy when bam! Suddenly, a door creaked open and everyone snapped their heads toward the commotion to peep what was popping off. A bunch of tough-looking dudes rolled in, faces all fierce and intimidating. These guys were tall, bulky, and looked like a straight-up gang, ready to cause some chaos. Seeing the wild squad roll in, Liam was quick to ask, "Yo, what's good? Who these sketchy dudes creeping in here?" Folks at the spot started whispering like crazy. Someone low-key muttered, "Not them again. They just don't know when to quit." Another one chipped in, "Here we go again. This joint's signature move right here." Liam was kind of thrown, muttering under his breath, "Signature move?" Meanwhile, those thugs rolled right up and hovered in front of Lucy and Morgan, looming over the two like giant shadows, pure menace. Blake wasn't having it. He popped up and shouted, "Who you guys? You even know where you at right now?" Out of nowhere, this voice cut through the inn like a knife. "Step aside." Suddenly, all heads, including the thugs, snapped toward the speaker. They parted like they were clearing the red carpet, making way for the big boss to step in. In struts, a young dude rocking crisp white pants and some slick brown dress kicks, platinum blonde hair shining under a white fur coat that screamed, "I run this." Two of the thugs quickly bowed their heads low like, "Yeah, this guy's the real deal." The dude showed himself off slowly, total smoke show with noble vibes. He slapped a hand on Morgan's shoulder and was like, "Morning, Miss Morgan." Then he threw a glance at Lucy and said, "Hold up, I ain't done talking yet." Next thing, he whips out a bouquet of show-stopping roses and presents it to Lucy, who seriously didn't see that coming. Then he dropped to one knee, bouquet in hand, and said, "You're looking stunning today, my lady, Lucy." Liam saw this and nearly choked. Thought to himself, "Bro, this is peak cheesiness. I'm getting goosebumps, no joke." Clutching the flowers, Lucy paused for a second and started to say something like, "Kai, I've told you before," but Kai wasn't playing. He quickly put a finger up to her lips like, "Shish," and gave her a cheeky wink. "You don't gotta say much. Just seeing your face makes my heart chill out," he whispered smooth AF. Lucy was legit speechless. Kai bowed low, all fancy, and said, "All right, I'm out. Have a good one." As he bounced, his eyes locked with Liam's for a sec, and the silence was thick. Talk about awkward. Kai was stuck in his feels, clueless what to say next. Liam, same boat. Kai smirked all snobbish like he was better than everyone. Liam caught that sneer and got mad salty. "Yo, is he clowning my height or what?" Then Liam turned to Lucy, rubbing his eyes all fake-like, and in the cutest whining voice said, "Lucy, I'm tired. Can you hold me?" Lucy was caught off guard but rolled with it, teasing, "Oh, sleepy, Liam. Come here. Let me scoop you up and tuck you in." Super hyped, Liam goes, "Yes, please." Blake heard this and was low-key shook thinking, "Wait, boss, for real?" Liam grinned, all hyped. "Oh yeah, hook me up." Blake caught that and thought, "Wait, what, boss?" So then Lucy scooped up Liam, and that sly dude wrapped his arms all sneaky-like around her neck. Lucy sweetly goes, "All right, let's head up to your room and get you tucked in," while Liam's voice was all clingy like, "Sounds good." Watching this whole thing, Kai was trembling mad with jealousy, and Liam just busted out a cheeky, sneaky smirk. "Oh snap, looks like someone's jelly. Huh." Kai bit his lip tight, muttering low-key, "What, you little punk?" Then dude spun around all mad and stormed off. He yelled to his crew, "Time to bounce." His squad turned quick and was like, yes, boss man, right this way." Mission accomplished. Liam dropped one eyelid like, "Haha, you really gonna try and compete with me?" "Nah, nah, 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 gotcha." Then Lucy picked Liam up again, and he slick wrapped his arms around her neck all sly like. Lucy whispered, "Come on, let's head upstairs and get you to bed," and Liam was super clingy like, "Okay." Kai was shaking mad on the sidelines, while Liam was grinning like a fox. He thought, "How's that feel? Mad jealous, huh?" Kai bit his lip tight, muttering, "Man, you little punk," then spun around furious and stormed off. He shouted at his boys, "We're out of here." His crew quickly replied, yes, young boss." Blake frowned and pointed, all confused. "Wait, who were those dudes? What's their deal?" Morgan just sighed, sounding so over it. "That's Kai, eldest son of the Bant family." When Blake heard Bant, he was totally floored. "Bant? You mean that troublemaker who's always causing chaos?" Morgan nodded, serious. "Yep, that's him. But he's no longer a punk. The dude's a legit baron now." Blake's eyes went wide, totally shook, and he blurted out, "Wait, what? The Bant kid?" "Yeah, he's a baron now." Morgan reminded everyone of that cunning old man Bant. She calmly filled in the tea. For real, Baron Bant started ruling the underground scene. Picture old man Bant dropping to one knee, bowing to a duke who placed a sword on his shoulder like it was a legit honor, she went on. He got respect for bringing all those gangster groups in Lufin together and calming down the port, so he earned the title to run the region. After that saga, Blake let out a big sigh, shook his head with mad respect. Dang, that so-called loser always bragged about being noble, and bam, he actually pulled it off. Then he cracked up, all teasing. Looks like that kid from earlier totally caught feelings for our Lucy. Maybe tell her to give him a shot? Morgan put her hand to her forehead in pure facepalm mode. She sighed hard. Please, uncle, let's not even go there again. Blake was surprised. What? Why not? He's a legit noble now, big shot and all. Morgan shot back without blinking. That boy Kai's just 14 this year. 14. And Lucy's 22. Blake's face froze in disbelief. He had to say, wait, what? 14. Then laughed out loud, all side-splitting. Well, that kid's already acting like a man, huh? With that kind of vibe, he's totally ready to get hitched. Morgan's face twisted with annoyance, totally annoyed, and she shouted loud. Seeing her blow up, Blake quickly made some excuse and dipped. Whoa, time flies, gotta bounce now, he said all awkward. Seeing her totally heated, Blake bounced with a slick excuse. Dang, time's flying. Gotta jet now. So, picture this. Liam's chillin' on his bed, deep in a book, while Kyle and Kevin are just sprawled out, maxing on the other bed in the room. Out of nowhere, Blake crashes through the door, flashing this hype grin, yelling at Liam like he just scored tickets to a concert. Dude, you won't believe this. Yo, Liam, I scoped out all the spots that might have those elixirs. Jason dropped the news like it was hot. Liam snapped his book shut, eyes lighting up like it was Christmas morning. No way. For real? Let's bounce and check him out. Sensing the vibe was about to get lit, Kylie piped up. Liam, where y'all headed? And Kyle jumped in. Come on, don't leave us hanging. Let us roll too. Liam tried to play it cool. Nah, Blake and I will be back real quick. Y'all chill and rest up here, all right. But nah, the kids weren't having it, throwing a full-on tantrum on the bed, one whining hard. No, I don't wanna. One whined, while the other begged, please see, let us come too. Then boom, a voice dropped from the doorway. Liam swiveled his head quick like, y'all bouncing somewhere? It was Morgan and Lucy stepping in, each carrying 3 fresh fits. Lucy called out first. Wait, you trying to step out looking like that? Girl, no way. Morgan jumped in. Swap into these, feels way fresher. The kids were like delicate little petals, but once decked out in those coats, they were wrapped up tight like pros. All 3 switched into the sleek gear black down coats with flashy gold accents, straight fire. Man, these kids were looking fly and cute as heck. Morgan couldn't help but go, oh my god, look at y'all. Lucy was vibing too. Yo, this style's your jam, for real. She moved over, patted Kevin's head, and said, peep your thin threads, so I grabbed some extras. Lucky you, they fit perfectly. Kevin bowed low, all polite and stuff. Thanks a ton. Then Lucy turned to Blake and gave him the side eye. Who lets kids dress like that in this cold? Only you, man. Blake's face dropped, muttering weakly. It's not what you think. In his head, he was like, dude, these kids are like dragons. Cold don't faze him. But he kept that on the hush. Liam flashed a huge grin. Much love, Lucy. Seriously appreciate it. I got this covered. Lucy bowed her head gently. You're welcome, Prince Charming. The crew then bounced toward the door, ready to roll. Liam and Blake dipped, leaving the kiddos behind. Morgan cheered, take good care of the twins. You hear? Lucy added, all calm. Don't stress. We got this. Watch yourselves out there. The kids waved like they were at a parade. All smiles. Liam looked back with a nod. All right, I'm out. On the way, Liam threw Blake a skeptical glance. For real, you sure you can grab the elixirs? Blake shot back with mad confidence. Trust me, I got this on lock. Liam felt chill and said, all right then, let's hit it. Blake nodded sharp. Yes, sir. They rolled out when the sun was still shining bright over the small city streets of Houston, Texas, glistening like a runway. But as they searched every nook, the sky slowly dimmed, proof they were hustling hard. By a flickering street lamp, Liam squatted down, his eyes lost and tired, voice low and shaky. Nope, nowhere's got elixirs. Not a single spot, he said with a sigh. Liam flung the paper behind him, spinning around mad. What's the deal, Blake? This is crunch time. You were supposed to lock it down. Blake was tearing up now, dropping to his knees, stammering, I'm so sorry, man, I really tried. Liam's brain's racing hard, like no way, right? How am I supposed to survive if this keeps up? I might literally starve. Seriously, he's stressing big time. Then boom, this massive voice echoes from somewhere. What's up, y'all want? Both guys jump like they just got spooked, turning around to see what's up. And guess what? Two sketchy-looking gangs are staring each other down like it's about to go down. Liam's like, yo, what's the deal? Are they about to throw down? Blake spots someone he knows and blurts out all shocked, oh snap, isn't that kid from earlier? Pointing right at Liam, still shook. Why's he even here, though? Then here comes Dylan, this tall dude flexing a red fur-trimmed coat, looking like he runs the whole show, dropping some heavy words. He's like, listen up, just forget about Lucy, okay? You really think my girl's gonna give a damn about some little punk like you, young boss? Kai's face twisted with pure fury, biting his lip like, nah, this ain't sitting right. But Dylan just keeps poking the bear. Then Dylan's all cocky. But hey, if it was a real man like me, who knows, huh? Right, boys? One of Dylan's crew instantly jumps in, trying to kiss up. Facts. Your leaves above that kid who still smells like baby stuff. Oof, savage. Kai's squad lost it, swords come flying out, yelling, who do you think you are, talking all that trash? Dylan just ignores the weapons, his voice dropping heavy like thunder rolling through the streets. With a cold, steel-faced glare, he asks, so, is this us declaring war on Team Dylan? Kai's right-hand guy flinches, like, say what now? Suddenly, Dylan's whole crew raises their weapons, ready to throw down hard. Kai and his crew are totally shook. These dudes are straight up crazy. Kai points at them, roaring, y'all lost it. Just wait till Pops hears about this. Bet you won't be breathing easy after. Dylan shrugs, mock serious, we'll see about that, then smirks with zero chill. He flips on that nasty smile, I'm just too low-key to get it. Maybe the big boss can school me himself. Suddenly, someone cuts in, hold up. Everyone snaps their heads towards the voice like, wait, who? Blake and Liam step up, Blake crossing his arms, calm but loaded with attitude. Blake's like, look, I don't know what beef you got, but standing out here waving swords is mad uncool. Kai eyes Blake and goes, hey, aren't you that dude from the Smithy Inn? Dylan glares at Blake cold, you just some random passerby, best not step into grown folks' business. Move along. Blake cracks up, shaking his head like, man, it's been over a decade since I bounced from here. Are y'all really gonna act like you don't know me? Talking about his grand return. Right after, two of Kai's guys freeze, eyes wide like, wait, are you Blake? For real? Then they yell out loud, is that Blake, the bloody axe dude? Blake shrugs with cool confidence. Oh snap, guess someone remembers me. Kai's all curious now. Hold up, bloody axe. Who's that? The sidekick was all like, yo, boss man, you gotta know this dude from Count Tyler. He's the one who literally saved Count Tyler's life. No cap. The sidekick flashed back to that wild time when Count Tyler was being chased by some serious bad guys before he even got his fancy title. Back in the day, the Baron was hustling hard to unite all the street gangs when bam, he fell straight into the enemy's sneaky trap. Right when his life was on the line, he flashed back to seeing Blake, axe in one hand, holding the Baron up with the other, both of them pretty much wrecked and bleeding. Man, Blake stormed the enemy's turf with just that single axe, full-on savage mode. Even after taking 8 slashes, he still managed to save the Baron's life. When Key caught this news, he legit was blown away, screaming at the top of his lungs, wait, what? That dude's our family's real MVP? Then he stepped up and grabbed Blake's hand, all grateful and stuff. No way I'd ever expect to run into you here. Dad's been hyping you up nonstop. Big honor, seriously. Blake, chill as ever even in this crazy situation, just shrugged it off coolly. Yeah, that was just some old school stuff from way back. Don't make a big deal out of it. Then he scratched his head all awkward like, nothing to sweat, you know. Haha. Grandpa Liam was just quietly thinking, fitting on those heirlooms, while Gary popped in with his 2 cents. Never thought I'd actually meet a legend I've only heard about in whispers, he said, stepping up with his hand on his chest. Serious pleasure to meet you all for the first time. I'm Dylan, by the way. I run a little crew out in San Diego. Suddenly, Grandpa Liam caught a weird vibe from Dylan, like there was some kind of freaky aura hanging around him. Dude was buzzing with some unsettling energy, so he wondered, what the heck is that? Dylan then bowed politely to Blake and said, looks like you know this young boss here. We'll take our leave now. With that, he and his squad dipped out, but not without shooting a sly glance back to say a quiet goodbye. Blake stood there, totally confused. Wait, they're just up and leaving like that? Boring much? Meanwhile, Grandpa Liam kept staring at Dylan's retreating back, thinking hard. I'm not totally sure, but man, with all that dark energy he's giving off, even from way over here, I have this nasty feeling he's gonna stir up some serious drama at the fancy band family mansion, sooner or later. Mark my words. Brandon spread his arms wide, pulling Blake into a tight welcome hug. Hot on his heels was Chloe, who gave Blake a big emotional squeeze. Bro, it's been forever. Like a whole decade. Blake laughed good and loud. Brandon teased half joking, half serious. You're so cold, man. Should have hit me up sometime, at least texted. Blake gave that sheepish, sorry not sorry laugh. Yeah, sorry. Life's been wild, grinding nonstop just to keep my head above water. Totally lost track of everyone. Then Blake looked up at the fancy, sparkling chandelier hanging in the mansion's ceiling. Never thought a former street boss like me would see this place shining so bright. Gotta live long enough to really soak in this world, you feel me? Brandon put his hands on his hips and said, you saved me that day. No joke. If you hadn't, I'd never be standing here looking this fly and proud today. Blake cracked up hard. Man, you got that smooth talk down, Brandon. Ha. Then he shot a sideways look at Grandpa Liam, who stood there watching, looking super annoyed. Blake suddenly remembered and said all sheepish, yo, didn't come here just to chat and get nostalgic. Brandon instantly caught the drift, nodding. Oh yeah, I heard it all from Key. You're hunting for some spiritual medicine, right? Brandon pumped his fist, looking dead serious. Don't sweat it. I already sent folks out hustling for it. We'll have what you need in just a few days, no doubt. I already sent peeps to hunt that down. In just a couple days, we're def gonna snag whatever you need, no doubt. Liam, arms folded tight, jumped right in like, yo, from what I'm seeing, your fam's beefin' with some other crew. So, is that drama gonna mess with your quest for the spiritual medicine or what? When he dropped those words, Brandon spun around, all caught off guard. Wait, you're Blake? He blurted out, kinda thrown. This here's Liam, my nephew. Kid's got a bit of an attitude, hope you don't mind. Blake said quick, while Liam shot him a side-eye like, really, bro? Blake got chills and muttered, dang, didn't expect that. Nephew, huh? Then he was like, yeah, no cap, those Exxon gangsters have been giving me major headaches lately. Blake crossed his arms, curious. Come on, even gangsters don't just mess with nobility without getting burned, right? So what's the deal? Blake replied, for real, a merchant guild ship I'm in charge of, Underbaiter Squad. Dot ran aground for some shady reason. Could say it's just bad luck, he shrugged. Liam was all ears, caught off guard. Word is, the crew said their ships got haunted or some spooky ghost vibes. So folks are starting to doubt if the Bader family's protection is legit. He wondered, ghosts? Imagining Wyman, looking slick and shady AF. He added, Yan's been waiting years for this chance, throwing shade against me like it's nothing. Blake asked, curious. If that's the case, why not get the Lord to settle this? He's the one who crowned you Baron after all. But Brandon just shook his head, dropped a heavy sigh, saying, doesn't matter who it is. As long as Lewin stays chill, the Lord's just standing back, acts like it ain't his problem. Ain't I from the underworld myself anyway? He went on, even if Yan tries to snatch my spot, the Lord gives zero crap. Blake just shook his head. Man, that's one hell of a headache. Brandon stepped closer, threw an arm over Blake's shoulder. Yo, it's been a minute since us bros linked up. We can't just yak about all this drama. I got you. Let's hit the coast, treat you right. Blake's eyes lit up. Yo, sick idea. Haven't pulled an all-nighter in forever. Then he caught Liam, glancing at the kid playing on the beach, totally zoning for a sec. But Liam, still standing there, arms crossed, face all annoyed, though he was chill enough to wave at Blake like, ignore me, go have your fun. As long as you score that elixir, I'm cool with y'all having your party, Liam said. Blake's face lit up like Christmas morning. Then Blake shouted, okay, let's roll. We're gonna drink till we drop tonight. No sober ride home. Brandon laughed, fist bumping. That's my dude. Count me in. The two bounced up the stairs, leaving Liam and Kai behind, but Brandon didn't forget to say, yo, Kai, keep an eye on Liam for me. All right. Kai listened good, but Liam shot him the most annoyed look ever. Liam froze up for a beat, then threw a glare at the kid next to him. Yo, Liam wasn't exactly playing it cool either, eyeballing him like they were on some same wavelength. Kai and Liam both sighed, thinking, dang, I gotta chill with this kid. How many years between us anyway? Kai threw his chin up like a boss and said, follow me. Liam shot back, where we headed? Kai glanced over and replied coolly. Liam pressed. Where at, though? My pops told me to watch over you, so duh, we're heading to my room. Kai said like it was obvious. Liam smirked. All smug like. All right then, show me what you got. Bet your fancy noble self can handle babysitting. Liam's jab hit a nerve. Kai's temper flared up quick. Barely got a few words out. Man, this kid's wild. They rolled up to Kai's room, which was super neat, tidy, and kind of bougie. Liam plopped down in a chair, and Kai gave him the cold shoulder. Sit wherever, but keep off my stuff, okay? Liam, not listening at all, already grabbed this night figurine and started twisting the arms and legs. Seeing this, Kai straight jumped up. Yo! He snatched the knight right out of Liam's hands. Don't mess with it. You'll break it. Liam stood there, hands on hips, dishing it back like, look at you, all grown up acting serious. But really, you're just a kid who loves toys. Huh. Kai turned beet red, totally caught off guard, no clue what to say. Nah, none of your business, Kai said, placing the figurine up on a high shelf so Liam couldn't reach it. That knight ain't just any toy. It's a limited edition, bro. Meanwhile, Liam's eyes drifted to some papers on the desk. They were letters Kai had written himself. Liam grabbed one and read it out loud. To my girl, Lucy, this necklace holds your shining eyes. Hearing those words, Kai blushed hardcore and shouted, Hey. Lunging to grab it back, don't be reading other people's mail. But Liam blocked him with a foot, then grabbed a box, asking, Wait, is this the necklace? Opening it up real slow. When he did, Liam gasped, because a beam of light shot out of that box. Inside was this gorgeous necklace with a bling-in blue gem. Seizing the moment while Liam was shocked, Kai quickly grabbed the box back, yelling, Give it here. Liam smirked, Your letter game is weak, but hey, you picked a dope necklace. Bet Lucy's gonna love it. This legit made Kai's day. Really? He said, cradling the box. Thank God. I freaking worked hard to find this. Liam asked, Looks pricey, but aren't necklaces like this kinda easy to find? Kai shot back immediately. Nah fam, this one's special. Holding the box, he dropped the bomb. This is famous. It's called the Tear of Zen. Liam went casual at first. Oh, so that necklace is the Tear of Zen. Then suddenly he froze, like he just remembered something lit. All at once, Liam's face changed and he yelled, The Tear of Zen? For real. That's legit the Tear of Zen. Shocked, he blurted out, No way it's fake, right? Kai stayed chill and said, Fake? What you talking about? Even a pro appraiser said it's 100% real. Hearing that, Liam just couldn't believe it, thinking, No freaking way, why is that crazy thing chillin' here? Thinking about Zen, the legend behind the name burned in his mind like a wild story. So, legend has it, the Sea King totally adored his daughter like no one else could. He gathered the last tears she shed and locked them inside a gem. That super chill necklace with the blue-green stone popped into his head. That, my friend, was the Tear of Zen. And here's the kicker, that Tear of Zen was the key to the Sea King's crazy underwater maze. That underwater labyrinth, yeah, it was the spot for our main dude to level up big time. The Sea King's turf, that's where things were going down, or so he thought, deep in thought. He was dead set on snagging that Tear of Zen first. Made up his mind, his whole vibe changed. Head down low, voice soft, he said. Bro, Kai dropped the huh. With surprise. Wait, what, bro? He was like, did I just hear that correctly? Liam's doing the whole cute pouty eyes thing, sounding all whiny and adorable. Come on, can you just give it to me, please? Seconds ago, he was all sharp and edgy, now suddenly Mr. Nice Guy. Kinda creepy, NGL. Bro Kai froze and shot back. Are you feeling okay or what? But Liam just kept on with that cute voice and expression, inching closer, low-key begging. Please, just hand it over to me. Kai snapped. Yo, you little terror, what's your deal? You're giving me the chills. Buzz off. Outside the mansion, Liam's soft voice kept ringing, totally creeping Kai out. Forget you. Kai shooed him away like, don't come anywhere near me. Out of nowhere, Liam dipped his head a bit and called out so soft, big bro. Kai was like, wait, what? Did I hear that right? Liam was rocking those sparkly eyes and the cutest pout, whining to Kai. Kai freaked out, clutching the box tight, yelling, No way, no chance. This gift's for Lucy. Got it. Liam put his hands on his hips, tilted his chin up real confident, saying, Dang, guess that didn't work. Kai just shrugged and sighed. Then Liam switched it up, eyed Kai suspiciously, and asked, What if Lucy rejects the gift, huh? Kai was shook hearing that and said, No way, impossible. Bodyguard mode activated. Every girl loves pricey presents. But Liam threw some shade. Some do, but Lucy? Nah, she's not about taking expensive gifts without a reason. Kai was totally puzzled. Really? For real? Liam played it cool, pulled out a chair, smiling sly, sat down and said, No use arguing. Then added, Sit tight, I'm about to school you on real romance. Over in Kai's room he was dead serious, pulling out pen and paper, jotting down Liam's every word as Liam smoothly laid it all out. Kai peeped his notes, thought hard and asked, So first I build that connection with her, and then I shoot my shot, right? Liam, chilling across from him with cake in hand, nodded like, That's the move. And dude, no sudden love bombs or flashy gifts, Liam said, throwing shade about Kai bringing some huge bouquet to Lucy, giving the real talk. An out-of-nowhere approach, total faceplant. Kai scribbled fast. Hearing that, Kai's mood totally dipped. He chomped on his pen and admitted, Man, I already did all the opposite stuff. Boom. Pen and notes went flying as he screamed, I totally messed that up. Liam stayed chill, munching his cake, just shook his head and said, Yo, that's exactly what I'm saying. If you want the real deal on relationship advice, you gotta pick the right dude or chick. After scarfing down the cake, He whipped around, pointed at him with a raised eyebrow, and was like, "But seriously, why you hooked on Lucy? What's your game?" He jumped a bit, eyes glazed with that lovey-dovey vibe, then started reminiscing, and he dropped. "The first time I bumped into that girl, man, that was like 5 years ago." Liam was chilling across from him, looking totally unimpressed. Flashback to Kai's memory, a girl with those long brown locks, humming a sweet tune, her voice crystal clear, killing it for the crowd below, including him, who was straight up mesmerized. He went on, "The very first time I caught her singing at the Jin Inn, it was like a light switching on in my dark days, a total angel showing up in my head with her smooth hand moves, killer smile, and that voice. Right then, it felt like she snatched my heart. Back to now, after that love confession, Grandpa sighed, shook his head, and was like, after all that talking, you just crushed on the image of Lucy singing. Huh." Kai snapped back, "Nah, it wasn't just any singing. Luke's voice, straight up, perfect vibes." Liam, cool as ever, fired back, "If she's got pipes like that, why ain't she singing no more?" Kai stalled for a sec and said, "It's cause of some messed up stuff that went down." Throwback to 4 years ago, at the inn, Lucy's fave singer was rocking the stage, spotlights hyping her glow. Of course, Lucy begged her folks to peep the show. Since Morgan ain't big on crowds, they decided to roll with Mona's fam to catch the gig. But on the way, drama popped off. A dude suddenly showed up, trying to wrangle two wild horses heading straight for their crew. Lucy spun around, but she was too slow to dodge. People screamed, "Lucy, move." But bam, tragedy hit. She lay there, head bleeding, eyes fluttering open, letting out those broken sobs. She sat up, clutching her throbbing head, calling out for mom and dad, her face dark with shock. Right in front of her, two people she knew, but blood was everywhere. Pure terror hit her. Her eyes went wide, tears streaming, and she let out a gut-wrenching scream. She crumpled next to her fam, helpless and heartbroken. Both Lucy's parents got crushed under that carriage. She shook, stuck speechless. After that nightmare, Lucy just couldn't sing anymore. Hearing all that, Liam got real quiet, piecing it together. So that's the deal. Turns out, her folks died, cause of her passion for singing. No wonder she can't get on that mic again. Kai grinned like he just cracked the code, thinking, if I pull this off, I'll be a hero and snag Zen's tier 2. With that epic plan on deck, he turned to Kai and was like, for real? You want to hand Zen's tear to Sister Lucy right now? Dude, you cray? Kai blinked in shock. What? Nah. Holding that blinged out necklace, Liam kept going, ready to drop Zen's tear on the scene. Kai freaked out. Wait, what? Meanwhile, Liam was rocking this ultra-glam shining necklace, handing out Zen's tears like it's pure gold. So, get this, the girl who can't hold a tune. If Lucy gets this gift, wouldn't it just drag up all those old nightmares she thought she ditched? Kai freaked out, all panicked like, wait, for real? I never thought about that. Grandpa just sighed and went, dang. I gotta start from the basics with you. You seriously know zilch, he said, chatting with Kai, who was sitting there, soaking it all in like a sponge. Then Grandpa smirked, all sly. Hey, I got a plan. Wanna hear it? Later that night at this chill little bar in Brooklyn, the door creaked open slow. Grandpa strolled in, all chipper. Hey, I'm back, y'all. Morgan was tidying up and caught him coming in. She shot back, whoa, hold up, where's the dude? Why you flying solo tonight? Liam just shrugged like it was no big deal. He went out with Tyler drinking. We'll all roll back later. Morgan heard that and flipped. Wait, what? That dude? She snapped. He'd do anything, man. Leaving a kid to walk home alone at night? That's wild. What if something bad happened? Grandpa laughed it off. Relax. I'm good. Yo, where's Lucy at? Morgan perked up and said, oh, Liam's little sis wants to see Lucy. She's chilling in her room. You can head upstairs. Grandpa grinned, strutting upstairs. Sweet, thanks a ton. I'ma go see her now. Morgan smiled soft. All right, go on. I'll bring up some snacks for you. Grandpa headed up, all confident, thinking, okay, this is it. Time to make moves. Flashback kicks in. Earlier that day in Kai's pad, they were hashing out the deets for their plan. Grandpa laid it down. If I get Lucy to sing again, you gotta hand over that necklace. Kai nearly lost it. What? No freaking way. Grandpa snapped. Yo, why the heck don't you want to hear Lucy sing again? Kai paused, mumbled, yeah, kinda true. But Liam pushed Kai hard. Come on, man. What's up? That necklace more important than Lucy's voice or what? Kai blinked, then shook his head quick. No way, man. If Lucy sings, I'll give you any necklace you want. Grandpa, feeling like a champ, grinned. All right then, deal sealed. If I pull this off, necklace is yours. Kai still looked iffy, like, Seeing that, Grandpa got serious. Is that all your love for Lucy is worth? You said you'd give her the whole world, right? Those words hit Kai deep. He nodded and quickly shook on it. Okay, okay, you better make it happen, and those tears of Zen are yours. Grandpa was ready for this moment, slapped Kai's hand. Perfect. Deal done. Kai was no joke, say no more, bro. Fast forward to now, outside Lucy's room, Grandpa gave the door a soft knock. The door cracked open and Lucy popped out, all sunshine. Liam, when did you get back? Grandpa smiled wide, just got here. And in his head, Grandpa was like, all right, game on. Lucy, inside, smiled big. Liam, you're finally here. Grandpa called out from the hall. Lucy, I'm bored out of my mind. Wanna hang? Lucy's grin blossomed like spring. Aw, look who's bored. Our Liam needs some fun, huh? She waved him in all sweet like, come on in, my room's open. She said all smooth like, yo, Liam, why don't you slide into my room? It's chill in here. Stepping inside, Liam's eyes widened as he took in the scene. Yo, this room's huge. Look at those shelves loaded with books and all those fresh green plants chillin' on the walls. Liam trailed behind Lucy and blurted out, girl, your room's straight up gorgeous. Lucy beamed softly. Haha, thanks. I haven't really decked it out much, so it's cool you're feeling it. Suddenly, Liam's gaze locked onto something in the corner. He peered and spotted an instrument leaning against the cabinet and went, wait, what's that? Not knowing what the heck it was, Liam turned to Lucy and asked, yo, what's this thing? Hearing him, Lucy jumped a bit and said, oh, that's called a lute. It's this rad instrument used for shows and stuff. Liam got all hyped, waving his hands like, OMG, Lucy, I gotta hear you play that. Come on, please. Hearing that, Lucy was kind of flustered. Liam kept up his cute act, grabbing the hem of her dress, giving her the most adorable puppy eyes like, pretty please? Come on, I'm begging here. Lucy gave in, playing it cool. All right, fine. I'll play a bit for you. She sat on the bed, clutching the lute, while Liam plopped down on the chair facing her. Lucy took a deep breath to chill herself out, then let it out slow, calming her nerves. Her fingers moved quick and slick, making the instrument sing with some seriously sweet vibes. Liam sat there, mesmerized, totally blown away by the magic Lucy was making with that lute. Liam was straight up touched, thinking Lucy and that music were totally one and the same, pure poetry in motion. He was like, damn, this is beautiful. Liam felt totally pulled into the whole vibe, quietly soaking up the view of Lucy rocking that tune and the amazing sounds she was dropping. Legit stunning. He grinned, all satisfied, thinking, no wonder that dude Tyler's head over heels for her. When the music wrapped, Lucy stopped and let out a soft sigh. Super hyped, Liam jumped up, clapping like crazy, yelling, bravo, bravo. Lucy giggled shyly and said, it's been a hot minute since I played, so I'm sure it wasn't all that. Liam shot her a look, eyes sparkling. Nah, you're wildin'. That was seriously top-notch. Lucy blushed and said, for real? Phew, that's a relief. Liam suddenly perked up. Yo, sis, I want to try playing too. Lucy raised an eyebrow. Wait, what? You mean the lute? Liam nodded, excited. Yeah, totally. I want to learn to slap those strings like you. Lucy flicked her gaze to the cabinet like she was hunting something. Hold tight, lem grab it. Liam just stood there, looking all confused while Lucy rummaged through the cabinet, thinking, I swear I put it in here somewhere, right? Liam peeked over, trying to figure out what she was up to. From inside the wardrobe, Lucy pulled out an instrument just like the one she played and said, ah, got it. She handed it to Liam. Here, take this. Liam reached and asked, this is? Liam grinned ear to ear holding it. Lucy said, it's a gift for you. This was mine when I was your age. I think it'd fit you perfectly, so it's all yours. Liam replied with pure joy. Wow, thanks, sis. I'm gonna practice like crazy. Lucy smiled. Cool, it's late now, so lesson time starts tomorrow. All right, so Liam goes, alrighty. He scooped up that instrument and waved at Lucy, all chill, saying, night, sis. And Lucy was like, yeah, you get some good sleep too, and waved him off. Back in his room, Liam plopped down on his bed, all eyes on that fresh instrument Lucy just handed him. Floated right next to the bed was Fiona. She buzzed closer and goes, yo, you really gonna make her belt out tunes again and help her shake off that heartache? Liam tuned those strings with focus, nodded, and was like, yeah, that's the plan. Fiona twitched an ear, then asked with a puzzled look, wait, wouldn't mind magic to mess with her memories be quicker? But Liam shook his head. Nah, that won't cut it. That's like a quick fix, but she could get wrecked again any second. He held up the instrument like a boss and said, what goes around comes around. Good vibes bring good vibes, that's my life's motto. Liam grinned and added, since they've shown us love, we gotta keep it real and show love back. Fiona gave a big sigh and said, man, we're totally off script again. Huh. Liam hit back quick. Not even close. Fiona, totally caught off guard, looked at him like, say what? Sitting on the bed with the instrument, Liam started jamming this smooth tune, going, I swear, it's all good. Just trust me on this one, yeah? Fast forward 3 days, and you can hear those sweet melodies floating from inside the crib. Liam was shredding on that instrument in his room. Sitting right across, Lucy was all wide-eyed, just blown away. Out of nowhere, Liam turns to Lucy and's like, so, how'd I do? I feel like I'm getting better. Lucy stammers, caught off guard. Yeah, you're killing it. Liam dove back into his music notes and said, so this part's played like this, right? Lucy, thinking to herself, was straight up impressed. This kid's a total prodigy. Watching Liam go all in, lost in the music, Lucy was shook. He only picked it up in like 1 day, and already he's got it down. Day 2? All the rules memorized. And now, man, he's tackling jams adults would probably trip over. Lucy was just staring in disbelief like, where in the world did this kid even pop up from? When he finished, Liam excitedly yelled, Sis, hit me with the next song. Lucy, flustered, said, sure. Outside the guild hall, the sky was crisp and blue. On the corner, folks were gathering, buzzing, and hyped. Posted on the wall was a big announcement from the Epic Guild calling out for contestants for a nighttime melody showdown. Suddenly, a hand shot out and ripped down that sign. It was this tall dude rocking a fur cloak, Day 1 himself, rolling with his crew. Holding the paper, he said, a performance by a hottie? What's this? Like a singing thing? A guy from the back stepped up and said, yeah, boss. It's one of those annual gig events. Folks signing up are going to battle it out in a singing contest and snag some cash prizes. There was a girl up front with coins stacked as the prize, and the crowd was lit. The dude kept going, saying, that's the hottest event they got. He heard all the wannabes have been grinding hard for this year's prize. Day 1 smiled real sly, is that so? Word on the street is, the peeps eyeing this year's prize been grinding hard. Two women heard that and flashed this sneaky smile, like, for real? Interesting. Alrighty then, the dude asked, all confused, yo, what exactly do you mean by that, man? Liam scrunched up the flyer with both hands and said in this low-key spooky tone, the more peeps that roll up. Letting out this creepy chuckle with eyes that could scare ya. He spun around and added, the louder the scream's gonna be. Yeah, feel me. The diva's got moves. So picture this, early morning on some crazy busy streets in the city. Blake's face was all kinds of messed up, clutching his gut and wobbling back and forth. Dude was hurting so bad he low-key wanted to bawl, whispering, man, I'm losing my mind over here. He held his head and sighed deep, bro, I'm getting old fast. Just a few days of drinking and I'm wiped out. As he neared the inn, he caught a familiar beat and stopped dead, thinking, wait a sec, that sound? That's a bahound for sure. The tunes were coming right from the house, all bouncy and lively like they were throwing a party. Then bam. He burst through the inn's door yelling, yo Lucy, you finally sing again. But when he stepped in, it wasn't Lucy at all, but Liam chilling on a chair, strumming the baham and singing his heart out. Spotting Blake, Liam called out, oh snap, you just showed up now? When he clocked it wasn't Lucy, he went, all bummed out. Wait, hold up, Liam? No way. But seconds later, Liam covered his nose and went all high-pitched, grossed out. Yo man, you smell like a booze fountain. Don't tell me you were out boozing with Siru all night again, fam. Hearing that, Blake plopped into a chair laughing, scratching his head like, haha, yeah, that kid just wouldn't let me dip. But hey, this thing's a baham? Never seen you jam before. Liam grinned and played a couple notes. Sister Lucy handed this over to me. Then he zeroed in on what Blake said. That music just now? Ain't something just anyone can pull off. When'd you start practicing? Started yesterday after I got here, Liam replied. Blake looked shocked and was like, no way. What? You're telling me in less than a week you're already bossing that instrument? Liam smiled big, confident as heck. Yeah, gave it a shot. Wasn't that tough? Blake was rolling his eyes, thinking, such a show-off. Drinking's cool, but what about that mission I gave you? You got it on lock? Trust me, I'm all over it, man. Blake proudly whipped out his stash. Big shout to Tui, I scored like 20 low-grade spirit herbs already. Liam's face twisted in disgust, shooting back. Low-grade? All 20? That's it? Blake went stiff like he'd just been hit with bad news. Then his face went downcast, looking totally bummed. Man, even finding that was a grind. Had to bust my butt hard. Lately, hunting for spiritual herbs around here's like trying to catch stars in the sky. Liam thought to himself, yeah, they're rare for sure, but it's kinda weird. There's barely any in a big port city like this. Then he asked, yo, is there any place in this city that studies or raises spirit beasts or something? Blake looked surprised, waving his hand like, spirit beasts? Nah, not that I know of. Why you asking? Liam's face got serious, no joke. So, someone else is out here snagging all the spiritual herbs like there's no tomorrow. Liam spilled his thoughts to Blake while he mulled it over. Usually, folks need spiritual herbs for their spirit beasts or if they want to boost their own internal energy game. But if it's just a person, they can only pop one spiritual herb at a time. Since these are kind of limited, no one's grabbing crazy amounts like that. Now, if someone's raising a spirit beast, they gotta hook it up with tons of those herbs regularly. Blake asked with a raised brow, Master, if someone was raising a spirit beast right here in this city, how come Count Tyler wouldn't be in the loop about it? Liam folded his arms, deep in thought, and answered, That's exactly what's fishy. A spirit beast needing a boatload of spiritual herbs and having to dodge Baron Karen's watchful eyes and ears. Something's definitely off. Then bam, Liam got a lightbulb moment. He thought, wait, could it be? Then he turned to Old Man Blake and said, Yo, Blake, can you check out who's been scooping up these spiritual herbs from the shops? The wise dude stroked his beard, thinking hard, and said, It might take a bit, but if I hit up Count Tyler, it shouldn't be too tough. Liam kept going. Confirm who these buyers are and track where all those spiritual herbs are headed. Once you find the spot, grab Fiona and go have a look. Hearing her name drop, the butterfly fairy Fiona fluttered right over while Blake asked. Kinda suspicious Liam was scheming to snatch those spiritual herbs himself. I'll handle it, but why's your plan gotta involve this, boss? Liam crossed his arms and shot Blake a glare sharp enough to cut glass. What? You think I'm out here stealing? Nah, but honestly, that guy Kyle might be crazier than we thought. Blake quickly nodded. Gotcha, boss. Then Blake was about to bounce when Liam asked, Where you think you're headed? Huh? Blake blinked, puzzled. Sir. Liam shut his eyes, waved him off like a pro, and said, Do it right now. The old man started waving his arms, trying to protest. But I just got back. You know, I still got some drink in me. Liam just smiled real smooth but low and menacing was his tone. Looks like our dear Blake here throws a fit at the tiniest provocation. Maybe we should take a stroll down memory lane. Hearing that, Blake groaned. Seeing Liam's mood and vibes, he had no choice but to choke down his complaints, holding the door handle tight and muttered, All right, I'm going now, sir. But the moment he cracked the door, he froze. Outside, the street was poppin', buzzing like a big festival was poppin' off, with a wild crowd laughing and chatting it up everywhere. Watching Blake just standing there, curious, Liam strolled over, pushed him gently aside, and asked, Yo, what's the deal with all these peeps? Blake snapped back, Oh, that's the Bountiful Catch Festival starting soon. Liam repeated, still doubtful, the Bountiful Catch Festival. He quickly got the lowdown. Yeah, this place is known now for business, but back in the day, it was just a chill little fishing town. Every year, they throw the Bountiful Catch Festival to pray for fishermen to have safe trips and bring back a big haul. Yo, that festival's still poppin' today, and the absolute best part, the Maiden's Night, no cap. So after he dropped that info, he's like, Wait, what's this Maiden's Night all about? Blake jumps in all hyped. It's this dope night where killer singers throw down their best jams. They battle it out for some serious prize money. Mad cool to watch, he kept going nostalgic. Every single time Lucy hit that stage, girl snagged first place. Suddenly, he gets real curious and says, Oh snap, if that's the deal, and we're heading out, I got a little mission for you. Dude's face was pure question marks, then he crossed his arms like a boss with a sly grin. Sign her up for that Maiden's Night. Scene switches to Lucy's room where she's sitting all moody, staring at her instrument like she's got the Monday blues. Then out of nowhere, a loud voice breaks the vibe from outside. Lucy jumps a bit, gets up, swings open the door, and there's Liam chillin' right there. She's like, Liam, did you practice that song I showed you? He laughs, Of course, sis. But hey, I gotta ask you something. Lucy perks up. What's good? Liam goes full cute mode, poking his fingers together and pouting hard. Heard there's a festival. Can you hook me up and take me there? Right then, Chloe and the wild Kyle crash the scene, yelling, Wait, festival? That sounds lit. We're totally coming too. Liam shoots a side glance, low-key annoyed, thinking, Man, these kids are too sharp. Lucy giggles, covers her mouth. So you want to hit up the festival, huh? Makes sense. It's been popping outside lately, so of course you're curious. She rests her chin on her palm, looking a little stressed. But it's festival season, tons of tourists, so we can't just ditch the inn, you know. While she's stressing, this voice suddenly drops. Let's roll. Everyone spins around to check who said that. Morgan strolls in, hands on hips, shouting, Come on, guys. Let's hit that festival. She playfully pats Liam's head. Our little princess crew wants to go, so of course we gotta go, right? Little dude's beaming. Haha, for sure. Lucy turns to Morgan. Wait, for real? What about the inn? Morgan keeps patting the kids' heads like a boss. Closing up just for one day, no sweat. Plus, ain't no guest book yet. Let's live it up today and grind again tomorrow. Hearing that, Lucy's like, Alrighty, I'll go get ready then. Morgan pumps her fist high. Kids, let's roll and have some serious fun. Kyle and the crew shout back, let's go. They shut the inn down for a bit and hit the festival streets. While strolling, Liam asks, yo, we gonna feast at the festival, right? Morgan's quick reply, oh hell yeah, I'm gonna hook everybody up with some bomb food. Kyle's hyped, can't wait. Meanwhile, Grandpa's trailing behind, eyes sharp like a hawk. He's thinking, perfect. Everything's rolling just like I planned. Time to drop the next move. One night, under a sky littered with sparkling stars, the whole town went dark like every house shut off their lights. Something big was going down, no joke. He was low-key hyped, thinking, nice. Everything's falling into place. Time to roll out the next move. One night, the stars were straight up sparkling, lighting up the sky like some fancy disco ball. Down in the town, every single house was dark like everyone ghosted. It was kind of peaceful but also mad lonely. Fiona was decked out like a legit detective on a hush-hush mission. She was sneaking around outside this sketchy warehouse, glancing left and right like she's on some ninja vibe. After double-checking, no peeps were lurking, she hopped into a nearby barrel, popped the lid, and kept her eyes peeled on the spot. Suddenly, she let out a tiny squeak. What she saw, straight up crazy. Fiona was all like, whoa, what even is that? Could this be that warehouse Blake was always going on about? Fiona remembered Blake saying merchants mostly swapped spirit herbs there, way out on the west side of the harbor. No clue what Grandpa Liam's hunting for now. But yeah, gotta check that place for real. Flashback done, she pumped herself up and was like, okay, I'm Grandpa Liam's ride or die. Whatever secrets they're hiding, I'm spilling the tea. With that, she zipped inside through a window like a pro. Inside, 2 guards were chilling, killing time with a game of cards. Fiona, aka Faye, just flew in and was now hanging from the ceiling like a spider on its own web. Then she dropped down super smooth onto some crate on the far side of the room. Meanwhile, one guard with short brown hair yawned like a total snore and grumbled, ugh, this damp warehouse is the pits. How much longer we gotta sit here? The other guard with long white hair, clutching his cards tight, snapped back. Quit the whining. Just shut up and draw a card already. The big boss said they'll hit us up before the festival wraps, so just chill. Right as they were about to get back at it, a crazy loud rumble blasted from behind white-haired dude, making him jump like he saw a ghost. Faye peeked out from her crate hidey hole, thinking, wait, what was that? Some kind of wild beast or nah? But the guards just stayed cool as cucumbers. Brown-haired guy was like, it's acting up again. White-haired dude broke the silence, yo, I went last time. Your turn now. The brown-haired dude ambled over to a crate pile and grabbed one, muttering, man, how much does that thing munch to chill out? Meanwhile, Faye wasn't playing, she had her own squad. A few speedy mice. She sent one mouse racing with a command. Right then, that mouse zoomed straight into the guard's leg, who was lugging the crate. The guy totally lost his balance, stumbling like a rookie and booming down with the crate he was carrying. Total chaos. Out of nowhere, the little mouse zipped straight out, crashing smack into the guard holding the crate. That hit made the guard lose balance and trip, dropping the whole crate like a total mess. So, all those spirit herbs just went flying out onto the floor. The white-haired guard looked over all annoyed like, dude, seriously, can't you hold on to stuff without dropping it? The brown-haired guard threw back a glare and snapped, what'd you just say to me? Then she caught sight of the spilled goods and went, wait a sec, are those spirit herbs? If all these boxes are packed with them, we're in deep. I gotta find out where these spirit herbs are headed as soon as possible. So, while those two were still throwing shade at each other, she slickly flew down and dove right into the spilled crate, chilling there, waiting for the perfect moment to snoop around more. Meanwhile, the 2 guards kept on bickering, like typical drama. This is what you get when you slack on the cleanup, man. That's why mice exist, duh. Faye pushed some of the herbs aside to peep what those guys were doing. The brown-haired guard was mad as hell picking up the crate, muttering under his breath about that white-haired dude. Man, seriously. So it's my fault we've got mice problems now. The dude expects me to clean the whole warehouse? The brown-haired security guy was hauling a crate down the stairs, grumbling all the way. He's making the same cash as me, so why is he acting like my boss? Meanwhile, Fiona was hiding inside, thinking, man, this guy's salty. Stairs leading down to who knows where. Like, where do those even end up? A sec later, the guard had lugged the crate down into what looked like a cellar that opened right up to the river flowing through the city. He dropped the crate of spirit herbs on the floor and started to head out, but then he turned back for a sec, peeped at the dark, creepy sewer tunnel that looked miles away. Then out of nowhere, splash. Followed by this ear-splitting scream. Dude, it gave him the chills big time. Tears just rolled down his face, and without thinking twice, he bolted from that creepy spot like his life depended on it. Only Fiona stayed put, squeezed inside the barrel. After a bit, she popped up, couldn't handle the stank and stuffiness no more. Is the coast clear? But no sooner had she chilled out, this huge shadow dropped right in front of her face. Hold up. After her eyes adjusted, girl straight up gasped. Whoa, a freaking monster just popped up out of nowhere. It was this dark blue beast with glowing red eyes and some wild red symbols blazing on its forehead, plus these jagged spikes that looked like it came straight out of the ocean depths. Yep, a weird blue monster just crashed the scene. Shift to the town now. Everyone was hyped, vibing hard at the festival, and the kids were decked out in all kinds of dope costumes. It's a dragon. Run. Haha. Hey, stop right there. Meanwhile, two kids, Chloe and Kyle, were each munching on what looked like candy sticks. They shouted together, Yo, this festival is fire. Morgan, standing nearby, caught their vibe and asked, Pumped, totally, right? They say the Full Bay Prayer Festival is the biggest bash on the whole frozen continent. Totally makes sense why it's called that. Liam was low-key studying the crowd, thinking, this fest is insane. Never seen anything this huge before. Straight up feels like a parade, no cap. Lost in his thoughts, suddenly a food skewer was shoved right in his face. Here, try this, a voice said, and Liam blinked, all confused. It was Lucy. She smiled wide and said, This is an iced fruit skewer. You can only get these at this fest. Trust me, you'll love it. Liam popped it in his mouth and chewed. After one bite, he couldn't help but think, whoa, this tastes just like those candied fruit skewers I had back in my old life. Lucy saw Liam was digging it, then turned and asked with a grin, So, good, right? First time trying this, huh? Liam chuckled and played it cool. Haha, yeah, it's super tasty. As they talked, a tune floated in from way off, and Liam perked up. Wait, is that a bahung lute? Sounds like someone's jamming. Lucy suddenly looked kinda worried. That's probably the prelims for the Night of Beauty's competition. Liam saw his chance, grabbed Lucy's hand, and dragged her toward the music. As they ran, he said, This is gonna be lit. Let's check it out. Come on, sis. But Lucy still looked a little sketchy, stuttering. Okay, she finally said. Not long after, they both landed at the audition spot. Spotting his shot, he grabbed Lucy's hand fast and dragged her toward the music jamming nearby. While running, he said, This gotta be lit. Come on, sis, let's check it out. But Lucy looked kinda shook, stuttering. Alright. In no time, they rolled up at the audition spot. Dude, the place was totally packed with peeps glued to the stage. So this tall, dark-haired dude was doing his thing, but the way his instrument sounded, straight up like a duck trying to quack during a thunderstorm, some voice joked in the crowd. Liam, who was like cringing so hard he almost spit out blood, muttered, Sis, seriously, why does everyone sound so awful when they play? Chloe rolled her eyes, put her hand on her forehead, and went, Chill, it's just the prelims. Trust me, the finals are going to be lit with talent. Liam crossed his arms all smug-like and said, Honestly, I think you could school all these clowns, Chloe. But then Chloe totally got all gloomy, and Liam caught that vibe right away. So, he grabbed her hand and said, Nah, this ain't how it goes, sis. You're coming up on that stage with me, no question. She gasped, surprised as he just yanked her. Wait, bro, what are you doing? But Liam just ignored her freak out and kept dragging her like, Come on, hurry up, sis. Let's go. Just then, they popped up in front of this dude who was kinda thick and looked like he was running tonight's whole shindig. He frowned and asked, Yo, who are you two? You're supposed to sign up before jumping in this event. Liam stepped up, leaned close, and whispered, We're already on the roster, Liam and Chloe. You can check it out, for real. The man's face flipped from chill to shock real quick, blurting, Wait, Chloe. No way, the Chloe from Sean's crew. The crowd nearby overheard and started buzzing. Wait, Chloe from Sean? For real. That's gotta be her. But didn't she quit singing or something after that drama? Suddenly, Chloe felt like her legs turned to jelly and the air got super thin, leaving her gasping and shaking like she couldn't breathe at all. She tried to bolt away but stopped dead in her tracks when Liam turned to her, staring straight with this serious look. Then he cracked a smile and said, Hey, don't sweat it. I've got the singing covered, you just gotta rock the instrument. Chloe blinked hard at that bold move, practically shouting, Wait, what? Liam stretched out his hand, all hopeful, holding out the instrument. He passed it to her with a big grin. No stress, I got the vocals, you just bring your A-game on that thing. Chloe stood there stunned, clutching the instrument tight. Stammering nervously, she tried to speak, You mean, like me? But before she could finish, the conductor rolled over and said, You guys ready to go or need more time? Chloe blinked all confused, well, about that. Suddenly, Liam didn't waste a sec and hopped on the stage, cutting off some big, tall dude who looked annoyed. That dude grumbled to himself, Hey, I wasn't done singing yet, man. Liam just waved off and shouted out loud, Hey Sean fans in the house, I'm special guest Liam from the Sean crew. Glancing at Mr. Grumpy, Liam added. I know y'all had to suffer through some less than stellar tunes earlier, but hang tight, it's gonna get way better. You could see that tall dude grow even more pissed. He was like, man, this kid's got zero respect for the art. Then Liam pointed down at Chloe chilling there and said, and here's Chloe, about to blow your minds. Not even thinking, Liam just hopped up on stage and swooped the mic right out of this big burly dude's hands. That guy just stomped off all salty, thinking, man, I wasn't done singing here. Then he lifted his hand and yelled, yo, shout out to everyone in the awesome land of Sean. I'm a guest here at Sean and Louise. He shot a look at the tall dude and kept going. Y'all just sat through some amateur night, huh? The tall guy got even more ticked hearing that. He thought, this little punk clearly doesn't get real music. Then Liam pointed down to where Lucy was and added more. All right, folks, let's give it up for Miss Lucy, who's about to step up and chill this vibe. When she heard her name called, her nerves went through the roof, but girl powered through and made her way to the stage, slow but steady, clutching that instrument tight, eyes locked on where Grandpa Liam was chillin'. And yo, with the crowd hyped up below, Lucy's nerves cranked up even more. She bowed her head, hid her face in her hands, and was kinda shaking like crazy. Then, blinking fast, she looked up and said, Liam, I just can't. You should have seen Liam's eyes blow up when he caught that. He stretched his hands out like, give me your hand. Lucy was like, wait, what now? Liam grabbed her hand and closed his eyes, whispering some mind magic spell. Straight up magical vibes, you know. Chill. I got you, he said. Lucy's eyes lit up, surprised as heck. Liam kept both her hands in his. She was like, what's going on? But honestly, holding Liam's hand makes me feel way less freaked. Liam winked like, trust me, it's all good. It's gonna all be cool, so don't stress, he reassured her. She exhaled, shut her eyes, and said, all right, I got you, Liam. Thanks for the boost. After that, the conductor brought out a chair for Lucy, setting her up to jam. Pick any tune you want. He'll back you up on the keys. Liam nodded, yes ma'am. Then he turned to the crowd, hyped, all right y'all, sorry to keep you waiting. Now sit tight. Listen to me, spit some vocals. But hold up. The crowd got confused, whispering, wait, why isn't Lucy singing? That little kid? What's the deal? The kid's cute and all, but come on, what could he really sing? Liam just sighed, ignored the whispers, and stared down at the crowd. Then he spread his arms wide and kicked off his singing. Boom. The moment his voice hit, people were straight up shook, listening in total awe, whispering, yo, what is this? That voice is next level. Since day one, I've never heard something so clear and dope. Even with the buzz going on, Liam kept rolling. His voice told his sad story, a perfect mix of pain and smooth vibes. Deep feels all around, a sadness that could fill up the biggest ship you can imagine. Then out of nowhere, someone started crying, like real tears. So heartbreaking, yet freeing at the same time. Up on stage, Liam gave Lucy a look, like, sis, your turn now. She jumped a bit, caught the signal, then laid her hands on the instrument and hit those first notes. After all these years, she's still lost in that music. It's like the heavens unleash wind, tearing a cuckoo's wings, every step telling a tough tale. One person calls out forever, while another just covers ears and sleeps safe. It's chill if you're cold, it's cool if you're ghostin'. I'd rather be a magpie bridge than stuck with life and death keeping us apart. Now the crowd, they just lost it. Cheering, screaming, totally vibing. Two voices, one singing, one playing had everyone feeling deep, no cap. The conductor, dude was so shook he dropped his whole stack of papers on the floor. No joke. Doesn't matter if you never come back to me. I'd rather be a bridge connecting us than be parted forever. Right then, the whole crowd lost it, cheering and screaming like crazy. Just like that, one's singing, the other's jamming, and the vibe totally hits deep for everyone watching. Even the conductor was shook, dropping his music sheets right to the floor. Right after their set wrapped up, the crowd below was totally shook, like they couldn't even process what just went down. Everyone just stood there, eyes wide and jaws dropped. But Liam? Nah, he was grinning ear to ear. Then the whole squad started yelling, that was fire. One more song, come on. Liam threw a casual wave and called out all happy, thanks y'all, really appreciate it. Liam's hype went even higher, thinking inside, yo, this is what happens when the music hits just right, folks. Meanwhile, Lucy was zoning out big time, sitting there, lost in thought. Liam shouted again, big thanks, everyone. But she just sat there, locked in her own world, not saying a peep. The night was falling, stars sparkling up above. Everyone rolled back to the inn after the festival vibes died down. Liam flopped into a chair looking wiped and said, man, I am beat. Singing ain't no walk in the park, huh? Morgan bounced over, messing up Liam's hair with a grin. Dude, you killed it today. How do you even hit those notes? Feeling like a rock star, Liam threw his chin up all proud. People just couldn't stop staring at me, right? The two kids were straight up fangirling, eyes shining like they just met their hero. They whispered, Liam is legit amazing. But then, the happy mood got a little shaky when Lucy spoke up to Morgan. Sis, sorry, I'm kinda wiped. Gonna crash early tonight. With that, she bounced upstairs. Morgan turned, all right, go get some rest. But her face showed she was a bit worried for Lucy. Out of nowhere, she called out, Lucy, and then cut to a moment in Lucy's room where she was lying on her bed when a voice popped outside, Lucy, I'm coming in. Lucy just stayed glued to the wall, no reply. It was Morgan, worried sick. She came in and plopped down at the bed's edge, asking, how you feeling today? With a little smile, she added, you enjoyed it, right? Lucy, still facing away, gave a quick nod. Yeah, I liked it. Morgan beamed and kept going. That's good to hear. It's been forever since I saw you on stage, so I really loved it too. Suddenly, Lucy snapped upright, looked at Morgan, and asked, hey, you don't hate me, do you? Morgan blinked, surprised. Me? Why would I? But Lucy couldn't hold back tears anymore. Cause of me. Because of me and our parents. Before Lucy could finish, Morgan playfully knocked her on the head and snapped, enough with that drama. The sting made Lucy yelp. I've told you 100 times, it wasn't your fault. It was our parents' choice, trying to protect who they loved most, and I love you more than anything too, just like them. So quit saying stuff like that. Lucy was stunned by Morgan's words. Then bam, they hugged tight and broke down crying together. Morgan, voice shaky, said, look, I'm not going to push you to belt it out right now. Just keep stepping up slowly, like today. Someday soon you'll be singing like the old days, right? We sound best when we sing, right? Hearing that, Lucy let go and cried like never before. Yup, sis. Right outside the door, Liam was chillin' and eavesdropping, chuckling to himself like he caught a secret. Ha ha, nailed it again. He snapped his fingers, swaggering back to his room, tossing out, step 1. Total win. But yo, when he swung open his bedroom door, bam. Totally caught off guard. Wait, what? The scene had him frozen. He blurted out, Fiona. She was down, hurt bad, laying on the floor all covered in cuts and shaking like crazy, gasping, gasp. Gasp, Moss. Boss. Seeing her that way, he bolted over. Scooped her up like a duck on a pond, freaking out. What happened, girl? How'd you get wrecked like this? Fiona was gasping, struggling to get the words out, saying, that thing, the dude at the warehouse near the west side by the port. But before she could finish, she passed out in Grandpa's arms. Freaking out now, he yelled, Fiona, snap out of it, shouting again like he couldn't believe the crazy sight. Wake up, for real. So there's this warehouse all lit up and sketchy. Blake storms over, kicking the door like he's Mike Tyson, sending it flying open. 2 guards on duty get totally spooked, shooting back, yo, what's the deal? Who the heck are you? Blake ain't even bothered to answer, just stands there hands on hips, saying, well, was wondering where all Luther's elixirs disappeared to. The white-haired dude hears that and plays innocent, like, what you talking about, man? We didn't do anything. Blah blah. Blake lost it, snatched the dude by his collar and lifted him up, eyes blazing. I know every shady move you pulled here. Still cutting you some slack, but smart move would be coughing up the goods. The white-haired guy was shaking in his boots but kept pretending dumb like, what you mean? Just as he said that, footfalls smacked behind him and a calm voice popped off, hey, back off my guy. It was none other than Jason stepping in. Jason kept it cool. No clue why you're here, Blake, but let's just chat this out first. Maybe we can sort this mess, yeah no. Hearing that, Blake dropped the dude he was holding and spun around, shooting back. Usually only sketchy folks want to talk it out. Then Blake pointed at the stash of barrels on the other side and looked at Jason. All right, smart guy. Explain why y'all hoarding so much spirit medicine in this spot. Blake's face went serious. Don't tell me you're cooking up some secret shady plan. Jason didn't flinch, actually smirked. No clue what you're on about, man. Then he smugly motioned at the barrels. These are legit bought fair and square to ship out to the autumn continent. Not sure where you got these wild rumors, but must be some big mix-up, right? Blake fired back quick. Oh yeah. Then why wouldn't I toss the warehouse? Jason shrugged, all casual. Go ahead if you want. That's all Blake needed to hear, man. He grabbed his massive hammer and barreled toward the door, full-on kicking it open, showing a dark stairwell leading downstairs. This exactly the spot Fiona had been to before stuff hit the fan. Blake paused at the bottom, scoping out the scene real quick. Hold up, before you even ask. Yo, where the heck is this spot? Guess what? Liam and his crew just rolled in too, right on time. Liam drops. Word is, back in the day when Jason was just a chill fishing village, this was the spot for building the little fishing boats. Blake swagged his arms like a boss and said, nowadays, we just use it to haul some goods here and there. But nah, Kyle wasn't buying it. He hit back. Man, looks like this place is low-key hiding some secrets. Blake clutched that hammer like he was about to toss a grenade. And boom, he flung it hard off to the left. The hammer shot through the darkness like an arrow, and Blake hollered, "Ghost gear alert," as it disappeared into that pitch-black tunnel. Sweat started dripping down Blake's face because he was getting super nervous. But yo, after a minute of silence from the tunnel, still no sound. Blake was shook and sweat was pouring even harder as he yelled, "Dang it. Why's there no reaction, bro?" Jason saw him stressing and said, "Told ya, man, ain't nothing here." Blake was still skeptical, mumbling, "No way, this can't be real." Then Blake snapped, snatched the torch from one of the dudes, and said, "I'm gonna check this out myself." Following close were Liam and his squad. Liam joked, "Yo, you're way more stubborn than you look, man." They walked for a bit until bam, dead end, just a solid wall staring them down. Blake got even more confused. "For real, there's nothing here?" Meanwhile, Liam got all hyped, stepped up, and flexed. "Told ya, man, nothing here." He tossed a shade-filled look. "Push me any harder, and I'm gonna have to show you who's boss, Blake." Dude was done after finding Zip, just shutting his eyes, sighing hard, and throwing in the towel. Moments later, they all bounced out of the warehouse. Grandpa was chilling outside waiting. Seeing Blake, Grandpa waved fake casual and teased, "Hey, cuz, what you doing here? Mona's been looking for you. Don't tell me you slipped off for a sneaky drink again." Then Blake rolled up to Grandpa and whispered, "I checked the tunnel like you said, nada." Grandpa shot back, "Looks like they moved the scene." "I got this." Step back. Grandpa stepped forward and said, "Yo, stranger, we met. You're Don, right?" The guy eyed him suspiciously. Grandpa threw a fake grin and said, "Name's Grandpa." Crashing at the Sean Inn with Blake. White-haired dude piped up, "Boss. That's the kid I mentioned from the pageant night." The dude's face lit up. "Oh, right." Don leaned down, gave a dazzling smile and said, "Aha, you're that kid who rocked the stage with Lucy, right? Heard you got mad talent." Grandpa laughed, "Ha ha, yeah, that's me." But yo, his smile was more like a plot twist, bright teeth flashing but kinda shady vibes too. "It ain't easy getting Lucy on stage. You got skills, kid." Jason leaned in, smiling sly, and whispered, "So, you gonna help me convince your uncle, huh?" Liam stared, all confused. "Convince him about what?" Dweeman flashed a nasty glare, his voice dripping with menace. "If you trap someone without proof, you might end up kicking the bucket just like Lucy's folks did." Hearing that, Blake totally lost it, ready to throw down, shouting, "What did you just say, you jerk?" Seeing the drama, Liam quickly raised his hand to chill him out, saying, "My uncle's a straightforward dude. Yeah, he acts first, thinks later. I'll handle convincing him." The guy smirked, feeling good about that. "Cool. Lucky for you, you're one smart kid." Then Liam caught a glimpse of something behind Diamond and thought, what's that? He looked back at the guy and slyly asked, "But hey, sir, I gotta ask something." Diamond blinked, glanced over at Liam and said, "What's up?" Liam fired back fast. "That horn you're rocking on your belt, what's the deal with that?" The dude's face went dark. "Why so interested, huh?" He shrugged, trying to play it cool. "It looks dope. Wanna snag one myself." Diamond broke into a cold sweat. Kinda freaked. "You don't find those everywhere, so good luck grabbing one." "All right, we're out of here." With that, Diamond and his two goons bounced into the warehouse, slamming the door behind them, leaving our guys staring, totally spaced out. Blake asked, "Boss, what's the move now?" Liam said, "No way. If we drag Say Woo into this now, the whole city's gonna blow up. Innocent peeps might get caught in the crossfire." He looked at Blake, serious as ever. "Plus, we can't let this mess up Lucy's big comeback, nah?" Blake blinked. "Comeback? What comeback?" "I was gonna wait it out, but at this rate, we gotta step on it." Liam grinned wide. "This is gonna be the craziest festival ever." Inside the warehouse, the white-haired henchman got slammed against the wall, collar grabbed tight. Dweeman roared, even chill, Blake's acting all wild now. The white-haired dude, shaking like a leaf, stammered, "Boss, I honestly don't know what's up either." That answer only fired Dweeman up more. "Oh really? Shame you're clueless." Then he grabbed a small blade and stabbed the poor guy. The man gasped, blood splattered everywhere as he collapsed in pain. Gerbil coldly turned and walked off, telling the other brown-haired thug, "We gotta pick up the pace." Meanwhile, the trembling brown-haired guy said, "Pick up the pace? But we haven't even got it under control yet." He pulled out the bloody knife, staring at it, then added, "No time to wait. Blake's already sniffing us out, gotta strike before he catches on. I'll handle him perfectly during the beauty pageant's final night." The brown-haired dude went ghost pale, drenched in sweat, and finally said, echoing Liam, "This is gonna be one heck of a wild festival." When night fell, the sky lit up with shining stars. So, the next night, Liam and Blake were cruising down Harbor Street. on the lookout for something fishy. As they strolled, Blake goes, "Boss, even if we tear this place apart, finding any sign of that sea beast is going to be like finding a needle in a haystack." "You really think Dylan's going to make his move tonight?" Liam shot back. "Yeah, man. When you're about to get caught, you don't just sit around twiddling your thumbs, do you?" His gaze got sharp as he pieced things together. If Dylan's aiming to take down Tyler, he's got to stir up some chaos during the festival and then play the hero by capturing the monster himself. Perfect timing to flex in front of the big boss. Blake tilted his head, confused. But won't he have to control the sea monster to pull that off? So, is Dylan like some kind of druid like Jacob? Liam shook his head fast. Nah, no druid vibes from that dude. But then he grinned. He's packing something pretty dope though. Liam remembered the thing Dylan had, that horn from the Dragon King. Legend says, it's carved from a sea dragon's horn. Liam pictured some sea monster being bossed around by that horn. With that horn of the Dragon King, you can basically boss around the sea monster whenever you want. That priceless piece was always by Dylan's side. Liam wondered where he even snagged that gem. But just owning it meant he could totally control that beast like a pro. No druid magic needed. He rubbed his hands in a sneaky sort of way, thinking, man, that horn must be hella pricey. What Liam said was, if we can snatch that horn, bro, we totally cut our trip to Autumn Continent way shorter. Blake closed his eyes, sighed, and thought, ain't that your real plan all along, boss? Then Liam pointed at him. Anyway, that dude's definitely making his move tonight. So, I need you to watch the harbor like a hawk, okay? No breaks. Blake was like, wait, me? Just me, boss. Where are you headed? Liam just said, got some business to handle. Later on, Liam strolled solo right to the middle of town, decked out all fancy for the festival. While folks chattered and mingled, Liam caught sight of a familiar dude lurking by a window. Seeing that, he moved closer and called out, hey man, standing behind Kai, his voice all curious. What's up with you hanging there? Kai, the son of Baron Tyler, jumped, totally caught off guard by Liam's voice. Caught red-handed, the dude stammered, trying to play it cool. Nah. Just out for a stroll. It's been a minute since Lucy's been on stage, so I wanted to swing by and drop her props. Hearing this, Liam froze for a sec, looking super suspicious as heck. Liam sighed and said, even so, your head's not totally empty, right? Knew you'd be cooking up some sketchy plans. Kai's face turned hot and he yelled, yo, come on. Then he added, perfect timing. Got a gig for you today. During the event, you need to pack the square with people. Kai blinked, confused. Pack it? Why though? Liam shot back. Don't ask too many questions, just get it done. Unless you're scared to get your hands dirty. Grandpa Liam shot back. Quit the questions and just do what I say. Unless you're scared to grind a little. That comment seriously hit a nerve with the big shot Liam. So Kai snapped back. Hard work? Bruh. I just gotta rally my squad and boom, the whole square's packed. Seeing Kai take the bait, Grandpa turned away, smirking, then said, nice. We'll catch you later then. But wait, he suddenly stopped and added, oh, right. Grandpa shot a cheeky wink and said, and when you roll up, don't forget the flowers. Gotta make a splash when it counts, you know? Kai heard that and was like, huh? He rested his chin on his hand, thinking quietly, when it counts. What does that even mean? The night sky was calm as heck, but trust me, down below, total chaos. As the showtime neared, crowds kept pouring into the square, especially around the festival stage where Lucy and Liam started heading. Lucy was gripping her instrument tight. Seeing the crowd, she got all jittery and said, whoa, so many people. Last time at Servants' Night wasn't like this, right? Meanwhile, Grandpa's deadpan eyes scanned the scene, thinking, how the heck did Kai pull this off? That dude really packed the place. Just then, music kicked off on stage, turning Lucy's nerves all the way up. A female host popped up, waving and saying, thanks, everyone. Lucy looked at the stage and thought, never thought this day would actually happen. She glanced at Grandpa, thinking, if it wasn't for Liam, I wouldn't dare dream this far. The lady host stepped down and the conductor took over. He said, all right, next up in our lineup, pointing at the crowd with hype, are our awesome contestants. You feel me? Yep, it's Lucy and Liam. Give it up for them, folks. Hearing that intro, Lucy's anxiety hit full blast. She started breathing heavy as heck. Who? Liam's calming voice echoed, trying to keep his sis cool. Lucy looked down, stammering, Liam? Seeing this, Liam turned and put a hand on Lucy's shoulder, saying, you've made it this far, sis. Don't bail on those tough memories now. She stared at him shocked. Liam, for real? He went on. If Mom and Dad up in heaven saw you letting guilt hold you back from singing, what do you think they'd say? Suddenly, hearing that, Lucy was totally shook and asked, wait, Liam, how'd you know about that? But he didn't answer her. Instead, he grabbed his instrument and marched straight onto the stage. Lucy called out, "Liam." Then he turned back with a serious look and said, "Listen close and really think, sis, about what mom and dad really wanted from you." Lucy hesitated, pondering quietly. What did mom and dad want? After that, Liam stood center stage, instrument in hand, ready to kill it. The crowd below got confused, whispering, "Wait, is that dude singing solo? Where's Lucy? What gives?" Ignoring them, Liam started his song. Liam dove deep into the music, singing, "On cold winter nights, I fall asleep beneath a warm blanket. In my dreams, I roam a field covered in snow." His pure voice soared. Everyone down below was totally blown away. He kept going, singing through a blizzard of gray snow. The dude from earlier in the crowd started causing a scene. "Yo, hold up. Isn't that a child's dream? That song used to be my jam back in the day. Me and my folks would belt it out together all the time." Someone else chipped in. "Back in the prelims, that dude dropped a tune no one had even heard before. But now, everyone's humming it everywhere." Another voice added, "No matter what, hearing that kid sing, straight up magical vibes." Another agreed, "Facts. It's like some kind of spell pulling us right into the story." Up on stage, Liam kept singing, capturing the creepy sounds echoing through the dark forest, while that white-furred beast chased after him. "Yo, this is scary." He practically begged, "Mom, Dad, save me." Meanwhile, Lucy stood on the sidelines clutching her instrument tight. As Lucy caught the lyrics, memories blasted through her like a tidal wave. Those sweet moments with her parents flooded back. Then she thought, this is exactly what Mom and Dad wanted. Slowly, she took the stage step by step. Walking over to Liam, she started singing, tears streaming down her cheeks as every memory with her parents played in her mind. "Check out this cute little baby, all snuggled in her blanket," Lucy sang, crying her heart out. "Our little one's about to cry. It looks like they're having a nightmare." She thought back to her own childhood days when her parents were still around. She'd sing just like this back then. "It's okay. It's all right. Mom and Dad are right here. Dad's gonna swing his axe and scare that monster away." The image of her parents' warm, gentle smiles popped in her head. "It's cool. It's cool. Mom and Dad are right here. Mom's got you, snug as can be." Down below, Morgan and the two kids, Kyle and Kylie, were watching too, totally caught up in the moment. Morgan got all choked up, whispering, "Lucy," and clasped her hands, eyes locked on Lucy on that stage. She recalled chatting with Liam about those nostalgic songs their parents sang when they were kids. "Why?" Liam said back then, "'Cause I wanted to sing it for someone special." Snapping out of the flashback, she covered her mouth, tears dripping as she whispered, "That's why I said it before. Lucy, thank you." On stage, Lucy kept singing with Liam, "My precious child, Mom and Dad will always be by your side, through sunrises and snowmelt." Their act wrapped up, and Liam snapped his fingers with style. In just a sec, the whole performance was done and dusted. Sweat dripping down Lucy's face, she was totally speechless. Below, Kai got lifted up by his two bodyguards so he could get a better view, and he was seriously moved, clapping like crazy with tears pouring down his face, yelling, "No cap, that was insane." The crowd was losing it, straight up wild cheers everywhere. "That's the siren, y'all. The siren's back in town." Lucy stood there, totally caught up in her feelings, shedding tears, bowing low. Thanks a bunch, everyone." Liam slipped down to the crowd smirking, saying, "Haha, looks like we got ourselves a happy ending after all." Liam's face was shining bright, grinning big. "If we want to keep this vibe alive, we gotta wrap up the last bit, right?" Over at the docks in Seattle, Jay Wimon was rowing his boat solo, slowly pulling up to the pier. He stopped the boat, scanning the area with icy eyes. No more than a few steps on land, a voice hollered, "Yo, where you creeping in from?" Sneaky as ever, turns out Blake was already hanging around waiting. When Jay saw Blake, he legit looked caught off guard, not expecting to see him at this hour. Blake flashed a smug grin and said, "Okay, spill it. Did you stash some loot on that rocky island out in the middle of the ocean or what?" The dude asked, sounding pretty chill. The guy just sighed and shot back smooth as ever. "Yeah, birds of a feather stick together, don't they? Looks like you're pulling the same stunt that Lucy's folks did." Blake's eyes popped wide open when he heard that. He fired back, super shocked. "Wait, what? What are you even saying? Why you gotta drag my crew into this?" The guy just smirked like he had the upper hand. "They trailed me everywhere, just like Mr. Pabby did, until they met some nasty accident and didn't make it," he said all sly. Blake pointed right at him, voice shaking with rage. "No way you caused that crash, right?" The dude just laughed. "Who can say? But I guarantee nobody's messing with my hustle on my watch." Blake couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed his hammer, eyes blazing. He stormed at the gross dude, cussing loud. "You jerk," swinging that hammer like he meant it. But Demon slammed his twin swords up, stopping the hammer midair. You really thought I'd step up to Tyler without some serious juice. He pushed Blake back with his sword skills, cool and confident. Suddenly, his crew came out from all sides, circling Blake. Feeling they had the upper ground, he snapped his swords back. Oh, and by the way, he sneered, don't sweat about the two girls back in Xian. He laughed wild. I got them locked down tight. Hearing that just wound Blake tighter. He yelled, you scumbag, I'm coming for you, and charged. But the squad blocked him quick. Blake growled, move it. Diamond stood facing the ocean, clutching the cabinet, and said, well, shall we keep this party going? Ready? Suddenly, someone called from behind, hey, dude, wrong spot, huh? Grandpa, chillin' on a barrel, said. The festival's at Flag Square, not here. Don spun around, surprised. Don threw a glance and said, wandering out late like this? Gonna get a grown-up yelling, kid. Grandpa hopped off the barrel and said with a grin, appreciate it, mister, but my fam's pretty chill. He shrugged like a pro and stepped toward Don. I was gonna keep it cool, but he winked, making my sis Lucy cry. Nope, that means lesson time, and it's gonna sting. Don looked down on him right away, thinking Grandpa was just some kid, gave him a cold, hard stare. Hey, punk, who told you you're all big boss now? Don said mean. Grandpa smirked, whatever. Didn't plan on going easy on you just 'cause you think I'm a kid. Then bam, he whipped out twin swords and lunged at Don. But Grandpa cast this spell real quick. A glowing purple orb popped around him, blocking the swords. Don blinked, stunned. Whoa, spatial magic? You a mage or what? Grandpa just rolled his eyes. He covered an ear like, talk less, fight more. And before Don could blink, bam. Liam threw a punch, grinning. Your turn now, dude. Even though Damon crossed his arms to block, Liam's hit was so savage it sent Damon flying back till his back smashed hard against a wall. Man, he yelled out in pain, oof. Liam stared down at Damon, who was shaking on the floor, and kept talking. Oh, you still standing? Guess you're tougher than Blake then, huh? Yeah, Blake was busy messing with his crew. Then Jason hears Liam saying that and huffs, seriously. You dropping comparisons right now. Suddenly, a giant shadow creeps up from behind. Liam froze, shocked as a weird sound comes up from behind him. Out pops this beast looking like a blue dragon, all long and scaly with jagged horns and eyes glowing hardcore red. It slithered out of the ocean right in front of Liam, roar bursting out as it smashed its massive head down exactly where Liam was standing. But Liam was slick, dodging fast, stepping back and saying, phew, almost got me there. When Liam flipped to look, his jaw nearly dropped 'cause the monster was curling up, slithering onto the shore. And guess what? Damon's chillin' right on its back. Dude was holding a horn and looking all smug as hell, snorting coldly. This kid's got a few moves, but sorry bro, this is as far as you roll, he said, all cocky. Yeah, it's a little early for this game plan, but whatevs. Liam gritted his teeth while Damon's voice echoed in his mind. First up, I gotta handle you. Without missing a beat, he shoved that horn to his lips and blew hard, trying to flip control of the monstrous sea beast. Out popped this red aura buzzing from him. Liam knew he couldn't mess around no more, so he flexed his magic all into both hands, ready for action. Meanwhile, the sea beast, even hearing Damon's horn blast, didn't go crazy or attack it, just sat there, locked eyes on Liam. Liam was low-key shook, totally baffled by the monster's chill vibe. Wait, what? Now Damon was mad as heck that the monster wouldn't obey him, so he straight up booted the creature and snapped, yo, you just gonna stand there like some dead fish? Why ain't you attacking the dude? After Damon's nasty boot and yelling, the monster flicked those glowing red eyes Damon's way and let loose a fierce growl. But Liam, catching all this, felt kinda hyped inside, thinking, haha, looks like your beast ain't fully tamed. Huh. Liam smirking, giving himself props. Okay then, let me help you finish the job. Liam fired off a mind control spell at the creature real quick. Boom, a fiery orange stream shot straight into the beast. Liam's magic messed with it big time. Monster howled non-stop. Even with Liam's spell hitting hard, the beast was still pretty sharp, not completely out of it. Liam pointed right at Damon and barked, eat him up. Damon freaked out, crying, wait, no way man, you can't. Immediately, he grabbed the horn again and blew with all he had. This time, the blast hit way harder, flipping the monster into total rage mode. Soaked between two wild control spells, the beast screamed loud, wailing in pain, and then bashed its head hard into the dirt. Caught under two spells at once, it let out a savage roar. It screamed in pain and slammed its head hard against the ground. Boom! That hit was so wild, Liam had to jump onto a nearby crate to keep an eye on Dylan. Liam thought, okay, no lie, my mind magic ain't flexing hard enough right now. Ain't gonna overpower that Sea King's horn effect. No way. Liam locked eyes with his foe, dead serious, thinking, but yo, I can't just drop my real form and throw down right smack in the middle of the city. So, what's the move? He stared off at the ocean, then bam. A light bulb moment hit him. He went, all right, I think I got the game changer, the secret sauce. Liam smiled. Yeah, this is the play. Turning toward the massive sea beast, he smirked wide and said, that nasty sea worm? Let's throw down for real. You in or what? After dropping that, Liam skyrocketed into the air, then straight dove into the waves below. Blake's jaw hit the floor. Yo, boss, what's up with that move? The monster, all riled up by Liam's challenge, roared back and instantly plunged into the sea, hot on his tail. Watching all this, Gary chuckled slyly. Man, you dumb. Fighting a sea serpent in the ocean. That's straight up asking for trouble, like signing your own goodbye card. The beast was gunning for Liam's spot. Meanwhile, Liam stood chill, waiting on that bad boy with mad confidence. He thought, bring it on. Liam stunned but held his breath tight, eyes locked on the beast charging at him like a bullet. That sea monster zoomed fast AF toward him. Then, wide-open mouth stuffed with razor-sharp teeth, the monster slurped Liam right inside. The beast snapped its jaws tight, no loophole, thinking it just swallowed Liam for good. But hold up just seconds later. This sick purple glow shot out from its mouth, and bam, Liam's arm pops out, lifting one gnarly tooth. Liam morphed into a stiff-looking dragon, dark as night. He used every ounce of strength to pry that sea monster's mouth wide open. His body small but straight-up beast mode. Liam's face turned icy, cold, and serious as steel. He said, underwater, no need to chill. Time to go full dragon flex. Clenching his fist, powering up, he said, in this dude's mouth? Man. Liam threw a brutal punch right into the monster's upper jaw and joked, dude, your breath stinks hard. You better brush your teeth like 3 times daily. Bubbles exploded everywhere from the punch. The monster got caught off guard and screamed like it just bit into a lemon. Seizing the moment, Liam swam out of that mouth real quick, flapped his wings, and shot up high. Eyeing his foe, he said, you were acting all big and bad earlier, huh? He powered up again, zoomed toward the monster, yelling, you just ran into bad luck today, my dude. Then bam, cracked the monster right in the dome. The poor beast let out a pained roar, totally caught off guard. Liam didn't chill, he zipped around using insane speed, landing wild punches all over the monster's body. At this point, the beast was just standing there, taking all the hits and whining like a rookie. Trying to bail, but nope. Liam shoved the monster down to the ocean floor, fully blocking its getaway. The beast growled mad, but Liam grabbed him tight and said, yo, where you think you're sliding off to? Not on my watch. Yo, Liam grabbed that monster's tail with both hands and his whole body, saying, nah, the party's just getting started, fam. He added, it'd be a total buzzkill to wrap it up this quick, you feel me? Right after that, he whipped the monster's tail around like a pro, spinning it a good dozen times straight, chuckling. Let's keep this fun going. Meanwhile, on the shore, Blake was catching his breath, standing tall after wiping out Don's crew. Panting, he goes, all right, that's everyone, I think. Then he squinted out at the ocean all stressed, adding, hope our guy's holding up okay. Even if he's an underwater dragon or whatever. Out of nowhere, some ripples start popping up on the water's surface, catching Blake off guard. He's like, whoa, what's that? A heartbeat later, a gnarly black hole whirlpool is spinning right there in the middle of the sea. And dude, that water tornado flips up into the air, like a legit whirlpool just chillin' suspended midair. Blake is straight up shook and blurts, yo, what the heck is that thing? So, as the whirlpool fades away, bam, we get the real reveal, a sea monster, no joke. Meanwhile, that dude Chase is just as freaking horrified. He yells in pure disbelief, a sea serpent. Wait, why the sky though? While he's still trying to process it, the beast is already dropping right above his head, free-falling with savage speed. Sensing the disaster, Chase bolts like crazy, screaming his lungs out. But nah, Karma's playing no games today. Suddenly, his foot catches on a rock and dude goes face first tumbling down. Chase looks back all panicked, but it's already game over. His last words? No, bro, please no. Boom. The sea monster smashes down, squashing him flat. The thud was so wild, the ground shook like crazy, sending busted earth and rocks flying everywhere like fireworks. The whole place got engulfed in dust and smoke, and his horn went flying too. That horn slammed against some rocks nearby, snap, cracked on impact. The dock looked like a full-on war zone now. The huge sea monster's body lay smashed in rubble, and right beneath it was Dude Dooman and his squad, swallowed by swirling dust clouds. Total destruction vibes all over. Meanwhile, Blake stood frozen, face shadowed, straight up baffled by the madness. Then out in the ocean, huge geysers of water shot skyward. Blake quick shielded his face from the spray, like, whoa. Liam popped out of the water, backlit by the full moon, all icy cool vibes, With droplets flying like sparkles, adding to his mysterious flex, he slickly shifted back into his human form, flashing that chill grin as he landed next to Blake. Shaking off the water, he goes, "Ah, that's the stuff. Been ages since I unleashed my full power and just let loose." Blake, looking all serious, asks, "Wait, you did all that just to blow off some steam?" Then from the rubble pile you hear Chase groaning in pain. Turns out, he's not out of the game yet, crawling weak but still alive. Fumbling with one hand as he digs through the wreckage, grimacing in pain, softly whining. Chase stretched his hand out, aiming for his busted horn, barely whispering, "My horn." Just then, Liam strolls over and scoops it up. He stared down the dude and was like, "Yo, why are you still tripping over the Sea King's horn?" Then he smirked, all cocky, said the horn's gonna come clutch real soon. Liam popped that horn to his lips and blew hard. But guess what? All he got was this super sharp toot-toot, no crazy powers or anything. Blake, chillin' nearby, covered his mouth, trying not to laugh, and goes, "Bro, you're all about that tough act, but horns? Nah, that ain't your vibe." Liam didn't like the shade and fired back, "Nah man, it ain't that I can't blow it. It's just this thing, you know?" Then weird cracking sounds came from the horn. Liam gripped it tight with both hands, heard more cracks, and looked over at Blake. They both said, "Well dang." Then Liam turned to Blake, flashing a sly grin. "Think we can just tape this baby back up?" But no joke, right as he said that, the horn shattered all to bits in his hands, and they just stood there frozen for like a hot minute. Then all those pieces just rained down all over the floor. Heartbroken, Liam dropped to his knees, stared at the mess, and cried out, "Ah man, my speedboat's toast." While Liam was having his little breakdown, dirt and rocks suddenly flew up behind him again. The mad sea monster was waking up. This beast was huge, no joke. Lucy turned his head, saw it, and with this sly smirk said, "Yeah, we're so dead." The monster opened its ginormous mouth, gearing up to launch at Liam and Blake. It roared loud enough to wake the whole block. They both yelled, "Run for it." Blake freaked, asking why the monster flipped out all of a sudden. Liam shot back. "The Sea King's horn's busted, so it's just going full beast mode now." Liam glanced back like, if this keeps up. But then, the sea beast stopped chasing them and instead shifted directions, heading straight for the festival's main square. Seeing that, Liam got real worried, muttering, "Screw this." Sweat pouring down, he went, "Man, it's getting pulled right to those bright festival lights. It's heading straight there." Blake got anxious, asking, "For real? That's crazy. There's tons of people there." Liam gritted his teeth like a boss, trying to think fast, muttering again, "Dang it." Then he barked at Fiona, Find the twins and get them here as soon as possible." Fi nodded, ready to hustle. Liam went on, "While that's happening, Blake, you and me gotta stop this monster." Blake was like, "You got it, Chief." They both booked it toward the monster. Liam shouted at Blake, "Let's roll." When they got there, the beast was already losing it, smashing everything in sight. Meanwhile, back in town, folks were clueless about the chaos heading their way. In a small alley, this cute couple was strolling, laughing and holding each other tight. The blonde girl got all worried like, "Babe, don't you think it's kinda sketchy walking through this dark alley at night?" The dude with black hair and a gold chain acted all tough and said, "Danger? Nah, I got you." They kept cuddling, and the guy said, "For real? I'm serious." Suddenly, a loud noise hit the air. He was like, "Wait, what's that sound?" Right then, this deep growl boomed from above, and bam, the monster appeared right in front of them. The monster opened its massive jaw, totally terrifying, no joke. They both screamed their heads off. The dude hit the deck, eyes wide, yelling, "Yo, what the heck is that thing?" The blonde girl saw this and snapped, "What are you just standing there for? Run. Get up now. No choice." She grabbed him by the arm, threw him over her shoulder, sprinting and glancing back. Then out of nowhere, a giant hammer zoomed toward them like a rocket. Seconds later, it smashed right into the monster's head, and it roared loud with its mouth wide open. Blake's whole body was shaking, but he kept his ground, panting, "Hey, Snakehead, over here." After that beast took a hit from Blake, its eyes blazed red. It let loose a furious roar, "Rah!" Then it charged at him full force. Blake scrambled, screaming as he booked it away. So, Liam was totally baiting the beast, letting it right into this trap he set up like a boss. Then he whipped his head around, yelling, "Yo, boss man, it's go time, save me." Right then, Grandpa's voice boomed, "Hit that space magic. Bring up the barrier." Bam. 4 purple walls with those slick rectangular designs popped up, trapping the monster like in a cage. The beast looked around like, "Wait, what's this?" Clearly shook and feeling trapped, it let out a massive roar. Then it started slamming its noggin and tail hardcore against the barrier, screaming its guts out. Roar, roar, roar. Meanwhile, Liam had slid up to this nearby rooftop, eyes locked on the monster, grinning. Heck yeah, it's stuck for now. Now, let me toss a mental spell and chill it out, game over. Saying that, Liam waved his hand in the monster's direction and started cooking up another spell. Eyes closed, Liam called out loud, "Mental spell, lock on." Right away, the monster yawned wide and screamed in pain. Ruer, but Liam's spell just pissed it off more, making it slam those 4 purple barriers like crazy. Liam, sweating buckets with his eyes still shut, struggled to keep control, thinking, "Dang, I'm losing grip. This barrier's shaking hard. At this rate, my mental spell's gonna flop." Blake was watching down below when suddenly a voice called out, "Yo, Sir Blake." He whipped around, totally caught off guard. Baron Toe and his squad rolled up just in time, weapons ready, charging in to back him up. When they saw the monster trapped and roaring its lungs out, Baron was shook and said, "No way. What the heck is that thing? Where'd that monster come from?" Blake turned back and said, "Looks like some demon dragged it here. Probably trying to mess up the festival vibes." Baron was even more stunned, yelling, "What demon? Where'd that punk go?" Blake replied, "Dude slipped out in the chaos. But right now, we gotta handle this magical beast as soon as possible." Suddenly, Liam yelled, frustrated, "Blake, you just standing there chatting all day? Get to work." Then he added, his voice tight, "Grab your buddy and help hold this monster down." Hearing that, Blake came through. Got it. Let's roll. Toe." Turning to Baron, he said, "Tasso." Flustered, Baron stammered, "Wait, what?" "Up here," Blake pointed. Then out of nowhere, Kylie and Kyle popped up behind Liam, shouting, "Liam, we're here to back you up." Liam spun around and said, "Awesome. While Blake gets set, you two go distract it." Kylie and Kyle pumped up and said, "On it, boss." So, bam, the duo, swords ready, jumped off the rooftop like total bosses, flying straight at that scary monster, ready to throw down. These twin sisters, they were rocking lightning and thunder magic like pros. They unleashed a wild storm of lightning bolts, zapping the monster's body non-stop. Watching this, Liam thought, "Yo, we got some time to hang tough." While that was going down, Blake yelled up from below, "Boss man, we're set and good to go." The savage sea monster locked eyes with them, like it totally knew Liam and the crew had plans, so it straightened up, coiled its tail, and started slithering away real slick, just like a snake sliding through. Blake and the squad holding the ropes saw the move and Blake shouted, "It's now, or never. Pull, heave-ho." Boom. A rope flew and wrapped tight around the monster's body. It flexed hard, shaking like crazy, screaming loud as heck, "Ruer. Total beast mode." Meanwhile, Tesso and the crew down below were giving every ounce of strength they had. Tesso was hyping everyone up, "Don't stop, hold on tight." Back with Liam, dude jumped high into the air, eyes sharp and face all serious, ready to drop some magic. He started casting this crazy multi-layered spatial compression spell. Suddenly, a big chunk of purple jade popped up, bathed in swirling blue energy. Then snap. He clapped his hands and beams of light blasted out. Liam was thinking, time to squash this space. Boom. A massive blast hit the monster dead center, freezing it in place. Right after, a shockwave straight up smacked the monster's head, which barely had time to howl before collapsing. Those glowing red eyes started to close slow-mo. Then, Liam rolled up, placed his hand on the monster's forehead and smiled. "Good job, crew. Now it's time to help it chill forever." With that, he cast a soothing mind spell, and glowing lights popped up over the monster's head. A moment passed, then the monster's eyes flickered open. Gone was the fiery red, replaced with a calm blue glow. The beast's eyes were back to their OG blue. Seeing Liam there, it shuffled closer, real slow. Liam chuckled. "That's right, buddy. Good vibes only." The monster started licking his face with that big, slimy tongue. Then, out of nowhere, Chase stepped up, cold as ice. Chase edged forward, sword raised high, shouting, "Time to die." But bam! Chains appeared out of nowhere, wrapping his hands up tight and stopping him cold. Shocked, Chase gasped, "Whoa, what's going on?" Liam just looked at him and said, "No need for violence, dude." Then he dropped the truth. This monster was being controlled by Kyle, forced to act up. It ain't guilty. As Liam finished, 2 kids, Kylie and Kyle, jumped straight onto the monster's back, bouncing and giggling like they owned the place. Watching this, Count Tyler still looked kinda nervous, saying, "But letting a monster like this just roam around." Liam smiled and assured, "Don't sweat it. I got this covered." Soon after, the monster turned back toward the sea and gave a respectful nod. Liam said firm but kind, "You get me? Stay away from the city, go back to your old haunt, and chill there from now on." It let out a cry and totally played along. Then the sea monster flipped around and dipped back into the deep blue. Meanwhile, the 2 hype kids were waving like mad. Kyle was like, "Live your best life." And Kai threw in, "Don't be chasing any sketchy old dudes anymore." Then Grandpa Liam stood up and said, All right, squad, it's time we get moving too. When he dropped that line, the kids blinked all confused like, get moving where? What's the deal? Grandpa Liam spun around, grinning ear to ear, and went, job's done. Now it's our turn to bounce. Out at sea, Brandon was chilling solo on a tiny boat. He was mumbling all mad. Dang it, Diamond, ain't going out like this. His eyes were lit up with pure rage as he hissed fiercely. I'm gonna get payback on everyone who did me dirty even if I gotta torch all of Luvian town. Mid-rant, Brandon's boat started lifting super slow. He was like, yo, what the heck is going on? Turns out the sea monster popped up, eyeing Brandon like a hawk. Before he could say, what, the beast bit a corner of his jacket and yanked him up. Brandon screamed, ah, and bam, he was tossed way up in the air like a ragdoll by the sea beast. Under the waves, the monster opened wide, waiting to chomp. Brandon was falling fast, straight up scared out of his mind. He kept screaming like crazy. No way. No freaking way. The sea monster lunged up one snap and gulp. Just like that, he was inside the beast's belly. The screams echoed in the deep. Nah, no way. After taking its revenge, the sea monster dove straight down, leaving behind just the jacket of that nasty dude sinking slowly into the blue. After slaying on stage, Lucy stepped down from the spotlight. She shut her eyes tight, let out a big sigh, and said, 4 more songs to go, and I'm totally wiped out. She looked around, but Liam was nowhere to be found. Lucy got all puzzled. Where'd Liam go? He just ghosted after the first track. Out of nowhere, Morgan's loud voice shouted from behind, giving Lucy a big, excited hug. That's our Queen of the Sea. You killed it. Seriously amazing. Morgan got all teary-eyed, saying quietly, if Mom and Dad saw this, they'd be bursting with pride. Lucy felt the feels too and softly called out, sis. Suddenly, a cough from behind grabbed Morgan's attention. She squinted suspiciously. Yo, Kai, what's up with you here? Kai flinched, stuttering. Well, I kinda got this bomb bouquet hiding behind my back. Morgan totally caught on to Kai's smooth move. She strutted up to him, giving him the perfect chance with Lucy. Hey, Lucy, looks like Kai's got something for you. Morgan nudged Kai forward, hyping him up. Come on, drop the flowers. That's how you do it. Kai's cheeks blazed red as he worked up the nerve. Congrats on your killer comeback, our mermaid Lucy, he blurted out. Lucy froze a sec, staring at the fresh bouquet right in front of her. She took the flowers, caught their sweet smell, and smiled. Thanks a bunch. Kai shyly scratched his head for a hot minute. From way in the shadows, Liam saw the whole cute moment play out. He muttered, now that's a perfect vibe. He sighed all content and said, guess you got this handled without me now, huh? So, just a few days later on this ship, a soldier stood up high and yelled, yo, the Haines Sunny's about to set sail for the autumn continent, so get ready. All y'all passengers, better board as soon as possible. Jason shouted, trying to hold folks back. Then Monner, getting all teary, begged, don't go. Do my little munchkins really have to bounce? She asked, eyes watery. Don't leave. Can't you just stay as my sibs? Kai giggled like it was a party while Kyle gently gave her a nudge. Sis, chill, that tickles. Blake cowered in the corner, sounding all sad. Hey, I'm out of here too. But then Monner flipped the script, throwing shade. Look, old man, whether you dip or not doesn't matter. You just keep slamming booze anyway. Blake jumped in, trying to clear his name. Hold up, those were all hella important drinking sessions. Monner got even more heated. You got guts trying to justify that. Suddenly, Lucy's soft voice floated from behind. Liam. She looked so sad and asked, you promise you'll come back, right? Grandpa looked stuck and replied, well, Monner couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed Grandpa's hand tight and said real serious, Liam, you gotta, absolutely come back, all right? He sighed, no choice but to agree. Yeah, sometimes. Well, if I get the chance, I'll swing by, Grandpa said kinda awkward. As he turned, Lucy suddenly wrapped her arms warm round him, clinging like crazy, tears streaming down her cheeks, whispering all close and personal. You gotta come back. Got it? Grandpa gently rubbed her hand. I got you, sis Lucy. For sure. But before he could say more, Kai's serious glare hit him hard. It was like daggers in his back. Grandpa couldn't resist teasing. Oh snap, Kai's guarding sister Lucy's heart? How sweet. Kai got mad, snarling, you punk. Then Kai tossed a glowing treasure into his hands. Grandpa checked it out and gasped, yo, this is a mermaid's tear. Kai was kinda shy being nice but tried to play it cool. I'm only giving this because you kept your word. You got sister Lucy singing again. Picking up the sparkly ring, Grandpa asked, what's this? Kai quickly said, if you ever come back, rock this ring. It's got my family's crest engraved, so you'll get help anywhere you go. In Lufinan, Grandpa totally got it. Basically, this was the ultimate VIP pass. How legit is that? Kai, with a soft heart but a sharp tongue, tried to act all mad. But honestly, I kinda hope you don't come back, ya hear? Grandpa threw one last playful jab. Kai, no weird stuff, alright? Just do exactly what I said. Freaked about his secret leaking, Kai snapped, shut it. I got this covered, so back off, okay? Grandpa noticed Kai's hand shaking non-stop, trying hard to hide the sadness kinda surprised him. Finally, Grandpa said what he really meant, thanks for everything. One of his crew reminded him, say it with more feels, boss. Kai, totally embarrassed and mad, yelled, zip it. Watching all this, Liam couldn't help but smile, feeling kinda sorry but amused. Man, this kid's actually kinda cute, he grinned. Just then, Count Tyler rolled up. Hey Blake, you about to dip? Tyler asked. Blake noticed and quickly shot back. Yo, Tyler, how's the port fix-up going? Tyler said. It wasn't small damage, but luckily, no one got hurt. The vibe was tense but hopeful as the crew prepped for the big send-off. So, given all that went down, not too shabby of an outcome, right? Then he turned to Liam and was like, but man, that kid ain't your average Joe. A flashback hit, and Count Tyler remembered watching Liam wreck that sea worm in no time flat. No regular person could pull off moves like that. Blake scratched his nose, pretending he was clueless. What? I don't catch your drift. That's just my nephew. Count Tyler, catching on, grinned and said, I get it, you two are like distant cousins or something. Your secret about your nephew's safe with me. Cross my heart. Blake was quick to choke that down. Yeah, for real. Thanks a bunch. I'm in your debt again. After the warm goodbyes, Liam's crew hopped back on the ship heading home. Morgan gave a half-hearted big wave goodbye. Later, she whispered. Take care, my little fam. Lucy looked just as bummed. You better roll back here soon. Got it. Liam shouted back with mad gratitude. Peace out, Sister Morgan, Sister Lucy. Had the best time with you all. The sky was hella blue, and the ship cruised slow over the waves. Suddenly, Fiona snapped her fingers like, wait, where we even headed next? Liam rolled his eyes hard and said, You're only just asking now. Liam laid down the game plan. We're off to Port Dotman on the autumn continent, then we gonna cross that whole place by land. Liam looked at Blake. Yo, how long till we hit Port Dotman from here? Had no answer from Blake. Liam got curious and walked over. Hey, what's up? Why ain't you talking? But before he could say more, Blake's face, pale and miserable, looking like death, warmed over, popped right up. Liam asked, Yo, what's wrong? Don't tell me seasickness got you down. Blake weakly tried to talk. Master, he couldn't finish, 'cause he was about to hurl. Next thing you know, there's a huge puddle on the deck. Seeing this, Grandpa just shook his head and said, Man, you're big, but seasickness? Can't handle that? He gave a grumpy little grunt. Then Grandpa gently put his hand on Blake's back. He started casting some psychic sleep magic. Blake didn't stand a chance. His eyelids got heavy real quick, and boom, he was out cold. After putting Blake into a deep snooze, Liam, Kylie, and Kyle went off to explore some more. Grandpa said, he'll be out for a few hours, and then he'll feel way better. Let's check out the cabins, Kylie said, all pep in her step. One's all hyped, the other knocked out, total opposite vibes. Out of nowhere, some shady figure sneaks up behind Blake. The voice was all mysterious. Dude's gotta be at least level 3. Yet he's knocked out so easy. The person tutted, seriously unimpressed. Then this old dude was